All right. Well, hi, hello. Thank all of you so much for sticking around. We had a little bit of a tech bump this morning. The gremlins are strong. They are feisty today. Boy, howdy. Somebody out there definitely fed those tech gremlins after midnight. But here's the good news. We are here. We are live. We are ready. We are happening. And boy, do we have some good stuff lined up for all of you today. So it is going to be worth the wait, I promise. Because today we are talking about battling the ransomware scourge, prevention and recovery. And what a perfect day to have some tech gremlins around, right? Because we are coming up on Halloween. It's right around the corner. We're all getting ready with those good scary stories, or maybe you like watching scary movies. I hate scary movies, but if you're one of those people that likes scary movies, today we are getting into the real scary story, right? The things that go bump in the night, the boogeyman under the bed, and that is ransomware. But here's the good news, my friends, because we are not setting out on this terrifying venture all on our own. We have a dream team of Ghostbusters here with us, and that is, of course, Veeam, Rubrik, Novaforce, Sophos, Zscaler, Recovery Point, VMware, Unitrends, Clumio, Commvault, Zerto, and Haiku. Holy wow. I hope you're all feeling better. I feel better. We started on a scary note, and now we've got the whole dream team Ghostbusters with us. So we've got a lot to do today. We've got a lot to get through, and we're going to go through some important info to make sure we get the most out of our time together today. All right, so up on the screen, possibly, hang tight. See? There we go. There we go. Up on the screen for you now. Just a few reminders as we go through our day today. I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media, and my fellow moderators, Scott Becker and Keith Ward, are going to be joining us throughout the day today. That's right. You get the whole awesome mod squad all here with us, all in one spot, my friends. Speaking of awesomeness, take a look at all these fancy prizes that we've got coming your way today on the MegaCast. You could win one of 5 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s and a $300 Amazon gift card that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. Woohoo! That's a lot of good prizes coming at you. So stay tuned for that. Now, I do want to mention, when it comes to the prizes, you do need to be here live and present in order to win those prizes, and we have the full terms and conditions listed for you in the prize or in the handout section. So if you head on over to that handout section, click in, scroll down to the very bottom, and you'll find all the terms and conditions waiting for you there. So take a look at that if you do have any questions. All right, well, I see lots of highs and hellos coming in. I love that you are all here and ready, which is amazing. We've got lots of great stuff coming our way, and I think it's about time we get into some of that content. So we are going to kick things off with a wonderful keynote. My friend and fellow moderator Keith Ward is going to come and join us to have a quick little chat with the wonderful Lindsay Kay, who a lot of you will recognize as not only an incredible threat intelligence expert and just an all-around fascinating human, and always has some great stories for us. So Lindsay and Keith, I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away.
Hi, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I am delighted to be here today with Lindsay Kay. Lindsay has got a deep background in security. She is currently Vice President of Threat Intelligence at the company Human Security. She also has written some articles for me, has been working in this industry for almost a decade now. So she's got real expertise in this area, and we are so glad to have you on today. Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be back.
Oh, my pleasure. All right, so let's dive in with our topic today. First question on the agenda for you. How is artificial intelligence impacting the battle against ransomware? And as part of that question, Lindsay, how are the bad guys currently using it to engage in attacks?
Sure. So AI and the large language models are certainly something that people are talking a lot about, not just in cyber, but across the technology industry in general and other industries as well. But to date, there really isn't any evidence that it has been specifically used widely by any ransomware threat actors. in order to conduct their attacks. But there are kind of a lot of different things that people speculate on about how it could be used, which I think is pretty interesting. So some of the ones that they've highlighted have been things like generating phishing emails. So if you're really looking to target a specific person or company, you want to collect a lot of information on them. So things like social media and kind of other things about them on the internet. And something like a large language model or AI makes it a lot easier to, collect it and then have that sort of cohesive picture of them if you're looking to target them. Other things I've seen people talking about is obtaining code to serve a particular purpose. So for example, if you're looking for some kind of lateral movement utility or proof of concept code for a particular CVE, something like using a large language model could be pretty helpful for that. I know that a lot of researchers have talked about, different ways that you could generate technically some ransomware code using these LLMs. You could also generate other types of code as well. It's not necessarily kind of the only thing that we should be focusing on. So one thing I really want to point out here is that while AI is certainly new and powerful and really kind of talked about and prevalent right now, one of the things that we should be also talking about is looking at other ways that threat actors are conducting ransomware attacks and what makes it easier to do so. So things like leak code and leak builders for ransomware are still out there and they're really not going away. So these are some things that threat actors are using. So for example, ESXi builders that are kind of out there, leaked ESXi source code. There is some evidence that, for example, the Babbitt code threat actors are using to date. And another thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the users of our IT systems are in fact people. And people themselves are certainly vulnerable to things like phishing attempts, social engineering, and plain making mistakes with security. So we don't necessarily know, for example, let's say how Alpha, as we recently heard about, targeted MGM, but it's suspected that they used SIM swapping during the attack, and we don't really necessarily know how they did it. But a lot of this depends on having details about a particular victim and then socially engineering the mobile provider to transfer the victim's number to the attacker's SIM. So not necessarily that they used AI or LLMs, but you can certainly see how gathering that sort of information could be made easier by doing so. And that kind of brings me to sort of my next key point here. The use of tried and true techniques isn't going away. So obviously SIM swapping, phishing, and then use of many common TTPs that have been around for a while are still in use because they work. So something like AI here or LLMs could make obtaining the code to do some of these or executing them simpler for threat actors. But even without it, threat actors are still using them and will very likely continue to do so.
All right. Speaking of tried and true techniques, most people are still familiar with ransomware as an attack that encrypts, data. But more and more, we are seeing attacks that are more concerned in some ways with exfiltration. So in other words, putting that data that has been stolen online and demanding a ransom for that too. I think we're seeing a lot of both, but I wanted to get your feedback on this. Is exfiltration actually becoming a bigger problem than encryption, or are they both equally big threat vectors? Now, what's kind of your sense on the exfiltration versus encryption breakdown at the current time?
Sure. So obviously we've seen attacks that leverage just encryption, just exfiltration, or a combination of both. So for just exfiltration, if you remember the attacks involving Karakurt and Lapsus, those are kind of some great examples of those extortion-only attacks. And what I think is we talk a lot more about the threats that are faced by the encryption aspects, because largely we as a community just have a pretty good understanding of how we can minimize some of those risks. So we talk about offline and offsite backups, disaster recovery, incident response plans, segmenting our networks. And it's pretty likely now that companies have started putting these into practice more than they were several years ago. So when you look at kind of how that compares with how we talk about the minimizing the risks of exfiltration, this is something that we really kind of talk a little bit less about, and sort of the best recommendations are a little bit murkier here. And that's potentially something that, we should be starting more conversations on. So I think that that's part of some of the reason why we don't. So I'm not promising to help you solve this problem today, but a couple key questions here that when we look at the threat of exfiltration and kind of why it's so nefarious, there are a couple of things that we can start to think about in our own organizations of is to how we would combat it. So how is our data at rest stored? So things like, is it encrypted? Is it in plain text? And who has the ability to decrypt it or access it? And then looking at some of, when we talk about the threat of exfiltration, threat actors are often going after the things that are, quote unquote, juiciest, right? That would be most likely to get an organization to pay the ransom. So when we look at our own data and we want to start considering sort of what our most sensitive data, or what is kind of the biggest risk if leaked, and looking at how it's stored, is it internet accessible? Is it segmented away from the rest of the network, and being able to ask those questions? And then very similarly, like, what kinds of access control systems are in place for this type of data? And is this something that we review as employees come, go, change roles, or at any sort of time interval during the year? Because that's definitely something that, is worth considering. And then finally, looking at it in the event that this data is stolen. So do we face an exfiltration event? What do we do? So I think if you look at encryption, it seems like there's kind of a pretty well understood sort of series of steps that one can go through, or ways that one can prepare. But for exfiltration, thinking about things like, do we have a communication plan on hand, kind of ready to go, that we've talked with our legal teams or others in the organization, both to communicate it to others inside the organization or externally with any affected clients or partners? Because when we look at why exfiltration is such a big issue, a lot of the threat of embarrassment, losing clients, legal issues, things like that, that we can maybe start to think through ahead of time. So that's just kind of what I think about the difference between the two and some of the threats around them.
And nowadays, so many companies seem to understand the need, even if they haven't implemented, for things like immutable backups, and
Right.
air gap backups and things like that. That it could be easy to get the idea that maybe ransomware is less dangerous, but the reality is, Lindsay, that it is more dangerous than ever, and there's more of it out there than ever too. So, Lindsay, I want to thank you so much for being on with us today. This has been a fascinating conversation and overview of where we stand on some of the cutting edge issues when it comes to ransomware. And basically cybersecurity in general, since ransomware in some ways is the biggest threat, the biggest issue within cybersecurity. And I really appreciate the knowledge and the insights that you provided today. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much again for having me.
All right. Well, Lindsay and Keith, thank you so much for such a wonderful start to this MegaCast. What a great way to kick things off. Now, we have a question for all of you out there. It's your turn to get interactive. We're putting you on the hot spot. Not really, because this is not going to get shown to anyone, I promise. We just want to get an idea from you. What is your time frame? Are you thinking more short term? Are you thinking more long term? When you think about your need to update ransomware planning and fortify those strategies, what is the urgency? And again, this really helps us and our speakers make sure that we're kind of hitting you where you're at. So if you need to make instant changes, we want to make sure we're getting you that information. If you're thinking a little bit more long term, a little bit more long term strategic planning, then we want to make sure we're kind of getting you in that time frame as well. So take a second now and click on that poll. Okay, while you're doing that, we're just going to get things rolling here and get started with our very first expert presenter, because we have a lot to cover and this one is going to be exciting. As you can see up on the screen here, we are starting out with the Dream Veeam team. I just like saying that. I'm so happy to introduce you all to our very first expert presenter, and that is Kirsten Stoner, Product Strategy Technologist at Veeam. Kirsten, thank you so much for being here with us today to kick off this MegaCast. I'm really excited to hear more about what's up at Veeam, and let's get into it. Kirsten, take it away. Kirsten, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We got you. You're here with us.
Okay, awesome.
All yours.
Thank you. Well, hi, everyone. I am Kirsten Stoner. I'm a product strategy technologist at Veeam, and I'm excited to be here today talking to you about how to battle the ransomware Scourge with prevention and recovery. Ransomware is something that is very prevalent in the industry today. We see a lot of organizations, experiencing a cyber attack. And so it's really important to not wonder if it's going to happen, but more so be prepared for when it happens and having a plan in place to execute when a cyber attack happens. So let's just jump right into it. The first thing I want to talk about is the Ransomware Trends Report for 2023. This is a research report based on unbiased cyber victims surveyed by an independent research firm covering 1,200 responses from across the globe. This report asked IT leaders and IT implementers about the ransomware attack they experienced, how they recovered the data, if they paid the ransom, and any technologies they plan on implementing in the future. I wanted to start with some of these data points and then suggest some strategies that organizations can implement to help harden their environment for a cyber attack. So first, one of the questions that was asked in this survey was, what were the most common outages your organization experienced in 2020, 2021, 2022, and which was the most impactful? As you can see, the same outages that have always existed, like server hardware outage, OS software outage, intentional admin user disruption, human error, those types of outages still exist today. However, you can see that the increase in a cybersecurity event has really increased over these last couple years. And you can also see that it's one of the most impactful outages. And that's really why we are here today, because we need to account for when a cyber attack will happen and how we can recover or withstand an attack. Another question that was asked was, how many ransomware attacks has your organization suffered in the last 12 months? As you can see, 15% of organizations experienced no attack. But as in a complete opposite side of this, some organizations experienced 4 or more ransomware attacks within 1 year. So when you think about that, they're experiencing a ransomware attack almost as a quarterly event. So when you think about, every quarter getting hit with ransomware, there has to be some strategies and some technologies that we can implement within our data center to help, mitigate these attacks and prevent them, right, from happening. This is also telling us that cybercrime is very likely in today's industry, with, 85% of organizations and respondents suffering at least one ransomware attack. After they were, hit with a ransomware attack, we asked, how much data could they restore? How much data was the organizations able to get back? Organizations said that they were able to get a little bit more than half of their data back. If we take a look at this data here further, you can see that 7% of organizations surveyed were unable to get any of that data back. This is telling us that we need to have proper security measures in place to do our best to keep ransomware out. Not only does this need to apply to our production environment, but it's also critical to apply this to our backup environment as well, right? Because when we get hit with a ransomware attack, one of the first things we think is, how can we get our data back? How can we recover? And a backup is what's going to help you be able to recover from an attack and get your organization back online. So where is data protection's place in cybersecurity? Having a strong data protection strategy can help you keep data secure, compliant, and protected. When ransomware gets in, the only way is to be the only way to get that data back is to restore from a secure backup. There are 3 guidelines and frameworks that most organizations adhere to when making their cybersecurity strategy. Some of these might look a little bit familiar for you. We have the CIA triad. This is the basis for a lot of development of security systems. We have the NIST cybersecurity framework, which is a guide for businesses of all sizes to help understand, manage, and reduce their cybersecurity risk and protect their networks and data. Really good place to start to outline some best practices for your organization. And then we have the SIS controls, which is a set of actions for cybersecurity that form a defense. So, the best actions, best practices to mitigate the most common cyber attacks. So as we take a look at these different frameworks here, we're wondering, where's data protection's place in these frameworks? Well, when we take a look at the CIA triad, the A in the triad stands for availability, meaning you need to make sure that your resources and data can be accessed when needed. This is where your backups are going to come into play. Being able to restore that data that was corrupted can keep you available. If we take a look at the NIST framework, you have the protect and recover part of this framework. Protecting is making sure that data is protected, you're backing it up, you're making multiple copies of that data, and then you're able to recover from that backup, right? So really, that's where data protection plays within that framework. And then when we take a look at the SIS controls, you have the data recovery capabilities, data protection, making sure that you're able to recover from that backup, right? So this is a common theme across the guidelines. The framework consists of data protection, and so we need to make sure we're, protecting that data as well. So let's talk a little bit more about this, right? So some practical tips from advice from daily warriors. So organizations today need to have a backup strategy in place, and many do have a backup strategy. And if they don't, then they need to start backing up their data, right? So when we think about some practical tips from daily warriors, so what are we doing to protect that data and making sure that it's secure? Well, the first thing is utilizing an ultra-resilient copy of our data. So think about backup storage. Storing your backup data on a ultra-resilient storage media type is one way that you can make sure that you're protecting your backups from ransomware. You also want to make sure that you have multiple copies. It doesn't say ultra-resilient copy. It says ultra-resilient copies. So this is where we're thinking about, the 3-2-1 rule. If one copy is bad, you can check the second copy, check the third copy, making sure that you have one copy available to you to restore. You also might think, I said copies, but you also use this whole term ultra-resilient, right? So what does that mean? That just means a copy that is stored in a secure repository. So utilizing technologies like object lock, immutability, offline tape media, worm media, anything like that, right? Next, we think about encryption, right? So, we're intentionally encrypting our backups, we're intentionally encrypting our network traffic. But like most people, right? Have you ever forgotten a password? I know sometimes when I log into, a website I haven't logged into in a long time, I have to reset my password because I don't remember it. So, forgotten passwords is a way that's going to prevent you to be able to restore from a backup, right? So encrypting backups is important. However, forgetting that password is not important. We need to remember it. So making sure we're using good passwords, storing them in a password manager so that you're able to access that data when needed is very important. Next, lack of separation, right? So making sure you're using separation between your environments. Your production environment is separate than your backup environment, separate than your test environment is very important for security reasons. This is going to prevent issues occurring in the backup environment from occurring in the production environment and vice versa. And then also thinking about not only separating environments, but also separating permissions per user based on the role and what they need access to. Not everybody needs access to everything, and giving access to everyone can lead to compliance issues, privacy violations, and just give more opportunities for a user to get compromised. So making sure that you're separating accounts, you're separating environments, and you're using permissions as necessary so that people only have access to what they need to. So we have the 3-2-1 rule. And so this really goes back to having multiple of those ultra resilient copies of your data. To help ensure you have a backup to recover from, it's important to create multiple copies of data. And this is really where this rule comes into play. The industry standard of this approach is just to follow the 3-2-1 rule, which is something many organizations do by default. And it's very much a gold standard in previous years, right? But it's not enough when we think about the age of ransomware. Organizations need to go a step further and ensure that they have an immutable or offline air-gapped copy of their data available for them. They also have to make sure that they've tested the recoverability of their backup. So really, we're extending this rule to include these two extra steps. So now it's the 3-2-1-1-0 rule, or if you might want to consider it, the zip code of availability, right? So really, having those 0 errors. So making sure that you're leveraging a solution that's going to allow you to test recoverability of your backups. So within Veeam, we have a tool called Veeam Sure Backup. So this is going to be able to leverage your backup for automatic and customized testing. You will even be able to say, hey, I want to test my recovery of my backup. I'm going to spin up my backup in a virtual lab that's separate from my production environment. And I'm going to, power up my backup, and then I can run an antivirus scan on that backup to make sure that you're not restoring any corrupted data back into the environment. You also want to consider your immutability options, making sure that you're utilizing a storage partner or utilizing the cloud, utilizing some type of hardware that's going to be able to provide you with that immutability option, making sure that you're going to be able to harden that as well. So being able to, utilize immutability and being able to test your backups is really going to allow you to make sure that you're meeting the needs of security today, and you can grow with this storage, making sure your data is protected from any type of bad actor. So what are some of these different storage types, right? What are you going to recover from? So at Veeam, we have the Veeam Ready object with immutability. This is just a Veeam qualification that vendors can achieve with Veeam, ensuring that the solution meets the functional and performance standards. With immutability, this means that you can set a period of time that data can be locked from being modified or deleted. So with Veeam, if you're using Veeam already, this is a great way you can check your storage vendor, making sure that it has that qualification. But a lot of storage vendors who, may not be, maybe you're not using Veeam and you're using a different storage vendor, still utilizing something that has that immutability object lock option is important. Worm tape media. So this is just a cost-effective way to store media in a non-rewritable format, providing you a tamper-proof compliant data storage. So once written to, it cannot be erased or written over. Then you have worm storage snapshots, right? So a lot of times I always think of, NetApp and using SnapVault. So this is just another way you can create a copy of data that offers protection against tampering, accidental operations to the data. Next, you have the Veeam Cloud Connect with Insider Protection. So this is another Veeam technology, and this allows you to utilize a Veeam service provider partner, and really just gives you an extra fail-safe way to protect your data from accidental deletion. So basically, if you're using a service provider to, store your backup data, On their side, they have a recycle bin feature. So if someone gets access to your backup server, they start deleting your backup data. That backup data is going to be stored on the service provider side in that recycle bin. So if backups are deleted from the backup server, they're not deleted from the service provider side as well. That you can still have access to those backups from the recycle bin. Next, you have the hardened repository. So this is just a Linux distribution with single-use credentials, preventing deletion. And then you have the offline air-gapped media copies on disk. So just keeping a copy of your data offline, disconnected, inaccessible from the internet is really going to help make sure that that data stays secure and unchanged. Things that we want to consider too is, copies that require 4 eyes recovery. Basically no rogue recoveries, right? Recoveries should be approved and intentional. This is telling us this 4 eyes recovery is that recovery should have at least 2 eyes, 2 people to be able to approve that recovery, right? You don't want somebody to gain access to sensitive information and then recover that data to some place they shouldn't be recovering it to. So with basically this says, once a recovery is performed, someone else can check that recovery, make sure that it's an approval recovery, and eliminate that whole thought process of a rogue recovery. A recovery, someone wants to get access to your sensitive data, they recover that data on a disk or a server that's not approved, and then they can go sell that data, do whatever they want with it, right? Then we have, replication, synchronous replication, just being able to create multiple current copies of that data as well. So what are you going to recover from? So when you think about, utilizing backup storage, what backup storage are you going to use to really get that immutability and that offline air-gapped copy, so that when you're able to recover, you can. So some more practical tips is, using MFA. Many vendors offer this in their products today. It provides that double authentication to really keep any type of outsider out of your application. If you're using tape, making sure that it's removed. So just making sure you're ejecting that tape media and removing it so it's no longer connected. And then lastly, not having a proper response plan. As we have seen in the industry, there's not a matter of if, but only a matter of when. And it's, as we discussed earlier, most organizations will or have experienced a cyber attack. So it's important to start planning now. Your cyber team and your backup team should be aligned when it comes to ransomware. You guys should be on the same page. You need to know what needs to be protected. You need to know, how you're protecting it, the separation of environments and different aspects to consider like that. So really having a response plan is really important when it comes to recovering from a ransomware attack. So Veeam has a secure approach to this. We have really 5 layers here. So we offer that multi-layered immutability. So making sure that your backup storage has the ability to set an immutable time period, and that's going to allow your data to remain safe from being modified or deleted. Knowing your recovery options. So are you orchestrating recovery? Do you need to orchestrate multiple machines to be recovered at once? So making sure that you're able to recover when a cyber attack happens. And relating to recovery, right, is mobility, right? So if your production environment goes down, where are you going to recover to? Do you have a DR site you're recovering to? Is it possible to recover to that DR site? Or are you going to think about, recovering to, utilizing the public cloud, being able to recover as a AWS workload or an Azure machine? Is that something that is in your plan, right? So making sure that you're having that data mobility so you can recover as fast as possible. Monitoring. It's important to monitor your environment, not only to make sure that you're effectively utilizing the resources like CPU, memory, RAM, but also so that you can identify any type of abnormal activity. Monitoring your environment, you can tell what a machine's average usage, what their average usage is, how they normally perform. This is going to allow you to identify when something is going, haywire in your environment, right? That machine's acting a little bit off today. The CPU memory is going up. It's having really slow response times. This could be a sign of, ransomware on that computer. So having a comprehensive monitoring solution, and then also that automatic recovery verification, making sure that your backups are recoverable. So this is how Veeam provides our customers with a secure approach to protecting themselves and mitigating a ransomware attack. And really, when it comes down to it, cyber resilience relies on planning. Backup is your best line of defense against ransomware. There's no silver bullet. It really does take a holistic approach across all areas of your business to protect yourself. We see that organizations are most effective at cyber recovery when they take a one-team approach with IT and security. So when you're planning your resilience strategy or you're planning your cyber resilient plan, you want to ask yourself, follow these guidelines here. And this might look familiar to you because I did show it to you earlier in a slide. This is the NIST framework right here, the cybersecurity framework. Identify what data can you not afford to lose? What is your most critical data? What are your most critical applications? Protect, how do you back up your mission critical data? What are your recovery point objectives? How are you protecting that data? Detect. Can you detect data loss and corruption? Are you monitoring your environment? Are you performing health checks on your storage? Different things like that. Respond. Can you restore fast and accurately? So how are you restoring? What time can you, afford to, how much data loss is acceptable for when you get back online? And then recover. Are your disaster plans tested and current? So making sure that you've tested any type of disaster recovery plan you have in place, making sure that it's up to date, and it's not a DR plan that, was good 10 years ago, but, not really good today. So really, considering all this stuff is going to help you remain cyber resilient in the face of ransomware. And Veeam can help in all aspects of this, right? So we've aligned our capabilities to this NIST cybersecurity framework to simplify how your data protection strategy integrates with your cybersecurity strategy. And with that, I will say thank you. I think I'm still good on time, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time left. We're going to sneak in some questions. Kirsten, thank you so much for that wonderful chat. Super interesting. I like a lot of the real world advice and examples. I think is so important. And I have a poll up on the screen for all of you out there. I've been switching this up lately. We keep calling it a poll, but I think of it more as like a wish list or a shopping list. What would be helpful? What additional information would you like to get about the Veeam solution? And there's lots of options for you up on the screen. So while you guys are clicking on that, Kirsten and I are going to get into a few of your questions. Are you ready to dive into that?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, perfect. We are short on time, so I'm going to have to kind of choose here. But we got a lot of questions about the 3-2-1 and that kind of backup rule. So I'm going to zero in or kind of try to condense a few questions about that. So we had a question, is the 3-2-1 backup rule recommended for all businesses, even small startups? And if so, can Veeam offer that low barrier to entry to achieve that standard? And I think this also ties in nicely with another question, wondering about what kind of technology and tools can assist with implementing a 3-2-1 rule. So maybe we can kind of explore that a little bit.
Yeah, the 3-2-1 is really, like I said, it kind of the gold standard for, data protection. Ever since I started back in the backup industry, however long ago it was, now, it's always been ingrained that you should have multiple copies of your data. And when we think about it, you know, it doesn't have to be necessarily on the most expensive, you know, storage that you could buy, right? You just need to make sure that you have those multiple copies and that they are recoverable. I mean, that's hard to, you know, it's hard to say like the most expensive, or, you know, like you say, I need to be able to recover fast, but I can't, you know, buy the most expensive. You're going to have to choose what's right for your business. And with Veeam, we do give you some options here, right? Like if you want to, you know, back up to, you know, something like object storage in AWS or Azure, we have that ability. You can put a copy in the cloud, you know. If you want to back up to direct attached storage, or, you know, a rotating media drive, a rotating hard drive, something like that, we give you that option as well. And then when you create your backups, you can, you know, link jobs. So you create one backup, say, hey, I'm going to put my copy of my data on my direct attached storage. And then I'm going to say, after this job is run, I want to put a backup copy in object storage. That's something that you can easily do, and make it like tier it down so that it all happens within, you know, right after each other. So it's not like you have to go back and say, oh, I don't remember if I, you know, I made multiple copies. You can set that up and then automatically schedule those to run to make sure that you have those copies available. And I know I said like direct attached storage, object storage. I mean, you can also send your backups to tape, right? So being able to store that backup on tape, which is one of the cheaper alternatives as well. Now, when it comes to tape, it might take a little bit longer to restore. So that's also something that you need to consider. So really, when you think about following the 3-2-1 rule, you need to think about recovery point objectives, like what's the acceptable amount of data that we can afford to lose, and how fast can we recover? How long can our business be down, and we can withstand that amount of downtime to make sure our business is still running.
Perfect. All right. Well, I wish we could dig into that more, because obviously there's lots more to say, and I appreciate that answer. But we're going to have to leave it there. I do want to ask you, though, if somebody out there is really excited, wants to jump in and get rolling with Veeam, what do you recommend as their very first step?
I would say, you know, visit veeam.com. We have, you know, free trials. You can request a demonstration. We also have a handout here. I believe it's our ransomware trends report, is some of those data points I just talked about. And I think you can follow us on Twitter at Veeam, and it will definitely be able to help you.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Kristen. I really appreciate it. I want to let you know you got a bunch of high fives from the audience out there. And there's still some questions if you have some time to hang around on live chat. Otherwise, we'll make sure those get over to your team. Thanks for being here with us today, Kristen.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And to everyone out there who is clicking on the poll, keep that up, keep those questions coming in. And we are going to get those answers to you again over live chat or in email follow-up. I'm going to give away a prize, and then we're going to keep things rolling because we've got lots more to get to today. It's a big day. We are going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card, and that first $300 Amazon gift card going to someone who is here live and present with us at the MegaCast today is Parav Patel of California. Parav Patel of California, congratulations. As always, we will get in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there's lots more chances to win. Plus, we have that best question gift card coming at you after each session. Even if we don't get to your question live, you are still entered to win. All right. Well, speaking of our next session, I am very excited to introduce our next awesome team, and that is, of course, the Rubrik crew. Very happy to introduce you all to Matt Bisteglia, Director of GTM and Sales Security. Matt, thank you so much for being here with us on the MegaCast today. Now, I know you have a ton of great info lined up for us, and we want to leave some time for questions at the end. So I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Matt.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, folks, great to see you. Thanks for the time. Thanks for the interest. Yeah, I'm going to share some interesting topics with you today, specifically around how Rubrik can help you protect your environment from double extortion. So that is the destruction of your production data sets as well as exfiltration of sensitive information. I'm going to share how we specifically can help prevent that and help you in the event of an attack recover everything where it lasts to a last known good. So that's what we're going to focus on today. The backdrop for this, I'll walk you through a couple kind of problem statement slides, what we're seeing, what our customers are experiencing, and then kind of walk you through how we can help. So the biggest trend that we're seeing now is threat adversaries are changing TTPs constantly. And what we're seeing now is they're not breaking in on average, they're logging into your environment. And in many cases, they're going after and identifying through compromising credentials, trying to identify PII, PHI, intellectual property, and exfiltrating that. Versus just going out and trying to encrypt all your data sets and delete it and ask for the ransom. Many times they're doing both, but they're really after your data. And so that's a big issue. And what we've also noticed is through all these attacks, CSPM, which is simply looking at the configuration of your data sets, is not enough. Data is still being destroyed, it's being stolen. So at Rubrik, we have the benefit of supporting over 6,000 plus customers and growing. Sadly, hundreds have been hit by ransomware, but every single one has been able to fully recover. So we protect against the destruction of data, the encryption of data. And so Rubrik customers feel very encouraged that if they are hit, they can recover. But around exfiltration, it's a difficult thing to answer. And that's not just Rubrik customers, quite frankly, a lot of customers. Exfiltration is very common. So if employee data, if customer data, if PII, PHI, intellectual property has been stolen, how do you know it was stolen? What specifically do they have? And could we have prevented this from even happening to begin with? And if that's stolen, your options are probably pay up and hope they don't leak that data. Not a good position. So if your data's been encrypted, you recover with Rubrik. But if it's been stolen, it can't be undone. So let's walk through how that's happening. I mentioned in many cases, threat adversaries are logging in. They're not breaking in. So how do they do it? The threat actor will start by either from misconfiguration of a cloud asset on-prem, a zero-day type attack through phishing, very common, and they'll gain access. They might gain access to a developer VM. From there, they'll move laterally to that bucket, start looking at more data, start looking at more areas that they can destroy, whether through encryption or deletion. What we found is that there's a lot of shadow IT, shadow data. It might be an environment that IT and security were unaware of. Maybe somebody on the developer side, marketing side, built something, deployed something, but their peers weren't aware of it on IT and security. From there, the threat adversary who's in the dev bucket will escalate privileges to prod. They'll start gaining access to the prod environment, and that's when they'll do their dirty work. Usually through, as I mentioned, double extortion techniques, which is one of the most common attack styles that we've seen. And that usually compromises all data. From a Rubrik perspective, if you have it there, know that your backups cannot be compromised. As I mentioned, hundreds have been hit. Not a single one from a backup landscape have had their backup data compromised, and every single one is fully recovered. But production data sets are at risk. Dev is at risk. Test QA is at risk, right? So it's a problem. So again, in the event of a breach, the question you need to answer, is it a breach or is it an incident? And if it's a breach, if there's data destruction, what do? You need a cyber recovery solution like Rubrik. If data's been exfiltrated, you need a cyber posture solution, a data security posture solution. So if there's no recovery from data exfiltration, how do we stop data theft? Let's walk through that. All right. The first thing is you need to identify data that can be eliminated, data that can be deleted. Let's say that you need to be HIPAA compliant and you find that there's decades old data sets that haven't been accessed in 10 years, sitting out in the open. You might be able to say, we should delete that data. We should archive that data. We should do something different than keep it in production storage sitting out there in the open. Reduce the chances of that data being exposed and exfiltrated. Limit access. Who has access to this data? What happens if everybody in the organization has access to a particular file that contains PII? Probably shouldn't be the case. It's good to know that. Limit the access to those types of things. Maybe somebody in sales has access to something in HR. They shouldn't have access to that. The next step would be, how do you then enforce the policies? You've set policies, you've gone through and you found out what data is out there, what could be eliminated. Limit the access. How do you continue to enforce those policies day after day, week after week? And then how do you identify potential compromised data sets? How do you know that maybe somebody's credentials have been compromised and the threat adversaries going through using those credentials to gain access to your mission critical data sets, transactional systems, and exfiltrating data? You need some mechanism to detect that and respond to that. So it just so happens to be that from a Rubrik standpoint, we have capabilities to help solve this across the entire hybrid landscape. We actually just recently made an acquisition of a company called Laminar. You may be interested to know, what is this that's been all over the slide. So let me introduce you to this. This is a technology that helped enable Rubrik to go faster and support additional data sets outside of just the data center into cloud and SaaS from a data detection and response perspective, as well as from a data sensitivity perspective. So let me walk you through how this capability really helps. As I mentioned, supporting cloud, SaaS, and data center. Cloud meaning AWS, Azure, GCP, SaaS, think of M365, Google Workspace, Snowflake, stuff like that. And data center, NAS, multi-petabyte NAS, virtual machines, etc. The first thing that we do is we'll automatically detect what assets are in your environment. I mentioned earlier, shadow IT, shadow data. What's out there? What do we have? Have we captured everything? The next step is to automatically detect what sensitive data is in those systems. Start classifying that information, providing context. From there, we then associate who has access to this. Who has access to this particular asset that contains sensitive data across your entire landscape? And then start tracking the activity. Are people doing abnormal things with data? Is a particular user maybe gaining access to systems they've never been accessing before and doing things like encrypting, deleting data, exfiltrating information? And know that as happening in real time against your production data sets and your backup targets. And then from a data security posture standpoint, how is this data protected? Meaning, do we just identify an S3 bucket we didn't know before that's publicly exposed, that contains stale, stagnant PII that everybody in the organization has access to? Those toxic combinations are things that we can identify and alert you of those so that you can go and remediate, take advantage of that, mask the data, delete it, encrypt it, take action. And we continue to evaluate those policies time over time, day over day, to keep track of how these things evolve and change and put you in the forefront of protecting your most critical asset outside of your employees and customers, which is your data. From an architecture standpoint, how we deploy Rubrik and Laminar is really plug and play. Immediate time to value, you can get it up and running in a matter of an hour and start protecting your data and automatically detecting the assets, classifying it, and understanding who has access to it. So time to value is immediate, near immediate. As I mentioned, we automatically discover these things across your estate. So it does not require any credentials, no connectors, no agents. All the data remains in your environment, whether that be on-prem or in the cloud. Nothing leaves your four walls or your cloud environments from a Laminar and a Rubrik perspective. Agentless in that we're using serverless functions in the cloud for the Laminar functions, and it's asynchronous. So we're making copies of this data so we're not impacting production through sampling and snapshot technology. So really lightweight. I'll share an example of a customer that's scanning 6 petabytes of data across AWS and Snowflake. They're scanning 200 additional data sets day over day. All the data has remained in their cloud environment. And compared to other tools that they were using before, Rubrik now provides the ability, specifically Laminar, to go in and detect 90% additional data sets and assets that they haven't been able to evaluate prior to this. So providing visibility across their entire estate, data remains in their environment, And they deal with some of the largest financial services organizations in the world as their customers. So when you start thinking about this data, it's extremely sensitive in nature, and are leveraging these capabilities to help protect that information. So what are the benefits of this capability? The first is stop data breaches, stop the actual exfiltration of data, the destruction of data. If it happens, you can recover. Reduce your cloud costs. If you identify a bunch of data that can be eliminated or archived, you can see an ROI on leveraging these capabilities. That's quite significant. Reducing the attack surface. If we find data that is out there and it's publicly exposed and everybody has access to it, let's reduce that so we can reduce the likelihood of that data being caught in any type of attack to begin with. And then gain visibility and control. So you have the ability to go and constantly evaluate what's happening with your data and your assets across your entire estate. So together, these capabilities really provide a complete cyber recovery and cyber posture technology stack for you to go and protect your data from attacks and give you the confidence to know if you're hit, the likelihood of data being exfiltrated and the likelihood of you being able to recover are on your side. So thank you very much. That's all I had. Appreciate your time. And I think we'll move on to questions.
Definitely. Awesome. Thank you so much. What a great presentation. And I have to say, congrats on the Laminar acquisition. That's pretty exciting.
Thanks. We're pumped. Yeah, we're very excited to have them on board. Great.
Yeah,
great
as
crew.
you should be. Yeah, and it sounds like there's been some exciting developments for Rubrik customers too, having that be part of the family.
Absolutely.
Well, Matt, we're going to jump into some questions, but I want to very quickly move things on over to the poll. And our question now for the audience before we get into answering your questions is what additional information you would like to get about the Rubrik solution. So obviously we just got kind of an introduction, and there's so much more to dig into. There's so much more to explore. So this is a great time to let Rubrik know how they can follow up with you, what additional information would be helpful for you wherever you're at in your preparedness and research journey. So go ahead and click on that there. And while you're doing that, Matt and I are going to dig into some questions. Matt, ready to rock?
Ready to rock.
Awesome. All right. Well, we got a couple of questions here because there's folks clearly that have different IT infrastructure set up and different environments in their organization. So I'm going to kind of consolidate and take a few questions here. Can you explain a little bit more about the environments that Rubrik will back up and scan? Is this going to work for an organization that is cloud, that's on-prem, that's hybrid? Any restrictions that anyone should be aware of?
Yeah, that's a great question. All the above. So we support data centers on-prem, multi-petabyte types environments, whether those be massive Isilon NetApp environments to all the hypervisors. We bare metal systems on-prem, all the databases you'd expect to have there. From a cloud perspective, the major three cloud players. AWS, Azure, GCP. From an IaaS standpoint, think of like S3 or Azure Blob or Azure VM, stuff like that. A PaaS environment, so any of the platform as a service offerings there. And then we support a lot of SaaS workloads as well. So Microsoft 365, Jira, Snowflake, Google Workspace, soon Salesforce. And that's a continuing, evolving, and growing space for us as well. Those are kind of the high level data sources that we protect, both from a backup and recovery and a sensitive data discovery, if you will, perspective.
And so I'm taking away from that also that there's no size limitation for, large company, big enterprise to small company. This is going to work for any size.
Yeah, some of the largest organizations in the world to, much smaller organizations all trust Rubrik, over 6,000 customers and growing. So, yeah.
Well, that brings up cost for a lot of people. And we did get a question about the licensing. So can you dig into that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's by capacity. It's a capacity license across most of these environments. So you think of it like a front end terabyte license. Subscription models. Simply how much data do you have that you want to protect and you want to keep track of across your estate, and as a subscription model, you simply sign up for the term. Like, how long would you like to run this? As deployed as, mostly as SaaS and some software that you would deploy in your environment.
Can you offer some, we had a couple of questions coming in about testing. And I think this is top of mind for a lot of people, and how often to be sort of testing ransomware recovery. And we hear it over and over and over again, right? Don't create a system and then set it up and let it get dust on the shelf. And wondering if you have any suggestions for the audience in terms of best practices for testing their ransomware recovery systems.
Yeah, so if you're a current customer, we actually have a lot of tools within Rubrik to simulate an actual attack and work through the recovery process. And that's really something that all Rubrik customers have access to. We have our ransomware response team at Rubrik as well. Every customer who is hit, let's hope it never happens, but if you do, have a whole staff of people that are there to support you through the recovery efforts. It doesn't replace an incident response team. But they are there to support you with all things Rubrik to make everything successful from a recovery and a forensics effort. So there's that. The best thing you can do is practice as a team. We even have things called Save the Data, which are free events that we host for customers and partners, where we actually simulate attacks and walk you through scenarios like a tabletop exercise so that you can be more familiar with what may happen in an attack. And that's across not just IT and security, but also other lines of business that may need to be brought into the equation. Think the financial team, think of HR, legal, etc. It's a great event. We run that for free for any customer, prospect, etc. So those are all things that I would say. But the number one thing you can do is practice, have a plan, practice. That'll help you protect yourself. From a test standpoint, if you're not a Rubrik customer, the best thing to do is start with gaining visibility. Understand what you have, what's out there. That's step one. What do I need to protect? What do I need to archive? What data sets do I have that might not be protected? Sensitive data that's publicly exposed, like those types of things. As a prospect of Rubrik, we run this all the time for our customers and prospects to give them that insight so that they know. So those are the things that I would focus on.
I think those are some great tips. I love the Save the Data events. Those sound so exciting. And I really appreciate that, you added in there kind of reaching out to all those teams that need to be involved in it. And I think it's so easy, because we talk about ransomware all the time, to think that everybody is talking about ransomware all the time. And if it's not, top of mind for you in HR, then you might not be remembering that. And so to be brought in to kind of run through that tabletop with all the invested parties that would need to be involved is really key. And I love that you guys include that. I also want to say that the visibility sparked for me. We get comments all the time, Matt, about how great the user experience is on your dashboard, and how easy it is to get the insight that you need. Do you want to speak at all to sort of the customization or visibility that's provided through that?
Yeah, I mean, what we try to do is give you a couple different lenses to make it as effective as possible. I think one of the ways to look at it is we have this what we call a data security command center, and what it is a view of your entire Rubrik estate and the data that's under protection, and we actually score it 0 to 100. So that we actually measure that based on data sets that are protected. Is there sensitive data within them? Is there abnormal behavior happening there? Really give context to what's happening with the data and provide recommendations. What that does is gives you sort of that dashboard to know what's the health of my estate across everything that's under protection with Rubrik, and really provide that high level view. From there, you can dive down into specific rooms and start to learn more about what sensitive data is out there, who has access to it, what they're doing with it, down to the file level. So we give you that visibility, very granular visibility, and know where that data, what's happening, and put that data in context, and then give you recommendations, right? It's like one thing, if you know it, these are the things that you can do with it. Sometimes automatically take action, like in Snowflake as an example. I found a bunch of sensitive data, and I want it to be masked because it's in production environments, and I don't want anybody to gain access to this data by accident, do something malicious with it. So those types of things that we can take action on as well and provide that visibility right from the Rubrik UI.
Awesome. All right. Well, Matt, clearly there's a lot to dig in here, and I wish we could keep going with this, but I think we're going to start to wrap up here. But before we let you go, you've given us a lot of great tips and ideas and things, to kind of get started and learn about Rubrik, whether we're existing customers or potential new customers. If you had to narrow down on sort of one next step for somebody that wants to learn a little bit more about what's available at Rubrik, and Laminar, very exciting, what would you suggest is that first step?
Yeah, reach out to any partners that maybe you buy your technology from and ask if you don't know who your Rubrik account team is to get engaged with them and get an overview. You can reach out to AWS, Azure, GCP teams. You can reach out to as I mentioned, the resellers or your Rubrik customers, sales team directly. And I think I can give you the quick 30-minute overview of what this is and learn about your use cases, what you want. Obviously, the website and everything else is great. But I think that's a great place to start and just get the content that you need in real time. So I'd suggest that, and a lot of people who I think have found that to be helpful.
Awesome. All right, Matt. Well, I really appreciate you being here with us today. It has been a pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks for the time, and enjoy the rest of the presentations, folks. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely have lots of cool stuff coming your way, so stay tuned for that. And thanks to everyone who clicked on that poll there. I really appreciate all of those answers coming in. Also, keep those questions coming in. We're going to make sure that any that didn't get answered get to the Rubrik team, so you will get some responses back from those. And I am going to, before we move things along, we have a prize giveaway now. So we are going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card, and then, and I know you see it up there, one of those Microsoft Surface Pro 9. So very exciting giveaway coming up here. Now, I will remind you again that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Frank Barnes of Tennessee. Frank Barnes of Tennessee. And our very first winner of a Microsoft Surface Pro 9 is Andy Kim of California. Andy Kim of California. Congratulations to our big winners out there. And again, stay tuned. We'll follow up with you after we wrap. But we are going to keep things trucking right along here because we have another awesome presentation in the wings. And I'm guessing that for a lot of you, this speaker does not need an introduction. We are looking at, of course, the one and only Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger, thank you so much for being here with us today. I always learn a ton from your presentations. I cannot wait to hear what you have in store for us today. So Roger, I am going to hand things on over to you. Take it away.
Thanks everyone for showing up for my Ransomware 3.0. We thought it was bad and then it got worse. What I hope to cover is what's happening in the trends of ransomware that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with. We're going to talk about where it was and where it's going to be and that sort of stuff. If you don't know me, I'm Roger Grimes, been doing computer security 34 years, written 13 books, over 1,200 magazine articles on computer security, and the last one was called the Ransomware Protection Playbook. I'm going to be covering stuff I didn't even cover in there, but I did cover a lot of it, so you don't even have to go buy the book. I'm covering a lot of that material. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning we try to help you not to get phished, you and your coworkers not to get phished or socially engineered, which is, the primary way that ransomware uses to compromise organizations. So I'm going to cover kind of where ransomware is today, where it's going, where I think it's going to finish up with the Ransomware 4.0 version, and then your best defenses no matter what version it is, as much as I can over the next 30 minutes. So today's ransomware, the ransomware gangs come in, they often survey the compromised network, they research your organization, they find out how much money you make, they look at your financial statements, so they can figure out how much ransom they're going to charge you. They try to find out what your company's crown jewels are so they can figure out what data to steal and what computers they can encrypt to cause the most pain and disruption. And they say that if you don't pay them, not only will they encrypt your data, but they're going to release your stolen data to the internet or the world. This is how most ransomware works today. About 86% of ransomware uses this workflow that I'm going to share. First of all, most of the time the victim is on the internet. You don't have to be on the internet to be compromised by ransomware. Some of the ransomware groups do things like send USB keys that are claiming to be from security organizations or CISA or something. and then the person runs it and gets infected that way. But most of the victims by far are connected to the internet. They typically get tricked. The number one way is tricked into running some Trojan horse program that infects their device and modifies it so that it can live through a reboot. It's not, that is the primary way most people get ransomware, is by social engineering. Get social engineered and clicking on a link they shouldn't click, or downloading a document that they shouldn't download. But the two other primary ways are also that the victim has unpatched software, like unpatched VPN software, unpatched Windows or something like that. Or it could be because the attacker either knows your password, they've gotten that password, usually because you've been socially engineered some other way, or they guess at your password. Those are the three main ways that ransomware programs would get in on a device or your network. Again, it's social engineering, unpatched software, password issues of some sort. But either way, again, that initial program, which usually isn't the actual encrypting ransomware program, gets in, modifies the host system, usually collects as many passwords as it can out of the browser. So anytime you browse on the internet and your browser says, would you like me to remember your password so that you can log in faster next time, you say yes. Those Trojan horse programs, they call that component, is called an info stealer or password stealer, steals that information. And it connects over the internet to its command and control servers to deliver those stolen passwords and to let the hackers know, hey, here's the new place that I've broken into. They'll usually download at least 2 other malicious programs completely unrelated to themselves, with completely different signatures. And that's so that if, antivirus program detects one of them, the other 2 will hopefully live. They usually download different programs, put them in different places. Usually all 3 are undetectable by antivirus, and that's because the developers actually monitor the antivirus companies and tell their programs through the command and control servers to re-encrypt themselves or change their signature so that they stay unscannable in perpetuity. Usually the developers are watching a website called virustotal.com. Virustotal.com, you can go there right now. www.virustotal.com is owned by Google, and right now it's running 83 antivirus engines. And as people start to upload different malware programs, it will start to be detected by its hash signature on that website. And the attackers can tell, hey, this antivirus engine and this antivirus engine are starting to detect our creations, and they'll just tell their malware creations to update themselves. And again, so the average malware program is on a company's network from months to 8 to 12 months to a year without being detected. So most people are running antivirus that get hit by ransomware, but their antivirus is not detecting that ransomware. They'll start to install themselves in different types of programs all around the internet, encrypting programs, password stealing programs, and the entire time they're there, anybody that's typing in any password, it is key logging and stealing. So any of the company login names and passwords, any of the people's personal login names and passwords. So if you're going to Amazon during the day and buying garbage bags or something, it gets that password. If you're going to bank account, stock account, health care account, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, the attacker is getting all of those passwords. Eventually, the hacker ransomware gang logs on into the command and control servers. And by the way, those servers are just hosted on somebody else's compromised computer that doesn't even know that's what those computers are being used for. So people are at home going, hey, my computer is being really slow, or my network's being really slow, or some business is thinking that. And what they don't know is that their computers and resources network are being involved in this massive ransomware botnet command and control server center. But the hackers log in, get a list of all the different networks that ransomware program has compromised, usually by network name and IP address, and it usually collects some other information like host name and stuff. But from that, they can kind of tell what company they're in. The hacker will then log in remotely through a backdoor program, or usually they'll find out, like, does this company use, like Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP, and if they do, that's how they log in. Or if you're using, Logman, they use that, or, VNC, they'll use that. So that way they log in just as people and the administrators do, which is very difficult for the system to detect as malicious. They'll look around, they'll eavesdrop an email, they'll find out what the crown jewels are, they'll find out how much money they can pay in ransom. They'll come in, analyze, assess the target, steal whatever information they want, and then tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're releasing that information on the internet, which they do if the victim doesn't pay, and then eventually launch an encryption program and ask for the ransom. This is how 86% of ransomware works today. This is it. This is not the new stuff. This is the what I would call ransomware 2.0. The media calls it double extortion. I call it quintuple extortion because that's what it's really doing. Again, it's stealing credentials, it's stealing intellectual property. If the victim doesn't pay the original victim organization, they'll actually threaten the victim's employees and customers and say, not only did Roger not care enough to protect your information, but he doesn't care to pay 2% of his net revenues to us, that he's going to allow us to attack you now. They oftentimes have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram sites where they are listing the different victims they've broken into, along with copies of the data and records from that data to prove that they have that data. What's important about this is that today's ransomware, again, this is 86% of ransomware, is that a backup is not saving you from any of that. A backup saves you from encrypted files, not from all this other stuff. And today's victims, about 40 to 60% of the victims pay. And it's usually because of the stolen data, not even because of the encryption part, or certainly because of both the encryption and the stolen data. And again, if you don't pay them, they don't release your files, and they may even attack you again and all that other stuff. So where's it going? What is the ransomware 3.0? It is that everything is a possibility. That it used to be that they pretty much broke in, encrypted your file, stole some information, that was that. But these days, it's all these different approaches, which I'm going to go into more in detail. But the essential thing here is that, when they break into an organization, they've downloaded all the passwords of the organization. They have complete control across the organization, and they can do whatever they want. And that's what's happening, is that they're no longer just ransoming encrypted files. They're doing things like becoming access brokers. Network access brokers used to be fundamentally different than the ransomware groups. Access brokers are criminal groups that have socially engineered victims out of their passwords, or guessed against their passwords, or stolen them from other websites and proven that they have access into particular environments. But access brokers will they'll literally say, hey, we have compromised credentials to the 5th largest company in the world, or we've broken into this media company that has 100,000 employees. But they literally will advertise the sale and auction off credentials to different types of companies. And then ransomware groups and other types of ransomware people will buy those. So like here's another example of a network access broker called Wazukawak or whatever, Waka. This is a Russian guy. He's missing a finger. He actually advertises his picture on the internet quite often. But again, he says, hey, I get paid to allow people to break into place. So the ransomware groups are oftentimes buying login names and passwords from these access brokers. And you will know this because when the ransomware group comes up to the company to break in, they're not guessing against the password. They literally put in login name, password, go right in. So they didn't guess. They had the login name and password. And a lot of times, like ransomware groups will be asked by the victim, okay, I'll pay you, but you got to tell me how you got in so we can close the hole, which is a very good thing to do. And the ransomware group's like, we have no idea how that happened. It's because they got sold the access by a network access broker, and they don't know how it was obtained. But now what's changed is that the ransomware groups are starting to sell access to other companies. Like, they're starting to, they'll advertise like, hey, we're looking for a buyer for this, world's leading manufacturer of stainless steel storage and processing vessels, or we're looking for someone to sell, here's login names to a family-owned commercial printer. So think about that, is that, here they are if they're going to advertise stolen credentials to a family-owned commercial printer, they're going to sell access for login names and password to any size company. But we'll see ads like these all the time from these different ransomware groups saying, this company has 100,000 employees, because that tells an attacker that pays for that it's a big company. They can ask for a lot of ransom. Plus, they'll get a lot of login names and passwords that they can use in other types of attacks. And they're selling the access usually for a few $100s to a few $1,000s, depending on the size of the company. And again, what changed is that the ransomware groups are now becoming the access brokers, so there's still a lot of passwords. It used to be that different malware families would drop off ransomware, so the malware developers of that malware family would, like TrickBot or something like that, would often get paid by the ransomware guys to drop off ransomware. Well, now that's kind of changed. The ransomware groups are now dropping off other malware. So they've kind of switched. They're making money by dropping off other malware instead of being dropped off by other malware. Making money They're installing crypto miners. Crypto miners are that software programs that help mine usually Bitcoin, but it could be other types of cryptocurrencies. Well, mining cryptocurrency and Bitcoin takes a lot of processing power. You have to perform trillions of transactions, trillions and trillions to come close to earning a Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency token. And so attackers have been installing, have for a long time, just more so, installing crypto mining malware. So before they encrypt the company or steal the company's data, they'll use your resources to mine cryptocurrency. And they try their best not to make it take up too much resources because they don't want you finding out about this cryptocurrency crypto miner that's been installed. But they're making money off your network and your computers before they go off. They're starting to do a lot of distributed denial of service attacks. That's where you typically have hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands of these denial of service DDoS bots. And these are just people's compromised cable modems and Wi-Fi routers and compromised computers that are under control of the botnet master that can then go attack other companies or do crypto mining or whatever. But now they're starting to do distributed denial of service attacks. And that's where they send literally trillions of bad packets against a particular target to knock them off the internet and say, if you don't pay us, we're going to keep you off the internet. And let me say, distributed denial of service attackers they were kind of the original ransomware guys saying, pay us $100 grand and we're going to keep you off the internet. What's changed is the ransomware groups are now doing that. It used to be that the ransomware groups would sometimes do DDoS attacks, like they'd attack a company, and sometimes that company would have it, many times in large companies and banks and stuff, the company's website is not located on the network that they compromised. So the ransomware group would denial of service attack the other public website that was hosted somewhere else too and say, pay us or we're not going to, we're going to keep you down. But now what's happening is they're many times just doing that. They're not encrypting the files, they're not stealing the data, they're just doing a denial of service attack and say, pay us. This really became well known last year or in 2021 when they attacked a voice over IP company used by a lot of IT companies. Again, no encryption, no data exfiltration, just a denial of service attack. And they asked for $4.2 million to stop this attack, which went on for days and days and days. And here's some more information about it. They're just the media saying, hey, we now have these different ransomware operators like SunCrypt or Ragnar or whatever that are doing distributed denial of service attacks, and this is new and it's not a good thing. And here's some more. Hello Kitty ransomware group turns to denial of service extortion attacks. And it's just become something that some ransomware groups do as a part of what they do. So probably the most dangerous thing is that ransomware groups and hacking groups are starting to change their tactics on a fly. This is, like Accenture was reporting last year that the Karakoot threat group was modifying its tactics depending on the victim's environment, favoring a more living off the land approach. That is what a lot of ransomware groups are trying to do. They will break in and then kind of decide what they want to do. Like this is from a report from Microsoft on a bunch of different human-operated ransomware groups from actually a year or two before, but they were talking about this represents one of the most impactful trends in cyber attacks today, that they exhibit an extensive knowledge of systems administration and perform thorough reconnaissance and adapt to whatever they discover in a compromised network. So it's this idea that malware goes in and the hackers go in and they kind of figure out, they have the lay of the land, they collect all the passwords, they figure out what they want to do. And this is in that same Microsoft report, in this case, discussing a group called, I guess, Parancata. But they said, we've observed the group changing tactics to match its needs and use compromised machines for various purposes, including cryptocurrency mining, sending spam emails, or proxying for other attacks. The group's goals and payloads have shifted over time, influenced by the type of compromised infrastructure, although recently doing ransomware. So this, again, was something that was starting to do. It started the trend. Now it's really, really common in the ransomware world. And you may ask yourself, well, where's the likely finishing point? And it's that what I call ransomware 3.0 is that everything is a possibility. They're now starting to do more things more often. And part of that is that you have an increased consolidation of the ransomware industry. There's increased pressure. We're arresting more of them. They're having a tougher time getting paid. And so every customer becomes this, this thing where we can do lots of stuff and we need to decide what we want to do. So, you know, it used to be that they would collect the exfiltrated data and tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're going to, you know, release it publicly. But now they're collecting it and selling it. It used to be they'd collect, you know, login names and passwords and say, if you don't pay us, you know, we're going to release it to the public. But now they're selling those credentials to other hackers and other ransomware groups. They're selling the initial access. You know, they're hackers for hire. People can hire them to break into their competitor. They're selling lead lists. So they'll still your customer list and lead list from your organization, sell them to your competitors. They're doing business email compromise scams by sending you like fake invoices and things like that. They're installing adware. They're doing crypto mining. They're sending spam emails. They're, you know, turning your company's computers and networks into a rentable botnet. Anything that they can do to generate revenue. And really what I think the future, what I call ransomware 4.0, is that, you know, you have this natural consolidation going on and all these businesses, they think themselves as businesses trying to make money, and the, you know, the money from just doing ransomware is decreasing. So I think they're going to start looking at every compromised victim as a potential bag of money and try to figure out how they're going to maximize that money. You know, like maybe they start with low risk detection activities, maybe stealing data, you know, credentials to sell later. Maybe they install a crypto miner, install some adware to make some money, then maybe stealing money from people's bank accounts. Maybe they're sending fake invoices to try to do a business email compromise scam. So I think anytime anyone gets a business email compromise scam, you know, fake invoice letter or something, they're not thinking, oh, I must have ransomware in my environment. They're just thinking someone's coming through their email system and getting to the appropriate people that might be ripe for this sort of, you know, social engineering, and not knowing that, hey, they've been watching these people and learning who they need to send the, you know, the invoice letters to be successful and that sort of stuff. Maybe, you know, they've got your login names and passwords for your email, so they can send emails to your trusted partners and customers that, you know, will then end up letting them get compromised, so that, you know, your business partner or customers getting this email claiming to be from you, it really is from your email systems. It really has your domain name on it. They think it's something trustworthy. Oh, this person wants me to open a document. Or this company wants me to open a document. Well, let me see what it does. And boom, they're now compromised. And then maybe they finish up with encrypting ransomware and a distributed denial of service attack. This is where ransomware is headed, because again, you know, the ultimate goal of what they can do is not just encrypting data, stealing data. It's anything they want to do, and they're going to try to, you know, maximize the value of every customer. So you might ask yourself, well, what does that mean? What, you know, how can I defend myself against these sort of attacks? Well, really, it's the same as any ransomware, just more so. But, you know, I would say definitely communicate with management that ransomware is changing. It's no longer just encrypting you know, your servers and data and asking for money. There's still 86% of it is stealing, you know, data, stealing credentials, and now it's doing more and more stuff. You need to let, you know, management know that a backup alone is not going to save you. If you're interested in everything you can do to prevent and defeat and mitigate ransomware, just know that KnowBefore, we have a ransomware portal, so you can go to knowbefore.com/ransomware, and it's got we've got a lot of documents there, including the ransomware hostage rescue manual guide, which I wrote, which even has a really cool checklist in there, a step-by-step checklist of what to do if you think you've been hit by ransomware. And we even have the ransomware simulator, which is over a dozen different ransomware programs simulated in a virtual machine. But if you run it, your antivirus or endpoint detection response software should detect it and shut it down. But, you know, you also need to recognize that the real problem is not ransomware. Ransomware is the outcome of your real problem, which is how did the ransomware get in? How did it get admin? Because if you don't close the vulnerabilities that allowed the ransomware to get in, it's just something else that's going to get in. It's just going to be a backdoor Trojan or a password stealing Trojan or something like that. Your problem is not ransomware, really. That's the outcome of your real problem that you need to solve. And how does ransomware get in? Well, we kind of know it. About half of it is because of social engineering. Someone got tricked into clicking on a link they shouldn't have clicked on, or downloading a document they shouldn't have downloaded. About a quarter of it is due to unpatched software, increasingly unpatched VPNs and things like that. And then it looks like it's kind of password related. It could be password guessing or credential theft or RDP. And RDP, kind of this nebulous thing. Does that mean that they were guessing against it? A lot of times they have a login name and password and they just go right in. What's remote server attack mean? I think that means misconfiguration or unpatched software. So I think if you look at how people get compromised here based upon how these different ransomware reports, I looked at over 100, 120 ransomware reports to get, I only found 6 that reported how people get broken in due to ransomware. But based upon that, again, about half of it's social engineering, about a quarter of it's due to unpatched software, and then a quarter of it is somewhere around password guessing or password, password cracking or something like that. That's your main ways that they're getting in. So if you want to defend yourself against ransomware and really all hackers and malware, you need to focus on mitigating social engineering. Social engineering is involved in 70 to 90% of all attacks and at least 50% of all ransomware attacks. So if you want to have a decent chance of stopping ransomware, you need to somehow mitigate social engineering and preventing people from clicking on links and that they shouldn't click on, from downloading documents they shouldn't click on. And that takes a combination of good policies, technical defenses, and security awareness training. To do that, you need to make sure you patch your internet accessible software, and that's because unpatched software is involved in about 50% of, a quarter percent of ransomware attacks. If you want to know what software is being exploited by hackers, go to the CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, and find their known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. It lists every software that the U.S. government knows is being used by hackers to break into places. You should use phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication where you can, and non-guessable passwords that are unique for every website and service where you can't use MFA. Again, really important to try to use phishing-resistant MFA. Unfortunately, 90-95% of it is phishable, but where you can, try to use phishing-resistant MFA. And if you don't know what that means, there's a link to my LinkedIn column where I actually talk all about phishable versus phishing resistant MFA and what MFA I consider phishing resistant. Also teach yourself, your friends, your family, your loved ones, and coworkers how to spot rogue URLs. Remember, half of ransomware attacks involve social engineering. Usually that involves some type of rogue link. So teach yourself, again, and everybody else, how to spot the difference between a good link and a bad link. There's a link right there to a blog where I wrote an article about the 12 most common rogue URL tricks. And then if you go click on that second link, that's a 1-hour webinar where I show you like 50 different examples of rogue URLs and how you should know the difference between a real URL and a rogue URL. And of course, you should have a great complete test to secure a 3-2-1 backup, because with ransomware, you still need a backup, a good backup. You should have 3 copies of your data. That means the original copy of the data, 2 other copies, and those 2 copies should be somewhere else. One of them should be truly offline. You need a good 3-2-1 backup that you've tested for all your critical systems if you're going to have a chance of defeating ransomware, plus all this other stuff. If you want to know everything you can do to prevent phishing, since phishing and social engineering is involved in about half of all attacks, you can attend my webinar. This is a 1-hour webinar with 99 slides that tells you everything that my head could think of to defeat phishing. If you don't want to watch me for another hour, you can download my 49-page ebook that has all the same steps and recommendations in it in reading form. So choose your poison, how you want to be bored by me, whether it's the 1-hour webinar online or the 49-page ebook. But altogether, again, has everything I could think of and KnowBe4 could think of to help prevent phishing. Of course, at KnowBe4, we're very big believers in that everybody should be trained on how to prevent different types of attacks, social engineering attacks, phishing attacks. Everybody should get a longer training when they first get hired, and every year thereafter, maybe 30, 45 minutes. And then after that, everybody, at least every month, gets smaller training, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And then you do simulated phishing. Again, at least once a month, you do simulated phishing to see if the people you're training are trickable or not. And if they do click on the phishing links, they should immediately be told what they did wrong and how they should have expected it, or should have noticed that it was a phishing attack, and then given more training. With that said, thanks for putting up with me over the last half hour. My name is Roger Grimes. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I'll try to answer your questions within 24 hours. Again, that was rogerg@knowbe4.com. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, where I'm talking about ransomware and how to prevent from being attacked by hackers and malware every single day. Thanks, everybody, for putting up with me, and continue to fight the good fight.
Roger, it is always so much fun chatting with you. Thank you so much for being here with us. I know the audience really enjoyed that as well. And lots of great takeaways from that conversation. Speaking of takeaways, we have that wish list up on the screen for you here. And what we're wondering is what additional information would be helpful for you from KnowBe4. So take a second right now and click on that wish list. Let them know what you would like to have sent your way. And then that way KnowBe4 will send you exactly what you need. It's like hitting the easy button on this, right? You don't even have to do any research. They'll put it right in your email inbox. All right. So while you guys are clicking on that poll, I'm also going to remind you to head on over to the handouts tab. Be sure that you click in and find that KnowBe4 link. You can actually, a few of you were wondering about testing, and we talked about that a little bit earlier in the presentations today. So this is a great testing option. You can get that ransom download from KnowBe4, and it's basically going to simulate a ransomware and crypto mining infection, so you can see how vulnerable your network is. So please do go ahead and click on that handout or on that link there and make sure you've got that saved. Open that tab, hold on to that for later, because you're going to want to do that a little bit later on once we wrap up today. But don't go anywhere yet, because we've got lots more in store for you. Speaking of which, we have a prize giveaway now. So we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card to someone who is here live at the MegaCast with us. And our very next lucky winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Kevin Walton of Maine. Kevin Walton of Maine. Congratulations to you, Kevin. We will follow up with you after we wrap, so stay tuned for that. I also do want to remind you all that we do have that best question gift card. That's a $50 Amazon gift card that's coming at you at the end of the webinar here. So we review all questions asked, every question that's asked during the webinar, and then we look at them after we wrap. So even if we don't get to your question during a live session, you are still entered to win just by asking that question. And again, that's a $50 Amazon gift card going to the best question asked from each of our sessions. So keep those questions coming in. All right, well, I know we will have lots of questions for this next expert, because we've got some great content to dive into. So let's keep things rolling. We have another awesome speaker in the wings on this jam-packed MegaCast today. Wow, has it been a great day already? And we are keeping the good times coming. Up next, we have Matt Hickey, the Senior Director, Sales Engineering at Sophos. Matt, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, I know that you have a ton of cool information lined up for us, and I can't wait to dive in. So let's get things rolling. Matt, the platform is all yours. Take it away.
Welcome to today's presentation, Sophos Endpoint, delivering better security outcomes for real-world organizations. My name is Matthew Hickey, Vice President of Solutions Engineering at Sophos. And every time I kind of rip from the headlines some recent things that have happened across the news, and I think we've all paid attention to the latest attacks that have occurred. MGM Hotels was hit with a ransomware attack, but they weren't the only ones in the gambling industry, because prior to that attack, Caesars Entertainment paid $15 million of ransomware. And of course, we saw that Clorox was reeling from a cyber attack that had really affected their quarterly earnings. So if you were to tell me 15 years ago, when this ransomware first reared its ugly head, that we'd still be talking about that as a major threat to corporate IT systems, I'd be shocked. But that being said, it's here and it's here to stay. And we see the ransomware attacks increasing. And ransomware attacks have increased in volume over the last year, and the repercussions are widespread. 66% of our respondents in a state of ransomware survey reported that their organizations were hit by ransomware in the previous year, a 78% increase from the previous year. In nearly 2/3 of these incidents, attackers encrypted data. Yet overall, the average cost to remediate a ransomware attack was a business-crippling $1.4 million. Furthermore, 90% of those victims said a ransomware attack impacted their ability to operate, while 86% of the private sector organizations said it caused them to lose business or revenue. The growth in ransomware incidents was part of a broader cyber threat, and 72% of the respondents of the survey increased the volume and complexity impact of cyber attacks over that last year. A properly configured endpoint protection solution represents one of the most effective methods to defend against this attack. What we'll talk about today is how best practices of deploying your solution and how to prevent these types of attacks with good IT hygiene and additional layers of security. But when it comes to delivering and spreading their malware, ransomware operatives continue to evolve. The trend that we've seen is that they're holding data it's not more like encrypting data, but they're actually holding data as extortion and as a release of this data. And they're also developing really more innovative extortion methods. They're selling stolen data through a subscription model, which is adopting software as a service type of model as well, or they're auctioning off the stolen data to the highest criminal bidder. When it comes to innovation, Lockbit led the pack. These threat actors are functioning like legitimate software services, offering bug bounty programs, a menu of service offerings. Lockbit's new bug bounty program offers rewards between $1,000 to $1 million for a variety of activities, from finding bugs in its malware to ideas for improving operations. Lockbit also offers its victims the chance to purchase or destroy the stolen data or extend the time the data is leaked. So they're actually expanding and being very flexible in their offerings, but in all, the ultimate goal is to get more money. Ransomware as a service. Much of the recent increase of the volume of ransomware attacks can be attributed to the growing ransomware as a service model. There's been a shift from threat actors who make ransomware and use it to attack organizations using this model. With ransomware as a service, a cybercrime gang group builds ransomware and leases it out to the attackers. This approach lowers the barrier of entry, making ransomware accessible to the greater number of adversaries than before. Once adversaries are inside their victims' environments, they often spread many days, weeks, or months exploring the network, escalating privileges, exfiltrating data, and installing malware. Now, I once had a conversation with a customer, and when I mentioned ransomware, he said he was not really concerned with ransomware. He was more concerned with breaches. But you have to remember that typically a ransomware attack is the last attack a user will do on the network. If you've been attacked by ransomware, most likely exfiltration has occurred on your network, so you have to treat it like a breach event. As moving forward, we'll take a look at what a typical ransomware attack looks like. So a typical targeted ransomware attack might look like this. First of all, they gain entry via an exploitation of a vulnerability in an unpatched software, malware such as Emotet or TrickBot, phishing attempts. The next step is they'll escalate the privileges until they are an administrator. Attackers exploit system vulnerabilities to gain privilege levels that let them bypass security software. They attempt to disable or bypass security software using highly tailored files. Failing this, they will attempt to breach the Security Management Council and disable security systems. And we've seen multiple times where an administrator's system has been compromised. And in doing so, they were actually able to gain password access and administrative access to administrative tools. So this is why it's really important to deploy multi-factor authentication type of technologies. The next thing they will do is deploy the ransomware that encrypts the victim's files. Hackers use network and host vulnerabilities or basic file sharing protocols to compromise other systems on the networks. They also utilize tools that companies already use in the network, such as PSExec and PowerShell. And of course, what they'll do too is leave a ransom note demanding payment and the directions for files in order to get their files back. And then what they'll do is wait for the victim to contact them via email or the dark web website. And this is the evolution of ransomware. It really hasn't changed, but it just gives you an idea of the multiple steps that are involved in a typical targeted attack. What we've also seen is that the remote desktop protocol played a major part in a lot of the cyber attacks investigated by Sophos incident response team. RDP and desktop sharing tools like virtual network computing, or VNC, or commonly known as VNC, are legitimate and highly used features that allow administrators to access and manage systems remotely. Unfortunately, without proper safeguards, ransomware actors commonly exploit these tools. Interesting how attacks are using RDP is changing. Most of the incidents investigated by Sophos, RDP was only used for internal access and lateral movement. So that's once they get inside the network, they're leveraging that tool to move laterally within your network. Meanwhile, RDP was used for external access only 1% of the cases. And quite honestly, I think this is mostly due to good hygiene from these network administrators. No longer are they allowing RDP access to the internet. So what usually happens is that, and what we've seen in the previous is that they had a terminal server deployed, they take it inside the network and think they're safe, and they forget that they still need to protect it from the attack to limit lateral access. While we're still on the topic of RDP, let me walk you through a recent attack that a Sophos incident responders were brought to remediate. This is an automotive supplier was hit with 3 separate ransomware attacks. All 3 threat actors abused the same misconfiguration. a firewall rule exposing RDP on a management server, but used different ransomware strains and tactics. The first ransomware group, identified as Lockbit, exfiltrated data to the MegaCloud storage service using MegaCast to extract passwords, and distributed the ransomware binary using PSExec. That's, it's a legitimate tool, but a tool that you could actually mitigate or limit access to specific users. Then a second group, identified as Hive, used RDP for a second time. This time, they moved laterally before dropping the ransomware just 2 hours after the Lockbit threat actors. Now, as the victim restored data from backup, an affiliate accessed the network, installed a Terra agent, which is a legitimate access tool, to establish persistence and exfiltrated data. 2 weeks after the Lockbit and Hive attacks, the threat actor distributed the ransomware and cleared the Windows event logs. As well as creating an ongoing nightmare for this victim, the story illustrates some of the ways cyber attacks have evolved and the importance of locking down RDP or other remote management tools. So let's take a look at the best practices for securing your security solution. Alongside security solution, using an endpoint security or extended detection and response, known as XDR in the industry, solution that includes advanced prevention technology and threat hunting capabilities is one of the most effective methods for protecting against ransomware attacks. However, these techniques do provide maximum cyber protection. They need to be configured correctly. We therefore recommend these 7 best practices to protect your endpoint devices from ransomware. Number 1, use the default policy recommendations set out by the vendor and ensure all features are enabled. It sounds obvious, but this is a surefire way to get the best protection from your endpoint solution. Policies are designed to stop specific threats, and the regular checking that all protection options are enabled ensures your endpoints are protected against the current and emerging ransomware. Keep in mind too, is that no longer can we live in an endpoint solution where it's set and forget. We always want to make sure to stay on top of our configurations. And when it comes to endpoint security, stay on top of our exclusions as well. And make sure you set up specific guardrails so that you don't get off the trail of actually those good configurations. Additionally, we recommend that you enable tamper protection because, as I mentioned before, once they get access to a specific system, the first thing they're going to look to do is disable that system. So make sure that tamper protection is enabled and that it's protected as well. Enable forensic logging, ideally offsite as well, so it's additional protected. So not in the current system or not in a system that they can move laterally to if they get access. If you do get compromised, you will want to know what happened. However, most data won't be available since attackers often wipe system logs to cover the tracks. You may lose access to your device, having a record of activity in the cloud, such as a data lake. Sophos has a data lake included with their XDR solution, and it ensures that you retain the access to the important information. In addition, enable features that detect fileless attack techniques and ransomware behaviors to stop criminals from infiltrating your endpoints and deploying harmful ransomware strains. If you're Sophos customer, managing these endpoint protections through Sophos Central can achieve some of this using the Account Health Check tool. So some of the things we're talking about specifically applies to your Sophos endpoint. This is a feature that was rolled out last year, and it's a Sophos Account Health Check feature. It enables you to quickly identify and address configuration issues with your Sophos protected devices. This maximizes your defenses. This is available to everyone, to all Sophos customers out there managing their Sophos endpoint and server security through the Sophos Central platform. It has a number of key checks. So first of all, it's going to check your software assignment. So do all of your devices that are out there have the right software assigned to them? It'll check your threat policy. Are policies using recommended settings? It will show your exclusions. Are any exclusions creating significant exposure? You won't believe how many customers I've run into that had a star on their C drive for exclusions, meaning it really wasn't doing any work at all. And also make sure tamper protection has not been disabled on that system. While recommended settings are automatically applied with all new Sophos deployments, over time, issues can develop as devices are added and removed. Also, if you have multiple administrators in there trying to create exclusions to do application troubleshooting, things of that nature, I've seen this happen as well as we haven't gone back to a good configuration. We understand that teams change, administrators change, but we recommend customers review the health check at least every 3 months to maintain a healthy environment. Number 2, regularly review your exclusions. This is the biggest thing we've seen with a lot of our deployments. Exclusions prevent trustworthy directories and file types from being scanned for malware. They are sometimes used to reduce system delays and minimize the risk of false positives. What we have seen over time is that drift. It's that security drift of growing a list of excluded directories and file types that can impact many people across the network. Malware that manages to make its way to excluded directories, perhaps accidentally by the user, execution will be successful. Regularly check your list of exclusions within your threat protection settings and limit the number of exclusions as possible. For any you can't remove, make sure they are specific as possible. And don't exclude, rather than excluding an entire database directory or drive, only exclude specific files with their full path. This prevents malware from bypassing your security and running from the same folder. 3, enable multi-factor authentication. I can't emphasize this enough. I've seen multiple occasions where an administrator's account was activated because MFA wasn't enabled. Now, this is a default behavior now of Sophos Central, but this is a good behavior on any of your security solutions. MFA provides an additional layer of security after the first factor, which is often a password. Enabling MFA across your applications is critical for all users, especially those who have access to Security Console. Doing so ensures access to your endpoint protection solution is secure and not prone to accidental or deliberate attempts to change your settings that could otherwise leave your endpoint devices vulnerable to attacks. MFA is also critical to secure RDP. 4th, ensure every endpoint is protected and up to date. Check your devices regularly to find out if they're protected and up to date. If a device is not functioning correctly, they may not be protected and could be vulnerable to a ransomware attack or other attacks. Endpoint security tools often provide this telemetry, and a healthy IT maintenance program is also helpful for regular checking for any potential IT issues. As I mentioned earlier, and I'll probably say again, is that endpoint security was thought to be a set and forget type of technology. We're no longer in that paradigm. And maintain good IT hygiene. IT or cyber hygiene is a reference to the measure that users of computers and other devices take to maintain system health and improve online security. Regularly evaluating your IT hygiene ensures your endpoints and the software installed them run at peak efficiency. This mitigates your cybersecurity risk and can save you time when you remediate future incidents. Implementing a program to maintain IT hygiene is especially critical for safeguarding against ransomware attacks and other cybersecurity threats. For example, ensure RDP is running only where you need it and expect it. Regularly check for configuration issues, monitor device performance, and remove unwanted or unneeded programs. An IT hygiene check may highlight the need to update software applications, including your security software. And it's a surefire way to ensure your data backup is done regularly. And this is a relatively newer concept. When I say newer, probably within the last 5 years, but it's more of getting off your back foot and getting on your front foot when you're protecting your infrastructure. And it's proactively hunting for active adversaries across your network. When we're talking about cybersecurity and protecting our networks and protecting a breach, we always talk about dwell time. How long has the attacker been in a network before they've been identified? So try to be proactive with this. In today's threat landscape, malicious actors are more clever than ever. After deploying legitimate tools and stolen credentials to avoid detection, they identify these what we call living off the lands of attacks. It's essentially proactively hunt for advanced threats and active adversaries. Once found, you will need to be able to take appropriate actions to quickly stop them. Endpoint technologies as endpoint detection and response and extended detection and response, what we call them EDR and XDR, provide threat hunting and neutralization. Organization of these technologies should take full advantage of them. So what you have to do is ask yourself, how much time am I dedicating on a weekly basis to these proactive hunts? How am I doing these? Am I doing it efficiently? Many organizations struggle to maintain round-the-clock coverage to defend against advanced ransomware attacks. That's why managed detection and response, MDR services, are key. MDR services, like the ones that Sophos provide 24/7 threat hunting delivered by experts who specialize in detecting and responding to cyber attacks that technology solutions cannot alone prevent. They also provide the highest level of protection against advanced human-led ransomware attacks. So let's take you through a case study. Now, again, this is right from the front lines from our MDR SOC. As investigated by the Sophos MDR team, this case is a great example of how a threat hunt can uncover the unexpected. In this case, a customer got in touch to say that a vendor they had worked with had been hit by ransomware. So this customer has not been hit, but somewhere in their supply chain has been, and they wanted additional assistance to make sure that they were protected as well. So the Sophos MDR team got to work. They started investigating immediately, working with our experts in Sophos Labs, now referenced as Sophos XOps, and quickly realized there was no evidence of ransomware at all. At this point, some teams might have closed the case and moved on to other work. However, the Sophos MDR team continued to investigate it and uncovered a historic banking Trojan. The customer was relaxed knowing that they haven't been affected by ransomware and that historic banking malware had been fully removed, an outcome that wouldn't have come to fruition without this proactive hunting. And as the story shows, while ransomware is often the threat that is in the front of mind, it's essential also be to alert the attacks that prefer to hide in the shadows. Within 2 hours and 6 minutes, the whole incident had been investigated and cleaned up. And this example demonstrates of many reasons why Sophos MDR is trusted by over 12,000 organizations across the globe. We'll talk a little bit more about what Sophos can do to support your threat hunting objectives a little later in this presentation. So let's talk about, we talked about previous guidance. The previous guidance focused on optimizing technologies to provide optimal protection. However, staying secure against ransomware requires more than just having the latest technology security solutions. Good IT security practice, including regular employee training, are essential as well. Make sure you're following these 9 best practices. First of all, patch early and often. The exploitation of unpatched vulnerabilities was the root cause for almost half of cyber incidents that we investigated in the last year. Malware often relies on security bugs in popular applications that earlier you patch your endpoints and servers and applications, the fewer holes the cyber criminals can exploit. A statistic that hasn't changed in the past 6 years that we've kept the stat is that between a known vulnerability being released and to when you're patching a server within your network is around 120 days. That's a very large window of opportunity for an active adversary, for a malicious user. And this is something to keep on, is that we need to patch early and often and keep a track of that as well. Number 2, back up regularly and keep a recent backup copy offline and offsite. In our State of Ransomware 2022 survey, 73% of IT managers whose data was encrypted were able to restore it from using backups. Encrypt your backup data and keep it offline and offsite so you don't have to worry about the cloud backups or storage devices falling into the wrong hands. 3, enable file extensions. The default window setting is to hide file extensions, meaning that you must rely on thumbnails to identify them. Enable extensions to make sure it's easier to spot JavaScript files and other file types that aren't commonly set to you and yours. Open JS files in Notepad. So opening a JS file in Notepad blocks it from running any malicious scripts and allows you to examine the file's contents. And number 5, don't enable macros in a document attachments received via email. Microsoft deliberately turned off auto execution of macros by default many years ago as a security measure. Many infections rely on persuading you to turn macros back on, so don't do it. Number 6, be cautious about unsolicited attachments. Cyber criminals often rely on age-old dilemma, knowing that you shouldn't open a document until you are sure it's legitimate, but not being able to tell if it's malicious until you open it. When in doubt, leave it out. Number 7, monitor your administrative rights. Constantly reviewing local and domain admin rights, who has them, and remove those who don't need them. Don't stay logged in as administrator any longer than necessary, and avoid browsing open documents or performing other regular work duties while you have admin rights. Number 8, regulate internal and external network access. Don't leave network ports exposed. We've saw better ports exposed. We've saw better IT hygiene behavior with the access of RDP servers, but lock down your organization's RDP access and make sure that server is patched as well. Also, use two-factor authentication on these servers because these are used almost exclusively now when we see people moving laterally within an attack as well. And of course, use strong passwords. It sounds trivial, but it isn't. A weak and predictable password can give your hackers access to your entire network in seconds. We recommend making passwords unique and having them consist of 12 characters, and of course, using a mix of upper and lowercase and random letters as well. So how can Sophos help? So we offer multi-layered threat protection technology. Of course, Sophos endpoint protection with Sophos Intercept X endpoints detects and stops 99.98% of the attacks before they can run. And that's the key. We want to make sure to stop the attack before it runs. Anti-ransomware behavior technology that detects is included with something called CryptoGuard. And we have anti-exploit capabilities that detect fileless attack techniques. And then all behind the curtain is an AI-powered deep learning models that identify and block ransomware before it can be run. As we mentioned early on, the built-in account health tool automatically assesses your account configuration to identify potential security gaps, such as policies that are not turned on or features that are not enabled. It also provides a practical guidance to remediating any issues found to optimize your cybersecurity protection. Sophos XDR provides professional-grade tools that enable you to hunt for threats within your environment and provide good IT hygiene. It empowers your team to ask detailed questions to identify advanced threats, active adversaries, unprotected devices, and potential IT vulnerabilities to quickly stop them. Sophos XDR or XDR tools allow us to get off our back foot and be reactive to attacks. It allows us to get proactive and get advanced attacks to find out what's going on in my network. With access to live device data up to 90 days of on-disk data, we also include with Sophos 30 days of data stored in the Sophos data lake. This is a cloud repository that you can actually leverage to do investigations as well. So most XDR tools force users to waste time on incidents that should have been automatically blocked. Sophos combines XDR with the industry-leading best endpoint and server protection, and together they block the vast majority of threats before they require manual investigation. So we talked a little bit about MDR, and simply what it is MDR is managed detection and response. So we understand IT budgets are stretched, IT staff is stretched. And look at Sophos MDR as a staff augmentation solution with eyes on glass, and it really provides a couple of things. First of all, it's a proactive human-led threat hunting. It has a powerful threat detection using our XDR tools, and also a full incident investigation, response, and remediation. This is key. I don't know how many customers out there have a weekend staff, but we can go through a number of our case studies, and what we've seen is that initial attack or initial vectors occurred during off hours, always on the weekends, always after hours, when typically your IT staff is home and not not have their eyes on glass or actively on the network. A major principle of Sophos MDR is compatibility. So Sophos MDR meets you where you are. From people perspective, we can, from a process perspective, as well as a technology perspective. And we can take signals from across your environment, not just Sophos solutions as well. We have a plethora of integrations that we can pull into this as well, from your existing firewall, that even if it's not a Sophos firewall, as well as other solutions too. And with the day-to-day customer experience is key, and this is why we're incredibly proud to be the highest rated and most reviewed vendor across MDR, endpoint, and firewall on Gartner's Peer Insights. That's an independent Gartner verified customer feedback. So we're very proud to be up there. We have a number of reviews there, so it's great. And then Sophos named a 2023 Customer Choice again for security endpoint. And this gives you an idea too, is that we've been in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. This is the number of times that we've actually appeared in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. That's 13. That's well beyond anyone that's in that quadrant with us. We've been doing this for a while, and having the experience in there actually provides us another feather in our cap too. So if you're looking for next steps, you can actually access Sophos now, actually download a free trial, or contact us and let us know what we can do for your MDR needs. That's all I'm going to talk about today. I hope you found this session informational and educational. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, we definitely did find it both informational and educational. Thank you so much for that. What a great conversation and lots of great information. Now, we do have, obviously, we're moving these sessions along very quickly today. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to get into. So Matt was just kind of brushing the surface of everything to explore with Sophos. And so as we go through the day today, again, these wish lists that are up on the screen for you at the end, this is a great way to make sure that you are getting the follow-ups, getting the deep dive in the information that you're looking for. So please do click on that wish list right now. Let Sophos know how they can follow up with you, what additional information would be helpful for you to get. I'm seeing some awesome high fives and applause coming in. I love that. I love seeing that you guys are enjoying the presentation. Lots of positive vibes out there today, which is good because it's cold, wintry, blustery here. So I need you guys to bring all the sunshine with you. Well, speaking of sunshine, let's go ahead and do a prize giveaway. That always brings up the mood. We have a $300 Amazon gift card hanging out here. And we're going to give this away to someone who is here live and present at the MegaCast. And that special someone is Don Wilder of Washington, D.C. Don Wilder of Washington, D.C. Congratulations. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card, and we will be in touch with you after we wrap. Also, more chances to win, lots more chances to win. We've got those gift cards after each session, and then there's the best question gift card. So keep that in mind. Best question gift card coming at you after we wrap. So stay tuned for that. All right, my friends. Well, we're going to keep things cooking right along in this absolutely jam-packed MegaCast. Up next, we have another awesome expert lined up for you, and I'm very happy to introduce you all to Apurva Ravikrishnan, Senior Manager of Product Marketing at Zscaler. Apurva, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, I know you have a ton of info lined up for us, so I am going to step back, hand things on over to you. Take it away, Apurva.
Thank you to everyone for joining us today. I'm Apurva Ravikrishnan, Senior Manager of Product Marketing from Zscaler. For those of you who don't know Zscaler, it started with a simple mission to secure, simplify, and transform businesses by providing cyber threat and data protection, zero trust connectivity, and business insights. Zscaler delivers very tangible benefits by reducing business risks. Companies like NOV have reduced the number of infected machines. They have 35 times fewer infected machines now after deploying Zscaler. We have drastically cut cost and complexity. For instance, Siemens saw 70% reduction in infrastructure costs after deploying Zscaler. And we help companies improve and increase their business agility. What we mean by that is companies like SNB Global were able to onboard new users as part of their M&A when they onboarded new users in less than 24 hours. So Zscaler has the world's largest security cloud, which processes over 300 billion plus daily transactions and block over 8 billion threats per day with over 250,000 daily security updates. And of course, we have our proven leader, which I'm quite happy to say, with over 12 plus years as a leader in Gartner Magic Quadrant for SSE and SWIG. And all this gives us a very unique ability to battle the scourge of ransomware. And before we talk about how to tackle ransomware, I just wanted to share a few key trends that we've been observing. Sorry about that. Yes. So Threat Labs is the security research arm of Zscaler, and that's access to the global telemetry from Zscaler platform, which I just told you about. Like I said, we secure over 300 billion transactions from over 7,000 organizations globally. We block over 8 billion threats and policy violations on a daily basis. So obviously, this results in tons of signals that our team leverages when it comes to tracking, detecting, blocking many of these attacks. In addition to this telemetry, Zscaler Threat Labs research team also collaborates with regional research agencies, and we track threat actor infrastructures around the world with a goal to add detections in time to prevent these attacks from happening to our customers. And we produce a ransomware report annually that covers some of the trends that we've been observing in the wild. So the IT and security teams can benefit from it. So between April 2022 to April 2023, that is this year, we noticed that ransomware has increased by 37.75%, which is absolutely very concerning for everyone. And I also want to spend a minute talking about some of the other key stats this research arm of Zscaler, that is Threat Labs, have flagged last year. So we noticed that there was a 37% increase in double extortion, where the attackers not just encrypt a victim's organization data, which is typical in a ransomware attack. But additionally, they also exfiltrate sensitive data. This means that the victim organization need to worry about not just getting their data back, but worry about their data getting published online, which can cause immense impact on the brand. Lockbit was one of the most prevalent ransomware extortion group last year with over 800 plus attacks. And manufacturing was one of the most targeted industry last year. And concerningly, 8 out of 11 ransomware families are using something we call ransomware as a service model, which, if you're not aware or you've not come across these terms before, it's very similar to many legal SaaS offering in the sense ransomware as a service is also subscription based. So they're often inexpensive and available on the dark web, providing everyone a platform to launch an attack. And if the attack is successful, the model works in such a pattern that the ransom money is divided among the service provider, the coder, and the subscriber. And concerningly, last year we also saw 550% increase in double extortion attacks on household and personal products. I know this is not mentioned in the slide, but we also found a 433% increase in attacks on arts, entertainment, and recreation industry. If you're noticing why some industries are more prone to ransomware attack compared to others, I will touch upon that in the next few slides actually. All right. Of all the trends we spoke about, there are 3 growing trends that I want to highlight because I want every organization out there to be very aware of this. Initial access brokers. There has been an increase in the number of threat groups that will breach an organization and sell access to ransomware groups. These brokers usually use phishing and spam email as a primary infliction vector and then sell that stolen credentials to ransomware groups. Some have even started using phone-based communication instead of spam emails, taking advantage of unsuspecting employees. Law enforcement agencies recently came down hard on 2 large initial access broker groups called Emotet and Quackbot. And that's now left a void in the market, if you will, because 2 great initial threat access brokers have now been curtailed thankfully, by law enforcement. But it also means that threat actors are now turning to alternative techniques to carry out these attacks. And with these 2 groups gone, there's now a void in the market for someone else to step in. And secondly, supply chain attacks are getting more and more popular. Attackers focus on exploiting the weakest link in the supply chain, leveraging their access to get access to data or systems. Ransomware groups are using this tactic a lot nowadays. That's what we've been observing. They target vulnerabilities in popular software applications that are predominantly used by large organizations to increase the blast radius. You might have heard of this ransom attack group called Revil. They conducted a notable supply chain attack recently in which thousands of downstream customers were compromised through a vulnerability in Cassia, IT management software. And the third one, encryptionless extortion. This is quite interesting, also concerning, but interesting nonetheless. Rather than encrypting victim files, we're now seeing a growing trend where attackers focus on exfiltrating sensitive data as a leverage for extortion. Now, this presents new challenges for victims and IT and security professionals because traditional methods of recovery, which we've been relying on so long, may not apply anymore. I know if we start talking about all the ransomware attacks that's happened in the last few months, we'll be here the whole day. But I just wanted to flag this one because it's quite interesting in how it happened. They targeted smaller software vendors to breach many organizations that are using this software, and it was a combination of both encryptionless extortion combined with taking advantage of the weakest link in the supply chain. In this case, Move It, which is typically used for file transfer operations by organizations, it has a web application that supports different types of databases, including MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, etc. And the Move It vulnerability allowed adversaries to perform SQL injection to implant a remote web shell on the victim's machine that was then used to access and exfiltrate data. We've seen some ransom trends, and then I want to switch gears and talk about how this actually happens. And bear with me because I know most of you who are listening in know how a ransomware attack process happens, but I feel sort of decoding it step by step will help us prevent it better. There are four key steps that usually happens, and it almost follows a similar pattern. Many ransomware attacks almost have the similar story or trajectory. Stage one, the attack starts with a threat actor sending out phishing emails to multiple users of the organization, and they could use this with initial access brokers like we saw. Stage two, they just one of the user might inadvertently fall for this phishing email, could just click on this phishing email link, which could then result in exploitation and installation of a backdoor payload. Stage three, the most important step in my opinion, or the most critical step in my opinion, is because the compromised user's laptop would obviously be connected to a corporate environment, most probably through VPNs, and the attacker uses this machine as a stronghold to discover a flat network that makes it easy for threat actors to perform privilege escalation, lateral propagation, and discover all the crown jewel applications which we really don't want anyone to find. And they really want that sensitive data that these crown jewel applications hold. Dark Angel Group uses tools like Cobalt Strike and in many cases legitimate IT command line tools to perform this activity. And that's how they're able to evade your round the block EDR based detection systems that we have already have that all organizations have in place. The attacker then establishes a foothold in this network by deploying a stage one payload on all the discovered assets, and then they move on to the fourth stage. This is the stage where they exfiltrate data from the business critical applications, and the attacker might then perhaps a 7-zip compressed archive and upload it over TLS to cloud SaaS applications. And finally, once all the data is exfiltrated, the attacker pushes the ransomware payload to the domain controller, again using the backdoor, and then all the assets, encrypting all the data, bringing down the entire environment. The attacker can also push the ransomware to all the remotely connected endpoints over VPN and encrypt the files too. And that's it. The ransomware group then threatens to leak the data if the ransom is not paid. I hope you can all see the screen. So this is a real report written by Dark Angels ransomware group and shared with the victim after they paid the ransom. Let me actually double click on a few things that you would find in this report. They got inside the environment using VPN, moved laterally because of the legacy flat network, as they mentioned that, scanned large IP ranges, identified crown jewels, exfiltrated large volumes of data, and they even seem to commend the speed of the organization's internet because apparently it was very good. The speed was very good because they were able to exfiltrate up to 300 gigabytes per day, which is, yeah. Prevention and mitigation. Now that we've decoded how a ransomware attack occurs, let's talk about prevention and mitigation. Now, ransomware protection needs a true zero trust architecture. Let me explain why. Take a look at the flowchart / diagram on the left side. It's what we would call a hub and spoke network, and it's been around for nearly 30 years. I'm very sure it's familiar to folks in the IT and networking and security space. It connects the cloud, branches, factory, and all locations to a few data centers, and then it secures them by building this perimeter that you could see in red almost. The perimeter is built in this ever-growing network, and the operating model is that if you're inside this perimeter, you're safe. Everything is trusted, and everything outside that perimeter is not trusted. Now, this architecture has served as well. I'm kudos to that architecture on the left-hand side. But the problem is the network and firewall centric architecture itself, the way it's set up, it's detrimental to ransomware protection. Because if you think about it, you extend your data centers to every branch office, every factory, even to Azure and AWS. So once you get on the network in a branch office, you can move laterally. You can find any application. And the problem is the ransomware groups can do the same thing. All the threat actors can do the same thing. And if you again recollect how the 4 stages of how a ransomware attack occurs, it's obvious that the network and firewall centric architecture just won't stand against their attack patterns. That's where the zero trust architecture comes in, that you can see on the right hand side of the screen. This is an architecture that Zscaler has pioneered for the last 12 plus years. Zscaler can leverage any network, and you have the business policies that determine who can access what application. The network merely becomes a transport, more like a plumbing when you adopt a Zscaler zero trust architecture. So your users would never be trusted, and your applications would never be trusted. You should assume breach scenarios, and that sort of reduces the blast radius so that it contains, even if one asset or user gets compromised, it gets contained. We'll see more about this in the coming slide, because I want to decode this and spend a minute talking about it. So the things that you should remember in a ransomware attack is you need to minimize the attack surface. The external attack surface sort of disappears behind a solution like Zero Trust Exchange. The goal is to reduce the information and the assets that are visible to the internet. And with Zscaler, your applications will go completely dark to the internet. So you can set up a firewall rule that blocks all inbound access, because you're making an inside-out connection. And this is absolutely great because they would no longer be able to find you, let alone try and compromise you. So this is a very, very critical first step. Now, preventing compromise. This is the goal of this part is, again, like the name suggests, is to prevent compromise. Zscaler defends against malware, zero-day attacks, phishing attacks, but in addition to that, you can have posture checks implemented. You could have multi-factor authentication, MFA, for all the users, and perhaps use MFA with hardware keys to ensure that they're actually phishing resistant. And by doing all this, and in this stage, we highly recommend the third point you see over there, that you inspect TLS traffic, because across the kill chain, we see malware, phishing pages, all delivered over TLS, CNC communication happening over TLS, stage 2 payloads being delivered over TLS, and your data also being exfiltrated via TLS. So TLS inspection is very, very critical to prevent compromise. Now, we spoke about how important this step is, preventing lateral threat movement. And I would recommend to do the 4 critical steps in this big step, and Zscaler CISO, Mr. Deepan Desai, swears by these 4 steps that I've laid out there. The first one, enable user to app segmentation. You should know that your mission critical crown jewel applications. You should restrict access to these applications to users who only truly need it. Now, I know this is very easily said than done, but that's a very critical step that needs to happen to prevent that lateral threat movement. The second thing to do is to identify your high risk user groups. The example that you see on this slide is sales team, because this group travels a lot, and sometimes they try and connect to your crown jewel applications through different networks, public Wi-Fi. So they travel a lot, and that's why I've placed them as a high risk user group. But it can change from different organization to organization. Anyway, you should map out 4 or 5 applications this team needs access to, and they should not be coming to your environment through VPN, or in Zscaler's case, Zscaler private access. But the idea here is that they should not access your environment with a star policy, meaning they should not have a policy set up to access any and all files. So identifying this high risk user group and tackling them in the right manner is very critical. Even if your employees are in different office environments or in a trusted office environments, you should leverage products like Zscaler's private service edge to enforce the same zero trust principles. It doesn't matter if an employee is connecting from their home, from a public Wi-Fi at Starbucks, or from their office environment, the same zero trust principles and the same policies that you've laid out should be implemented. And finally, you could use advanced threat protection tactics like using honeypots with Zscaler's deception and ITDR. Because if you think about what we spoke, the attackers establish a stronghold with one compromised users and use a slew of tools like Cobalt Strike or other IT tooling to scan the network. And most certainly, they will hit some of the decoys or honeypot you would have set up. And with Zscaler, we can automatically disable that user's access to any real application, and they would only continue to communicate with the decoy application. Meanwhile, your SOC team can then respond to that and perform mitigative actions. So all these tactics, I would say, these 4 tactics are crucial to preventing that big step in the ransomware attack process and preventing that lateral threat movement. Preventing data loss. Now, that's the last step. To be honest, an attacker should never be able to steal terabytes and terabytes of data from anyone's environment. And it's important to improve data loss prevention posture to protect against such ransomware attacks. But, it's easy said than done, to be very candid and honest, because DLP is not really straightforward, is it? Because every organization have different data structures, the privacy and confidentiality of that data might change. The IP information for a finance company might be very different to the IP information of a healthcare company. So the important step here is setting up TLS inspection. I know I spoke about it before in the prevent compromise space as well, but it's crucial here too, because without that TLS inspection, you would literally almost be like blindfolded, because unless you block all destinations, including things like Google Drive, where the threat actor can then upload data, you won't be able to perform any kind of inspection. So using a DLP solution that Zscaler offers, for example, it has EDM, IDM, and you should be able to scan data inline and scan data at rest as well. And obviously, this is a very crucial step, because every attack out there, irrespective of it being a ransomware attack or any other phishing attempts, it's all connected to preventing that data loss, because everyone's after the data at the end of the day. Now, let's switch gears and talk about an incident response plan. you need to have a ransomware specific incident response plan, because if you think about it, ransomware attacks cripple your whole IT environment, and business as usual can never happen if you are undergone a ransomware attack. So it's almost should be part of your business continuity and disaster recovery plan, and putting this plan together is highly critical. So even if you forget this entire talk, I highly recommend you remember at least these 5 key takeaways. And this is something, again, our Zscaler CISO highly recommends to not just prevent against ransomware, but also improve the overall security posture of an organization. Number 1, adopting a zero trust architecture and moving away from a traditional hub and spoke network is very important. Many are starting to actually go through a zero trust journey, but many haven't yet. And when I initially told you about why some why some industry sectors are more prone to ransomware attacks, this is the reason. And that's where you see the discrepancy exists, because some industry sectors are way forward in the zero trust game, but then others are not. Number 2, the next is user to app segmentation. We just spoke about this a few slides ago, and this is one of the most critical and important steps that you could do. User to app segmentation and identifying that high risk user groups. The third one, hardware key based MFA. This stronger form of MFA is crucial because mistakes sometimes happen. To err is human after all. When it comes to Zscaler, if a user is trying to access a crown jewel application from an unmanaged device, even if they've somehow managed to get access to user credentials because there was no MFA, they will not be able to get access to applications unless the device is managed. And we also do endpoint posture checks. So it's important to have strong MFAs and really stringent posture checks when it comes to authorizing users who want to access critical applications. Number 4, again, it's very important to restrict data transfer to unsanctioned and uncategorized destinations. You need to have DLP policies to prevent data uploads to any unsanctioned apps. That's pretty straightforward, but again, it's a bit difficult to do. I acknowledge that, but that's a very crucial step. And finally, at the end of the day, it all comes down to the users. Security user awareness training is another key element that I highly recommend.
All right, it looks like we might have missed the sign off right there at the end from Apurva. So you guys didn't hear it, but I heard it. She said, "Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us." And thanks for joining in her presentation. Sorry that we cut you off there, Apurva, but great presentation and really informative. Lots of really wonderful insights. We do have a wish list up on the screen for all of you now there. We're wondering, what is the additional information that you would like to get about the Zscaler solution? So we covered a lot very quickly, and Apurva really, fit in a lot of information into the last 20 minutes or so. So I know there's a lot swimming around in your brains, and this is a great way to make sure that you are able to follow up on that you're able to get exactly the insight and the follow-up that you need based on where you're at. So click on that wish list now and make sure you get the resources that you are looking for. While you're doing that, I'm also, before I get into the next exciting bit, and I know that you all know what's coming, so hang tight 1 second. I'm also going to remind you to head on over to the handouts tab. Make sure you click on that Zscaler link and get your ransomware risk assessment. This is a great way to test that ransomware defense system in your organization. So please do go open that tab, save that for later. An excellent opportunity to see how prepared and ready you are, which is, of course, a big theme that we're talking about today is test. So be sure you've clicked on that link in the handouts tab, open that tab, save that for later, because you're going to want to come back to that a little bit later on. But as I was just teasing, we currently have a little bit of excitement. Oh, sorry, Edward. I've been switching and calling the polls a wish list. So yes, there you go. Sorry, we had a comment saying that you weren't seeing the poll or the wish list. So that is up on the screen for you now. If you don't see that, give a little browser refresh and it should be there for you. All right. So now I keep teasing out that we've got something awesome in the wings for you. And that something awesome is coming at you in the form of the wonderful Scott Becker, who is here with us now to give away some prizes. Scott, thank you so much for joining us on the MegaCast today.
Hey, Jess, man, that's a high bar. I'm the awesome thing in the wings. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody.
No, you always deliver the awesome, Scott. I'm ready for it.
All right, thanks a lot, Jess. Yeah, so it's been a great session so far, great MegaCast so far. Such an important topic. It is time for our next prize drawing. So the winner of the next $300 Amazon gift card is Sudeep Singh from Virginia. And now we've got another drawing for one of our grand prizes, one of those Microsoft Surface Pro 9s. And these are 128 gigs of storage, 8 gigs of RAM, 12th generation Intel Core i5. Just a great device, super reviews. I wish I was eligible for one of them. I guess I hate to say it, but it beats my work computer. But the winner of this Surface Pro 9 is Michael Quinn, again from Virginia. This has been a lucky pair of drawings for the Old Dominion, the mother of the presidents, the Commonwealth of Virginia. So congratulations to Sudeep Singh and Michael Quinn. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. The session comes from Recovery Point and is co-sponsored by Pure Storage. And presenting for Recovery Point are Jeff Judy, Chief Cloud Architect, and Scott Williams, Chief Information Security Officer. So Jeff and Scott, welcome. Take it away.
Thanks so much to Actual Tech Media team for having us on for this MegaCast event. It's always fun to discuss disaster recovery solutions and deep dive into the technologies. We're excited about today's topic, which is battling the ransomware scourge, prevention and recovery. Because as a disaster recovery service provider, our main focus in life is helping you recover your business. Our many years of experience gives us the expertise to guide you in your decisions about disaster recovery planning, architecture, and technology. Today, I'm joined by Scott Williams, our Chief Information Security Officer. Scott, will you introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Scott Williams. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Recovery Point. Thanks for having me today.
Thanks, Scott. And I'm Jeff Judy. I'm Disaster Recovery Chief Cloud Architect for Recovery Point. I've been with Recovery Point for over 11 years now, and I work on client disaster recovery solution designing. And that usually includes disaster recovery tests and recovery and live declaration events. So we've got a lot of years of experience under our belt here with disaster recovery solutioning. Let's take a look at the agenda today. We're trying to keep it simple. Our main focus today is really centered around Scott as Chief Information Security Officer's way of thinking. Really want to gain his perspective and insight into what the CISO's approach to cyber preparedness and recovery is. Then we're going to discuss a little bit about winning strategy for preparation for when a cyber event occurs. And then finally, we're going to deep dive into the technology on how Recovery Point and Pure Storage can help with ransomware recovery. So Scott, why don't you take us through some numbers here to proceed today?
Yeah, sure. So, when we look at the average cost of a breach, right, it's really, there's so much going on right now. 4.45 million, all-time high. It's just really crazy going on right now so far in 2023. And that's a 51%, when you look at that percentage of organizations planning to increase their investments, when you look at what's going on with the C-suite, they're getting a better understanding of what's going on around that. They're really taking a hard focus into the boardroom. And as you can see, these numbers are just really continuing to decline, as you can see. As far as cost savings that have been achieved through incident response, it's 1.49 million. And that's pretty decent savings as they look at more planning and testing and things like that. And now when you look at the detection of dwell time, right? So when dwell time right now is around 5 days, and this is so you can really get a better understanding of detection and response around that. when you look at dwell time, it's usually the amount of time whenever there is an actual threat actor in your environment. It used to be like 14 days last year in 2022, and now it's gone down to 5. What that means really, though, is, I mean, when you think about it, they're getting in, but they're also getting faster as well, right? So it's more or less about there's improvements, but they are increasing speed, and speed is something that we're definitely going to be talking about in the coming slides.
Just something that really hit home for me. You see a lot of cyber events in the headlines today. It's really in the news every day, and I think a lot of people kind of roll their eyes and say, "Oh yeah, another attack." But if you look at some of these events, it really can affect your way of life, your day to day, what you're doing with your family. I have a nephew who freshman in high school this year, and all the kids went back to school at the beginning of September, and the school district was forced to shut down the very first week and send the entire district was sent home. The kids were sent home. So, this is a real world example of how this can affect your life. The school shut down. His parents had to take time off work and make sure that they had, him accounted for while he was off for school.
That's crazy. So, yeah, it's affecting everybody's lives. From it's really starting to hit Main Street now. It's just crazy.
Yeah. So it's it costs you time and it can cost your business money or put you out of business. So Scott, this is really what I wanted to focus on today, was really gathering your perspective as the Chief Information Security Officer. Why don't you take us through, where you view the industry going?
Absolutely. The CISO role, I mean, if you recall, it was it was around 1996 whenever the first CISO role came out. But now, when you look at it nowadays, it's really evolved from the aspect of not just the technical role, but more or less around a business roles. And the evolution there is you want to focus more or less on what's going on with the impact of the business, understanding the business model that you're working with not only your internal business, but also your clients that you may be facing if you provide services as an organization. And what you want to become more or less is a real a part of the C-suite, essentially being business focused first, and knowing those risks around the business and understanding what are the problems that we are facing across the global threat landscape. And then you tie that right directly into, I would say, sales, right? When you look at sales and you're selling services to other organizations, or you're working with other organizations, you're partnering, strategic partnering, things like that. You have to understand the sales cycle and really tie that to the risk. Example of that is, are you insurable? From a cyber insurance perspective, things like that. And when you look at that, the cyber risk outcome, were you able to get that proposal or that deal because your risk posture was in a way that you could help reduce risk as a third-party provider, as an example? So the risk-based outcome is that you offer more value from a cyber perspective than you would have cyber-based perspective than you would have if you wouldn't have been able to understand what the risks are within the organization introspectively, and also outward for other organizations. And from there, when we look at some of the risks that we're facing today, it's integrity of your systems from backups and DR. The role is changing where you are now responsible to ensure that those backups are valid, that you're working with operations hand in hand, that you're partnering with other team members, not only at the C level, but your orbits around the CTO and the CIO, and making sure that they understand that you have to let them understand the risk and then apply that budget cycle to that risk outcome as well, to help ensure the business is good to go. When we look at ongoing things like threats that are out there, and you're looking at exposure, exposure management is a big deal nowadays. And exposure management is not just about vulnerabilities and patches and ensuring that your OS is up to date. It's everything. It's also when you're looking at the external side, when you're looking at folks, with accounts that can be used externally, and you're looking at the human firewall as well. You're trying to understand the end user, and then you kind of get an idea of what's my overall risk rating across the organization. Are my users running through anti-phishing campaigns? Are we ensuring that browsers are locked down with extensions? Are they using password managers? That ties back directly into your overall risk rating, as well as making sure your backups are immutable, right? And that you have your tabletop plans in place. And that ties into tooling, which also ties into budgeting. So when you look at your budget, your life cycle around your budget, you have to partner with your CFO. And partnering with the CFO is one of the biggest things that the CISO does nowadays, is to ensure that the business risks as well as the cyber risks are balanced and they go hand in hand. And also the legal risks, right? So you have to understand, you want to make sure that whenever you're going through an incident response plan, that you have the legal team ready, you have the insurance team ready. You're usually working with your CFO to make sure those things are in place as well. And then obviously from there, you want to make sure that things are being controlled. Your governance is in place, your risk and all of those things that will tie into constant control monitoring. And that helps you with your frameworks around compliance. And then auditing and answering those questions through the audits confidently of what, when, where, how, and why.
We were talking offline a bit ago and regarding overall risk rating, and you mentioned that you need to identify and reduce cyber risk while minimizing business friction. So how do you do that? How do you minimize that?
Yeah, it's basically, if you have a strong strategy, if you can see it, if you can solve it, right? That's the key. You have to measure some of those things. And by doing that, you're able to, minimize the friction. And the goal is within any given organization is you're not trying to create more controls or more problems that the business has to consume to move forward. The business is basically looking for easier ways to secure the environment, to do things like certain types of authentication that streamline the logon process, right? So those are some of the things you have to be aware of. And then of course with backups, you just want to make sure that your backups are, if you can have them encrypted at rest, if you can have them immutable, right? These are some of the things that don't create too much friction, as an example, when it comes to the time whenever you're doing your response plans.
So, yeah, those definitely sound like some of the just basic necessities that you should have in place.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem. And then Jeff, when we're looking at trying to measure things again, see it, solve it kind of situations, this really helps out whenever you understand your inventory, right? And then a strong inventory is a strong security program and cyber resiliency program as well with compliance, right? Because you can only measure what you can see. And if you can't see some of these rogue systems that are out on the wire, if you don't have rogue detection in place, if you can't detect these systems constantly, and today's staffing is very limited when it comes to some of the staffing resources around cyber today. This helps you with some of the automations through auto detection. You want to look at your programs that are out there, right? Again, overall exposure management, which would include vulnerability management programs that are established. Look for the criticals and the highs, right? Keep an eye on those. And then also remember that you have backups of those systems in case you need to roll back, as an example, and they're good, right? So in order to do remediation, that if you're working with your partners, that they are having valid backups in place, that they are aware of what's going on, that they have strong snapshots that can roll back quickly in case a vulnerability or a patch doesn't fly. And then also with identity, right? So you want to make sure that you can gain access to your assets through identity management, which is key. When you look at incident response, the two major things again are where are your backups and can you identify against those systems when they come back? Those are some of the major things you have to realize. And then when you go back into remediation, how are your windows looking, right? What's the burn down rate? Are you able to remediate your criticals and your highs within 30 days? Is it 45 days? Do you have an agreement in place with the rest of the organization, with the rest of your partners in the C-suite? Do you say, hey, I can tell you this, we can go through and have all of our 0 days knocked out within 2 days or within 48 hours or 72 hours? Or if they're criticals, can we get them knocked out within a couple of weeks? If they're like, well, what do you need to get those kinds of resources? And then you agree upon that. You go through the budget cycle. You say, okay, we were able to get all our criticals and highs within a burn down rate of 30 days. And now we have that agreement in place. And if they want it tighter than that, then you're going to have to add more resources. Very similar to RTOs and RPOs. As they close in closer and closer, the more money and time and resource contention comes into play. So those are some of the things that you have to realize. And then that's the metric, right? Then you move forward with that strategy of what the outcome is ultimately. It's all about outcome first whenever we're trying to come up with these types of agreements. And then from there, you know, how do you have a metric around ensuring your backups are absolute and do they have integrity? So you want to ensure that. You want to ensure that capability and say, I know they're immutable. I know they're always backed up. I have strong snapshots. We've tested them. We've gone through tabletops. And again, it's not about, I have 8,000 vulnerabilities ahead of me. I have to patch all of these older Windows platforms or these Linux platforms that are disparate in multiple distributions. It's about overall exposure management. And that means not only inside, but also outside, again, with the human firewall, with all the other things that come into play that could eventually affect your systems to the point where you need that strong snapshot to come back. And that gives you faster reaction timing, right? So you have to look at that from that perspective as well.
Seems like a very clear formula for how a CISO would approach designing the solution. You know, set the tones, being able to say we need to achieve these metrics for our business, and this is the way forward. Thanks. That was very insightful.
Thanks,
you know, so once you have those things in place and you've got leadership backing on your way forward, and you start to implement some of these solutions, what you get to is a point where you want to be prepared, you know, and set a winning strategy for your team. These 4 points that we call out here are the way to set up for success. You know, and what we titled it here was preparation will turn the most stressful day of your career into your biggest success. That's true in really anything you do. The more prepared you are, the ready you are for the more you'll be ready for the unexpected. One of the key things here would be know your critical infrastructure, as Scott was saying. If you can see it, you can solve it. So if you understand what infrastructure, data, applications you have running your business, you can start to plan for how to recover those things and at what level of recovery is required. You know, what is the critical level to the business for the recovery efforts. Build a response team. So that's an organizational effort. That's not just technology and being able to have the right backups in place. You know, it takes a whole team to be able to run a cyber event recovery effort. Implement proven solutions for risk mitigation, backup, response, and recovery. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, about how Recovery Point and Pure Storage can help you with backup, response, and recoveries from a technology perspective. And then we stress this over and over again: test, practice, exercise. You must simulate the attack. Run a tabletop. Take into consideration multiple scenarios for what you're doing. You know, maybe your subject matter experts are on vacation. You know, they're out. They can't be reached. What do you do in that situation? It's over a holiday weekend. You know, who needs to first step up and start to call people and bring people in and start the recovery process. Things like that need to be thought about.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like you got to be that day zero hero, you know. It's
yeah. You know, it's hard if you're not prepared and those events happen. Suddenly teams start to make decisions just based on what they see. Instead of working together with multiple uniformity, people take separate actions. In the fog of war, it's hard to determine what you need to do, and mistakes are made, and you know, it can slow the recovery process or cause failures. So even with all the proper security tools in place, you've got well-trained staff, everybody's looking out for those anomalies. You will still get hacked. Everybody, I think it's safe to say that everybody will experience some type of cyber event in their careers. So what needs to happen? And this is where we're going to get into the recovery planning stage of things. In a little more detail on how Recovery Point and Pure can help you along this path. So if you look at the chart here, a ransomware recovery is vastly different from the traditional disaster recovery planning. And like we're talking about, you may have multiple teams working these things. So you have a stop the attack, you have forensics and evidence collection. You have a team that might be running restorations or complete rebuilds of systems. You have another team that might be running ransomware negotiations, trying to decide what level of payment might need to be made. And that team might be dependent on, hey, how much can you restore? How much is still good data? So you have to work in concert together. And then you've got the continuous effort just to clean your backups. So you have teams that might be just restoring multiple different backups and trying to figure out which ones are still good or might be infected, but not the attack wasn't launched, so they can sanitize the system. So it's a mistake to think that, oh, I just have backups and I'm covered. I'll be able to recover. With a cyber event, your recovery time and your recovery point objectives are out the window. It could take a multi-day effort just to get data sets back online. So it's best to start preparing and planning for those types of events.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And to add to this, when you look at the dwell times and on the ransomware side of the house, it just adds more complexity. Overall, it's kind of like, do I use my 15-day backup? Do I use my 30-day backup?
Yeah.
It just goes crazy. So it can go sideways real quick. And with Recovery Point, we have capabilities to do multiple scenarios around that as well.
That's right. We'll show you a little bit about what Recovery Point Pure can do here in another couple slides. So a detailed approach for your recovery plan. This is the essential checklist, as we call it out. Scott, do you want to take us through the checklist?
Absolutely, yeah. And these are some of the things that really help you. When you look at a strategy to win, incident response is first off, right? Understanding your incident response plan, having one in place, testing it is key. Of course, looking at your regular backups and encryption. Look at your logs. Are you getting failed backups? Essentially, are your keys rolling correctly? With your key management systems. Throughout your storage platforms. For encryption at rest and things like that is kind of what we're focused on here. And then, of course, making sure that you have multiple backups offline in multiple places as well, and that they're immutable, right? So that gives you much more comfort. The challenge with immutable backups, though, is that you may still have a payload in those backups, right? So you have to, figure out what the dwell time is, and that's really, really hard to do to ascertain. And those are some of the things that really help you as far as malware removal as well. So if you do have somewhat of a payload, even though the data is still good, you may be able to cleanse that data as it comes inbound and get your systems restored. Of course, testing and validation, tabletops, making it as real, but also as fun, as possible. One of the things I like to do in my tabletops is I kind of like make it like a game. It's like, and then, things happen. You're playing, the dungeon master, I guess you could say, when you're trying to figure some things out. And then all of a sudden something happens and people are like, oh, I didn't think of that. And so we kind of work through those things, and that helps with education from not only offering an education, but education from other employees within their own disciplines and getting a better understanding of the business overall, once again, and then having those awareness programs that are intriguing, they're fun, they're engaging, and go from there. So, yeah, this is definitely a great plan to really bring things together.
One thing I'll just call out here is that the immutable backups are probably table stakes to any planning and recovery event, because it's your last line of defense, and it must be immutable, because when a cyber attack is launched, they typically target your backups before they try to exfiltrate data and encrypt all your systems. They're going to try and knock out your backups so that you have no bargaining chips, no way to recover other than paying the ransom. So keeping an offsite copy of backups, which are immutable, they can't be deleted, they can't be altered, is key. It's table stakes to ransomware recovery.
Absolutely. It's like the first questions that are asked, in incident response are, where are your backups? The next question is, are they good? And if they're immutable,
yeah,
you're
immutable.
much better fit.
That's a good point. Immutable, and are they good? Can you recover? Can you recover from them? So how can Recovery Point and Pure Storage help? So we've combined two of the best of breed vendors with Pure's flash storage and Recovery Point's disaster recovery services to provide you rapid recovery restoration services. With Pure's disaster recovery with their active DR replication solutions and asynchronous replication targets, we can provide offsite replication target Pure storage from your data center. And then we leverage Pure safe mode with immutability for all snapshots. So what we do here is talking about backups and immutability. With Pure replication, you can either do continuous data protection with active DR or asynchronous if it's less aggressive or you don't have quite enough bandwidth to send all the data. And then land those copies of your data sets at Recovery Point's data center. And then we'll maintain multiple snapshots in safe mode so that they can't be altered or deleted to provide restoration points back in time. As we said many times, when you're running a recovery, it won't be from yesterday's backups. You may have to go multiple days back to find a clean set of data. With Recovery Point, we also offer multiple performance tiers of storage. So with Pure, you could be running an X series high-end system in production at home and still land your data sets on a more affordable C series capacity series, or even out into object storage with a flash blade system, and still be able to achieve your recovery time and Recovery Point objectives. Some of the key resilience features that we offer here with Recovery Point Pure are high-speed recovery upon a disaster declaration. How do we achieve that is really with our managed recovery services and wrapping automation around being able to fail over into a replicated data set and bringing up endpoint hosts, say VMware environment for target restoration. And then Recovery Point's data centers, we're able to provide you with a clean room environment. So we can bring up stacks of systems isolated and then start to bring up multi-restore mount points off of the Pure systems so that incident response teams can come in and begin to do forensics, data sanitization, and then begin to restore those data sets back into production. And of course, with Pure Safe Mode, we can avoid any data loss because many times an attacker is going to look at your backups and try to delete those first before they launch an attack. And we offer convenient testing and verified recoverability services with that managed recovery offering.
So from this perspective, I mean, we're looking at snapshots where, I mean, it must be pretty hard to really try to go after a snapshot versus an actual backup system, I would assume. Because your storage first already, you're already getting your snaps right off the storage, essentially, right?
It is difficult to reach those. And then when you layer on safe mode immutability on top of that, it's really impossible to delete those or alter those.
That's fantastic. So that gives us speed. I mean, when you look at the dwell times again, you have speed of detection, speed of recovery. So snapshots, being immutable and they're hard to go after. That is just something really amazing from there.
Yep. And so with Pure's line of hardware and offerings, you have a wide range of data protection availability suites, from active cluster, which would really be like a metro type cluster, synchronous replication. Active DR is continuous, asynchronous, and then you can do snapshot offloading as well. So there's different mixes of service delivery to meet the budget and to meet the right recovery time and Recovery Point objective. Yep. So thanks. 25 minutes goes fast, Scott. That's all we have for today. In summary, thanks a lot for your perspective as the Chief Information Security Officer.
Thank you.
Provided you guys with a winning strategy. Preparation is key. And then a little bit of a deep dive into ransomware recovery planning and how Pure and Recovery Point can provide you with disaster recovery services. So thank you, and we'll take some question and answer.
Yes, thank you.
We've got links from all the companies that are presenting today, including a PDF there from Recovery Point. So great place to get more detail on some of the stuff that you just heard about. And we'll just leave that poll up here for a minute, or I should say a moment, for everybody to have an opportunity to say things that are to enter into the poll there, what resources you're interested in. Okay, well, to Jeff Judy and Scott Williams, great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Recovery Point. And it is time for our next prize drawing. So the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Neil Quigley from Texas. So congratulations to Neil Quigley. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. All right, and we're going to have a slight switch up in the program now. We're going to go to VMware, but we're going to actually swap the VMware and Unitrends presentation. So we've been having technical gremlins all day. If you've been with us all day, you notice we started a little bit late, and we've been just doing our best to get everything going. But we did just want to swap these two just to get a little more troubleshooting time. So I am delighted to bring on our next presenter, which is Adam Margett, Product Marketing Manager from Unitrends. Adam, always good to have you on. Welcome.
Hey, Scott, good afternoon. It's great to be here.
And I appreciate you shuffling with us here a little bit and your flexibility. Thanks. Take it away.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So good afternoon, everyone. As Scott had mentioned, my name is Adam Margett. I'm the Product Marketing Manager here at Unitrends. And I'll just skip ahead the title stuff here. If you'd love to connect, please feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. I'll leave this up for a second, and you can grab that QR code. Would love to hear from you. But I've been with Unitrends now for a little over 7 years, and it's my role in product marketing is a really unique one. And I think that, we sit in between the people that are engineering, architecting, and driving our solutions and technology. And on the other side is the consumer and those that are, utilizing that technology. What are their concerns, their fear, their challenges? And being at the intersection of those has been really exciting. So I'm here to share some insights across the industry, and we'll tell you a little bit about how Unitrends is combating the challenge of ransomware. It's certainly a problem that's not going away. I'm sure folks are really tired of hearing about it, but it's, every week, every day, we're hearing about more and more attacks. I wanted to start and kind of set the stage with the idea of, what we're up against from cyber crime. And Sun Tzu, the philosopher, said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And what we are up against is an enemy that is enormous in size. This year, cybercrime is estimated at about an $8 trillion GDP. That is if it was a nation state or a country, it would be the third largest economy in the world. It's approximately the economies of Japan and Germany combined. And what we've seen over the last couple of years, 2021 was really the tipping point where these threat actors started to shift their focus from the enterprise to small and mid-sized businesses where there was less robust cybersecurity, but the data is still incredibly valuable. PII, personally identifiable information, is a target for these threat actors. You could go on the dark web, and with about $1,000, you would be able to acquire all of the documents, the fake driver's license, social security numbers that you would need to commit identity theft or fraud. So as we see the profitability of cybercrime escalating, it really is a question of when, not if. It's estimated that 3 out of 4 organizations globally have suffered a ransomware attack this year. That's a 17% increase in frequency of attacks over the last 3 years and a 32% increase over the last 5. And all environments are under attack these days. It's no longer enough to be kind of camped in behind our firewall, sitting behind a robust defense for our on-premise data center. They are attacking these hybrid environments that we have shifted to. Endpoints and public cloud infrastructure is a particularly popular target where we've seen some of the greatest growth. But on-prem workloads and SaaS applications, we've also seen attacks escalating. So we need to be prepared to protect ourselves on all fronts. Ultimately, 90% of all of these attacks begin with a phishing attack to gain access to protected systems, hosts, and networks. And they're getting very clever with how they are building and constructing these. This is an example. The name has been redacted here, but we can see that in phishing for credentials, they're starting to bring in more personalization. They are logoing and labeling these so that they look very authentic. Artificial intelligence has helped to escalate and really accelerate the development of these campaigns. IBM X-Force played around with a language model prompt, and I think it was 5 or 6 attempts, they were able to get the prompt to spit out phishing emails that were strong enough to bypass typical web gateways. They were as good as some of the very best human-crafted phishing emails, and they were building these. The prompt was spitting them out in about 5 minutes. That's 2 days of work for attackers. They want to elicit a response from our employees, late payment, account suspended. They're looking to prey on people that are vulnerable or unsuspecting. And as I sit here before you a few days before Halloween here in the United States where I'm based, we want to be on high alert. Phishing increases by as much as 400% around the holiday season. You'll see a lot of impersonation of Visa, DHL, Amazon, the USPS. Your shipment was lost. Your shipment's been rerouted. Your card has been declined. So it's critical that we stay on high alert. The backside of this attack is that now once the user clicks through and tries to log into Zoom, they've got a spoofed page, and these are looking very credible as well. It's dominated by the Microsoft prompt. These attackers built automation into this campaign so that the email address pulled through and was automatically populated to get that user to put in their password. And that's where we're seeing the dangers of AI. AI is not perfect. I played around with a prompt. I've been on, and I think I've shown this before a little bit. I asked for salmon swimming in the river. And at the bottom, you got kind of those appetizing looking salmon fillets, but the image up top is pretty credible looking, and it's completely AI generated. But these bots, as we had mentioned, are bypassing spam filters. They can compile code. They can monitor and track behavior, understand what we're searching for, where we are clicking, where our eyes go on web pages, and they're using that information along with legitimate SEO techniques to bring malicious content, infected links higher up in search rankings to prey on those unsuspecting users. Now, if you're thinking, Adam, I know my way around, I can trust my eyes when it comes to some of this stuff, can you trust your ears as well? There was an interesting case study in artificial intelligence that I came across from the Wall Street Journal. And one of their journalists created an AI likeness to see how far she could get. She was able to conduct a full CEO with the AI bot sitting in place for her. It wasn't great at building out social media, but what's really scary was that it was able to bypass her banking voice biometrics. So think now, and I'll use my company, our parent company, Kaseya, as an example. You've got a low-ranking user in finance. They get a call from Fred Vicola, our CEO, or it sounds just like Fred. She's seen him on our company keynotes at Sales Kickoff, on our quarterly updates, at our Connect IT and DattoCon events in Las Vegas and Miami. And he calls and says, hey, Adam, I'm about to get on a plane. I can't talk. I'm going up to New York to visit with a critical partner, but you're about to get a purchase order for $20,000 from X vendor. I need you to authorize this immediately. I'll be checking on it when I land in 3 hours. He hangs up. A few minutes later, that note comes through. It's got the right dollar amount. It's got the supplier, and they go through and they process it without a second thought. It's a really scary implication, and researchers at IBM found that when coupling voicemail phishing with traditional phishing attacks, the efficacy is increased threefold, 300%, more than half the time these attacks are getting through. And the risk of credentials is scary. The majority of users out there are reusing the same password for all of their websites and logins. So it's not just my email and my calendar now that they have access to. They could be getting into sensitive company information, my health insurance accounts, my retirement funds, other applications and services that we are commonly using. It's very common for them to spread laterally and move across the network. and find that data for the use of extortion. It's becoming very common. We talk about backup being the last line of defense, and I know there are a number of backup vendors that are on here with me today, and I don't think that we are wrong. But when threat actors realize that, hey, there are controls that people can put in place to get out of paying a ransom, they can restore the encrypted data, they've started to exfiltrate it so that they can hit you with that extortion attempt. And if you don't pay for that, there's a good chance your credentials or your users are ending up on the dark web for sale. So when it comes to defending our data and our organization, before we get into what Unitrends does specifically, I wanted to share a little bit of research that I came across that was pretty interesting. Google had a study, and I think it's important to understand today user behavior. Folks that are a little bit younger, they're coming into the workforce. They're used to QR codes on menus. They're used to 2FA on their social media and other accounts. They're familiar there, but they're less likely to be rotating their passwords. They're less likely to know what phishing means. And you've got a lot of folks, I'm in my mid-30s now, so I'm on the older half of the millennials, but there are a lot of folks coming into the workforce that are in this generation of instant gratification. They're quick to respond. They want to please. They see that email come into their inbox. They want to jump on it right away. I think that there's risk there that they're not using the level of caution or the level of scrutiny that they may need to, especially as these attacks get more sophisticated. On the other hand, our older users are more likely to rotate passwords, update their software, but they may not be linking recovery information or using password managers. So the training and the lessons even that you're teaching as part of layering your defense is important, and different users may need reinforcement in different areas. From a technological standpoint, you must be using MFA or 2FA. There's no reason not to enable it, and it immediately is like putting that ADP sign in your window that makes you less attractive target to attackers. But at the same time, sometimes what's behind that door is just that lucrative. And MFA is not a silver bullet. If there was, we wouldn't all need to be here. We'd just slap MFA on everything. There was one group, I'll share an example. They were called Rampant Kitten, and they were Iranian militants that were targeting users that were opposing their regime, the regime that they supported, that they were trying to overthrow the current regime. So they had targets identified throughout particular zones, and within that zone, they used infected charging stations at strategic locations to get malware onto the devices of their targets. Once the malware was on there, it had a couple of purposes. It was able to identify usernames and passwords, and it also, when people were using and pushing the one-time password codes to their device, it would intercept those in real time. So all of a sudden, the threat actors were now able to log in. They had the password, they had the MFA code, and the user just thinks, oh, there's a blip. I couldn't get in. Let me resend that code. They weren't noticing what was happening. So even some of this technology that we are leveraging can be bypassed. That's where layering your defenses is critical, ensuring that we have different safeguards at different layers, from web filters, email gateways, phishing defense, training our users in notification, endpoint detection and response, backup and recovery. It's critical to not rely on a single piece of technology or a single bullet, but to layer out those defenses to try and minimize the frequency and the severity of data loss events. Now, eventually, there is risk. Something may get through. That data gets lost. And that's where Unitrends comes into play. Unitrends has set out, and our platform is designed to offer you resilience for your data regardless of where it lives. We know that for a lot of the customers that we're working with, they're not just in one environment anymore. So we've got different modules and different approaches to backup and recovery to help you protect all of that data, whether it lives on-prem, in the cloud, or on the edge, on endpoints and mobile devices that are increasingly a target, to ensure that you can recover from that data. Now, with all of these different sources, we want to ensure that you've got minimal hoops to jump through. So we've got a centralized management console called UniView that also provides us with some important security features. It gives us MFA into our global backup universe or our backup environment. It's a modular design, so you don't need to start with everything up front, but you can manage from UniView, and as you expand or your protection moves around, you can just snap in those modules. We also have the ability to block local access to our appliance interface, so nobody can log in through the appliance on the local network. They would have to go through UniFew and leverage that 2FA. And it's got some great reporting functionality, and it ties in and integrates with things like your PSA system so that we can alert and open tickets when backups fail and make sure that we're drawing attention to those issues that would directly impact our SLAs. Now, the flagship for Unitrends is our recovery series. These are purpose-built physical backup appliances. We just released our Gen 10 models earlier this month in October. They are screaming fast. And the idea here is to reduce the number of vendors or number of point products that you need to manage, tighten up that attack surface, and also reduce the amount of finger pointing between vendors when something goes wrong. When you're having that really bad day, you don't want your storage vendor to be pointing fingers at the backup software guys and saying, this isn't our problem, it's their problem. You need answers and a resolution. So Unitrends, in our all-in-one style, takes ownership for that entire stack, and we have that 24/7 US-based support to support you every step of the way. Now, when we think about building out our backup strategy, we want to build it for geo-redundancy. Unitrends protects more than 200 versions of applications, operating systems, and hypervisors, so you can leverage a balance of agent-based and agentless protection for the best recovery point and recovery time objectives for your data. The first copy of our data is living in production. The second copy of our data is the primary backup that is stored on our appliance. Now, for a lot of our customers, they will write to external or removable media for an offsite or an air-gapped copy. That could be to tape or another storage device, maybe rotating disks through our recovery archive, so that we can physically disconnect that data from the network and store it elsewhere for safekeeping. Now, we give you that one screen of management glass, and the third copy of data should be going to our recovery infrastructure. This could be into the Unitrends cloud. We operate a private, purpose-built cloud environment for long-term retention and disaster recovery, where your data is stored in an immutable format. You could pair your appliance and write into the public cloud, whether that be Amazon S3, Google Cloud, Azure Blob, Rackspace, or Wasabi, really any kind of S3 compatible storage vendor, as well as Azure Blob we could archive data into. Or we may want to send data off to our second site to land on another Unitrends appliance where it is sitting hot for recovery immediately available for recovery. Our direct-to-cloud technologies, both for servers and for endpoints, will back up directly to the Unitrends cloud. We do check for ransomware. We scan for file system integrity. We take screenshots once per day to verify that the workload is recoverable. It spins up. So there is some protection and validation that occurs with our direct-to-cloud technologies as well. But if you're kind of following the cyan lines with our appliance, we can build out that 3-2-1-1 strategy in the way that's right for your organization and your environment, but ensure that we've got multiple copies on multiple spindles, one of which is immutable and off-site. Now, to give you eyes where we don't always have them, Unitrends runs a predictive analytics engine. We're using artificial intelligence to fight back against the bad guys. And what our intelligence does is when we're ingesting data for the purpose of taking backups or replicating data and sending backup copies off, as we're performing these operations, we're ingesting and analyzing the heuristics within that data set. A lot of vendors are looking at change rates, but change rates are not enough. We look at things like sparseness, data density, the overall randomness or the entropy of those changes to identify behaviors within systems that probabilistically match the behavior of ransomware. Now, because this is behavior-based detection, there does run the risk of false positives. You can adjust those thresholds in terms of what the percentage of change and some of the other thresholds are. There are certain things that you can't control, but if you're getting a lot of false positives, we can throttle that down. But we want to give you that visibility into those systems. We will flag the backups that are suspected so that you're not using a bad backup for recovery. And we will identify the systems, the source of the alert, and any updates that we see as we continue to work within those systems. You'll want to pair this with signature-based detection and even deception, things like honeypots. If you see activity on a server, we're never touching it. We know someone else is in the network. It's another layer in that stack of defense that you have. Now, we also want to make sure that we have confidence in recovery. If we put the backup into production and we restore, is it a good backup? We eliminate the hassle and the headache of testing backups by automating it out with our recovery assurance technology. Recovery assurance will automate and orchestrate your testing workflows down to the application level for both simple and complex environments. If you want to make sure that a machine boots and you get to that screenshot, you can stop your testing there. But if you want to orchestrate a tiered test with multiple machines, domain controller, let's test NTDS. Then we bring up our SQL instance. We're going to verify and run a query with an expected output. Then we spin up our application server. If you have those dependencies within your environment, you can test them with recovery assurance, and we provide you with all of the customization at your fingertips. We have more than 70 canned scripts that you can leverage to test different services across Windows and Linux environments, but you can also write your own custom scripting if there are applications or things unique to you that you want to see for recovery. These generate 2 reports, both a recovery assurance report and a compliance report to benchmark recovery point and recovery time objectives. And those can be exported and filed with a cyber insurance, an artifact for your DR plan, etc. And the testing piece is really important. IBM and their cost of a data breach report, it's one of the kind of landmark reports that I look for every year, that and the Verizon DBIR. And IBM found that organizations on average that have high levels of incident response planning and testing, including testing that backup and that recovery process, were reducing the impact and the financial burden of a breach by almost 33%. The average cost of a breach they found this year was $4.45 million, but organizations that are quicker to respond, that have drilled this with their employees, people know where to go, they know when to break glass, they know who to contact, they know those recovery protocols, they are eliminating the challenge and overcoming those events much more quickly and at a much more effective cost than their contemporaries that are not drilling and testing incident response. And we help you automate that with Unitrends. The other piece to recovery assurance that's really important is the ability not only to test the backups, but to spin up isolated labs as well as failover into production. And the lab use case came in really handy for a customer of ours earlier this summer. A large chemical company, they're headquartered in the South Central U.S. or South Central. They're in the Texas-ish Tola region, we'll say. They were hit. It was a Hyper-V environment, about 100 terabytes of data, hundreds of virtual machines that were infected, not just at headquarters in the US, but at their locations in Belgium and across the pond. What ended up happening was once they had gone through and isolated the threat and they went to restore, somebody in that on their incident response team from legal raised their hand. And they said to the IT director, you can't put data back into production if we don't know that it's clean. Cyber insurance will void our policy. They need to know that we will not get infected again, that we do not have dormant malware or dormant ransomware that's contained within these backed up files. So the IT director and his 2 admins used our recovery assurance job to build out and spin up instant labs of VMs, about 10 at a time. Over a couple of days, they came in, they would spin them up. They used our testing to validate the application services. And then they went into that lab with Carbon Black for third-party validation and a approved vendor from their cyber insurance carrier to identify that we've got clean restores of the VMs. Once they passed those 2 levels of testing, they were able to move back into production. So they were able to meet both business continuity goals and their insurance requirements. The last piece to the Unitrends cloud where we can help is with our offsite long-term retention. With a lot of public clouds, day one is going to be the cheapest. And as you continue to accumulate retention and backups, etc., your cost only starts to snowball. We provide you with long-term retention at a predictable cost so that you know if you have 3 years of retention required, 5 years, 7 years, exactly what it's going to cost for the life cycle of that data and for the life cycle of that retention. We store all of our backups immutably. Not even your local appliance can modify, encrypt, or delete backups, but it can access the backups to restore them and bring them back down to the local environment with no fees for egress or any sort of fees for data transfer out of our cloud. We operate SSA 16 data centers. They are certified. They are SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, and we help organizations meet the mandates for GDPR, HIPAA with a business associate agreement, and more. The Forever Cloud also powers our disaster recovery as a service, which is a hands-free spin-up of your applications and servers. We use the same level recovery assurance testing down to the application level to ensure that your recovery point and recovery time objectives are being met. And we report regularly on the output of those tests so that we are ready for a disaster declaration at any time. So ultimately, when we look to combat ransomware, we arm you with 5 pillars of defense. The first is being able to protect those backups, 3-2-1 backups, local backup and recovery, and replication to offsite media, whether that's a mutable cloud or another storage location. We help secure your data with hard Linux backup appliances that sit outside of the Windows attack surface, immutable cloud storage. We detect anomalous activity so that you can respond faster to anomalies within your data, within your environment. We give you that testing through recovery assurance and the capability to spin up those isolated lab environments. And of course, when the time comes to recover, you can leverage Unitrends for local recovery as well as offsite recovery to another appliance or with our cloud disaster recovery as a service. I'll turn things back over to Scott here for the Q&A, but if folks are interested in a demo or have any questions for me, please drop those in, and I appreciate the time to speak to you all today. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, and I will put that poll up right now so everybody can see that the demo option. Oh, no. Let's see. We've got a special poll here. Oh, yeah. The unified backup demo. The second option there is the demo. Great. Yep. So it's a 4-point poll, and you can answer that. You can select as many of those as you'd like. Adam, I'd say great presentation, but we heard from Michael too, who's giving you kudos as well. Yeah, really nice job. We do have some questions here. The first one: does Unitrends offer local immutability?
So for true immutability, we would recommend replicating to our cloud. Local immutability is an attribute typically of a Linux file system, and it's a good piece to have as part of your puzzle. But there are still some risks to the local network. A lot of these threat actors, when they get in, they will lie dormant. They may wait for those immutable flags to cycle out of backups. They may gain access to a console to be able to toggle that off. So it is a good strategy. Our appliances are hardened. We do sit on a Linux kernel that's outside of that Windows attack surface. But for true immutability, we do want to get that data off-site. There are certain risks locally, even if it was physical access to the data center. I know that might sound strange to some folks, but it's still happening out there. We want to ensure that we've got that copy of data that is off-site and inaccessible to anyone, whether they gain access to the network or physical access to the building, things like that. Okay.
All right, super. Another question here. If we're using public cloud, can we still utilize Unitrends cloud?
You can. And a lot of times, that's a great way to build out that 3-2-1. There may be, long-term data that you want to retain in Azure. Maybe you have credits from an existing relationship and you want to leverage Azure Blob for your long-term retention. Unitrends appliances support fan-out replication, so we can send data to multiple targets. So if it was, say, for example, you wanted to enroll just your mission-critical machines in our DRAS and use the public cloud for long-term retention, you could absolutely do so. We're very flexible in how we can and where we can send data to.
Okay. All right, super. Let's see. Another question here. Can we still use recovery assurance testing if we don't have a VM host available? And they're offering an example of one of their smaller branch locations.
Yes. So recovery assurance, you could point at a virtual machine host, but with our physical appliances, you could also run it directly on the appliance. So the appliance has an internal hypervisor that we run on. And if you wanted to leverage the appliance itself to run recovery assurance or run screenshot verification, you can do so right on the appliance.
Okay. And then we've got a sort of a legacy support question here. Eric's wondering if Unitrends supports Solaris.
I would have to double check on that one, but let me pull something up. And if there's another question in the meantime,
Sure.
I would be glad to field that. And we do file level backups for Spark 2.5 up to Spark 11, as well as Intel 10 and Intel 11 for Solaris. So, Eric, not one that I hear a lot, but a very cool question. Definitely, raise your hand, for something like a demo, and we can get you some more information. But there are some versions of Solaris that we can support with our file level agent.
Awesome. Yeah, and Adam, that's probably about it for time. But if somebody wants to get started with Unitrends or find out more, what do you recommend?
I think the best place, raise your hand now. Our team is ready and eager to chat with you more, but you can always visit unitrends.com. We've put in a lot of work and some updates, so it's got a new kind of look and feel there. But navigate over there, and if you do find that, hey, I'd like to check this out, get a demo or set up a trial, you can request that from our website as well if you're not quite ready to jump in today.
Okay, awesome. Well, Adam, thanks as always for being here. Really appreciate the presentation, and thanks for bringing us up to speed on Unitrends.
Yeah, Scott, it was my pleasure. Have a great rest of your event today. Thanks very much.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing. And so we've got another coupling here. We've got a $300 Amazon gift card plus a grand prize giveaway of a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. So the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Michael Franco from California. And the winner of the grand prize is Dustin Shearer from Minnesota. So congratulations to Michael Franco and Dustin Shearer. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, and now it is time for our next presentation. And since this involves a little jumping around, let me get back to the right spot here. Okay, so I'm delighted to welcome Chris McCain from VMware. He's a technologist director for networking and security. Chris, welcome to the event.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I heard some prizes being given away. I thought maybe I'd won something, but it wasn't me.
And by the way, I see you on the screen share, so it's looking good.
Good. And obviously you hear me too, because you laughed at my
I hear you as well.
joke.
Yep.
Okay, good. Good deal. So are we ready to kick it off here?
Yep, take it away.
Oh, perfect. All right. So look, I hope you're enjoying your MegaCast day. We're going to flip the script here a little bit. And instead of going through some slides, we're going to do some live lightboarding as we talk about controlling lateral movement within your enterprise. My name is Chris McCain. I guess I should start with some introductions. I got kind of sidetracked there with the prizes, but my name is Chris McCain. I'm a technologist director for Networking Security Business Group at VMware. Been with VMware for about 11 years, been working with VMware products for over 20 years. So ESX2 was my first foray into the VMware environment. So been a long time for me, but happy to be here. I got the next 25 minutes or so to talk to you about VMware security, and we're gonna focus this time specifically talking about firewalling. So a lot of people don't know, customers included, that VMware is a firewall company. We just don't make something that we ship to you and you rack and stack and cable it up, but we are a firewall company. So let's see what that kind of looks like here, and I'm going to draw some infrastructure components here that we will use to talk about all of this. So let's start with just a vSphere environment. I guess I need some new markers here. A vSphere environment, of course, underneath that vSphere environment would be a physical network that we would need to be able to pass packets. There we go. And then, as many organizations probably have, a physical firewall to protect their infrastructure, right? That ingress, egress, north-south protection for the enterprise environment. And then, of course, if it's running VMware, there's all the virtual machines that run on top of the hypervisor. And I'm just drawing these conceptual components here, but understand this obviously could be one or more clusters that you have in the VMware environment, so that don't take this as a representation of one vSphere host, but just collectively your hypervisor environment. And so when we talk about lateral control in the enterprise, the reason that VMware is so critical is because many organizations rely heavily already on VMware to run workloads. And in the existing infrastructure, what's happened is we are currently passing the traffic, right? If you're familiar with VMware and the networking, we created a distributed virtual switch, and we assigned a VLAN, we trunked that down to a physical switch, and we are passing your traffic. Well, for organizations that wanted some type of segmentation in the enterprise, instead of taking a physical firewall and having to drop them into different places in the physical network, it simply made more sense if we took the concept of a firewall and we abstracted it into the hypervisor. And that's what we did. So we took this concept of a firewall and we said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to put a firewall in front of every virtual machine that runs on our hypervisor or container, right? This actually extends into containers, but it's the equivalent of putting a firewall in front of every one of these virtual machines. And it really happens at the VNIC level. The application of the firewall capability is at the VNIC level. But what essentially it does is, as we pass your traffic either out the virtual machine or in the virtual machine, we're actually going to inspect that traffic to determine if there are rules that would prevent that traffic, or if the rule is actually there to allow that traffic. So it really depends on whether your default rule is going to allow traffic or if the default rule is deny. But we'll get into a lot of those, the firewall design kind of aspects of this. So every egress, every ingress, we're going to check for firewall rules to determine whether or not that communication should occur. Now, the reason that this is so different from just kind of dropping firewalls in here, or as some organizations do, maybe they install an agent inside of the virtual machine. When you install an agent, the problem is that type of architecture, it lacks isolation. I'm going to write that down because that's a key part to this, isolation. And isolation is the idea that that which is being protected, in this case the virtual machine, should be separate from that which is doing the protection, in this case the hypervisor. So we do get isolation when we look at the architecture that I've drawn here, right? I mean, just conceptually, you can see the gap there between the VMs and that firewall, and that's a representation that these objects are in fact separate from one another. If I were to put an agent inside of one of these virtual machines, I now lack isolation. I lack a separation between that which is being protected and that which is doing the protection. And of course, the issue there is if an attacker were to get into that system through some open port and protocol and were to use code or issue a command to turn off that firewalling capability, you now lack the security. And even if it were for 5 seconds, right, because the agent turns back on after 5 seconds, that's still a period of time that you lack that security. Whereas in the architecture with VMware, because this is embedded into the hypervisor, right, so let me embed here into the hypervisor VMware NSX, because it's embedded into the hypervisor, there's no turning this off. If an attacker does get into a virtual machine through an open port and protocol, you can't turn the security off, which means that whatever policies you've built would still prevent that lateral movement from occurring within the data center. Now, that being said, when we talk about this internal firewalling, a lot of times many customers immediately think microsegmentation. Oh, this is microsegmentation. Yeah, this, I've heard about this. I should do microsegmentation. Well, let's not jump that far, right? Because microsegmentation is not the same thing as firewalling, right? It's a subset of this concept of firewalling. But microsegmentation should not be the starting point, because microsegmentation is something that can be very complex. It can be a very daunting task given the nuance of having to intimately know the way things are communicating. So instead of jumping straight to microsegmentation, I'm going to start with something that's a little easier. Now, easier doesn't mean low risk, because the best place to start an internal firewalling solution is to think about the things that are high risk but low complexity. In other words, they're easy to implement in the environment. Now, if we think from an infrastructure perspective, we can identify some pretty quick targets that are easy wins, easy to deploy, but buy down significant risk in the enterprise. So let's think of some examples. Well, first and foremost, remote desktop protocol. Remote desktop protocol is very, 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 very common across enterprises. And it's common in that it's used a lot for server management, but also common in that we're not doing anything to protect the way that RDP is allowed or denied throughout the environment. So it makes it very pervasive, which means attackers love remote desktop protocol, or what an attacker might call the ransomware distribution protocol. So RDP is something that if we can protect the flow of RDP and the source and destinations of RDP, then we have the ability to limit a malicious threat actor's ability to move throughout the enterprise. So RDP is definitely a high value target. Similarly, SSH, high value target. Active Directory is a high value target, because as an attacker, if they get into an enterprise, that's one of the things they want to find is Active Directory. If I can get to Active Directory, well, first off, if I'm there, I can do some pretty bad stuff to the enterprise with Active Directory, but also that's where all of our user credentials and stuff like that are. So it's very vulnerable to attack. So certainly a high value target. Another one is DNS, name resolution. I mean, we're all using it every day, constantly throughout the day. We're resolving in order to access resources both internally as well as externally. But attackers also like to use DNS because it's so common. So the fact that they're using these protocols that we use is really their ability then to hide within the existing noise of the network. It's tough to find somebody if they're just using the same protocols that you're using. Now, with DNS specifically, if you think about it, if I have internal resources, I shouldn't see an internal resource using an external DNS server, right? That would be weird, right? If they need name resolution, well, first and foremost, I should try and use an internal DNS server. And then maybe my internal DNS server needs to forward some name resolution to get resolution to something outside of the organization. But I really shouldn't see an internal resource going directly out to the internet using DNS. But that's what attackers do. They use DNS for data exfiltration because it's just such a common protocol. But it's not name resolution. They're stealing data and then shipping it out using a name resolution protocol because they're hiding it within something. Oh no, it's just DNS, right? I don't really need to worry about it. So these particular things here are very high risk, but they are very low complexity when it comes time to implementing rules. So those infrastructure rules that I can build here are the rules that don't require me to have an intimate knowledge of the way applications are communicating in my environment. So I can do these things very quickly and very easily. Now, after the infrastructure rules, the other key advantage that you get with NSX because of the tight integration that it has with vSphere is something that I'll refer to as context. NSX has a rich contextual awareness of the environment. And so that's the next layer that we'll go to is the environmental rules. Okay, these would be our infrastructure rules. are environmental rules. So you might think about your existing VMware environment today and think about the way that your cluster configuration is set up. And maybe you have a cluster for production, right? So let's do a prod cluster. And let's do a test and dev cluster. And I've seen organizations that have completely separated DMZ clusters for resources that should be accessible from the outside. You know, those cluster objects, they exist in the environment. And if you wanted to use a physical firewall and just smack dab put it in the middle of those to control flows between them, you would do that by sending all of the traffic from each of these clusters, these subnets that make up the cluster, to the firewall. And then using those IP subnets, you would build the rules to determine how traffic could flow. Now, the problem with that is the manageability over long term becomes complicated, because every time I add a new subnet to one of these clusters, I have to go update the rules that is determining the flow of traffic between them. So the contextual awareness that NSX has allows me to actually use these clusters as objects in my security policy. So I could easily build a security policy that says if the source is prod cluster and the destination is the test dev cluster, I am going to deny that traffic. If the source is the DMZ and the production, or the source is DMZ and the destination is the prod cluster, I'm going to deny that. Right? A very broad rule. If I found out that I did have one particular system in here that should communicate to one system in here, I could go then create that rule that would allow that one system to talk, but in general, nothing else would be able to. And then I could do the same thing here. Maybe DMZ is not allowed to talk to test and dev. And I could have 2 or 3 or 4 production clusters, and I could build rules that allow communication between the different production clusters. So just kind of generically looking at it, but this should give you a sense of really the freedom or the flexibility that you have with the way you build rules using NSX. It's not relegated to just simple IP source, IP destination port protocol. We're getting the ability to use these objects that already exist in this environment I built with vSphere and use them to create high-level rules that control the flow of traffic. Now, another good environmental example of environmental rules, and this might relate to many of you, is the idea of legacy operating systems. So if you have, let's say, Windows 2003 systems, or maybe worse, you've got some 2000s. I still haven't run into a customer that has any old NT4 systems, but you know, Windows 2000, Windows 2003, 2008, all these legacy operating systems, those are often high value targets for attackers because they know, hey, this is a system that's been here for a while, probably hasn't been patched because it can't be patched. And if it's still sitting there, it's because it has some sort of value to the organization. So we can, because of the contextual awareness that we have, we can use operating system as part of our security policy design. So I could create a group of systems that have some tag on them and say, if X is the source and Windows 2003 is the destination, I'll allow that communication. Anything else, can't talk to it. At which point then you've at least reduced the blast radius that has access to those legacy operating systems in your environment. And again, I'm just kind of staying high level here, but we have the opportunity to dig in, and we could get very specific with the ports and the protocols that are accessible to these particular systems. But in the environmental rules, that's a great use case, is to protect those legacy operating systems that are still sitting out there in the environment. All right. So after the environmental rules, next would be application rules. Still not microseg yet, okay? I'm still not there with the microsegmentation rules. I'm working my way into microsegmentation. So application level segmentation. So if we take our example here, and we'll say that the greenish here, or the yellowish, the neon,
the neon yellow, those are going to be app 1. And then I'm going to draw out some additional applications. So we'll color code these here to make it easy. Blue is going to be app 2. Broke cardinal rule of lightboarding, don't write over your face, but I think my artwork is getting so big here that I don't really have a choice with that. And then let me go, I'll just build one more, even though orange is on its last leg here, and we'll call that app 3. So again, I'm not concerned with the flow of traffic within each app, not yet, okay? I'm talking about inter-app communication. I'm talking about looking at a big picture of the environment, saying, okay, there's app 1, there's app 2, there's app 3, and now determining, should app 1 talk to app 2? Should app 2 talk to 3? Should 1 talk to 3? What does it look like in my environment? Now, remember, these are humans making these decisions. This is not AI, ML, understanding the environment type of thing. These are humans that have to know whether these things should or should not communicate. Can we use AI, ML? I mean, we can do data analytics. We can capture information. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. But again, if I'm just capturing information, how would AI or ML know, I've got this third-party vendor and this third-party vendor. Does it know if that should be able to communicate? It really doesn't. So that's where, we can train the AI ML model to know that app 1 should not talk to app 3, but it's not going to know it inherently from the jump. But again, so now I've tagged all of the systems in app 1, and I've tagged the systems in app 2, and I tag them in app 3, and I can do this with PowerShell using the API, whatever I want to do. And now I can build rules. If the source is app 1 and the destination is app 2, deny. If the source is app 1 and the destination is app 3, we're going to allow it because those should communicate. If the source is app 2 and the destination is app 3, I'm going to deny because those shouldn't communicate. So now, again, what I'm doing is I'm limiting the scope of mobility for an attacker in the event that they get into a particular application, right? You get into app 3, well, 3 wasn't allowed to talk to 1 or 2. 1 and 2 can talk to each other. So in that case, well, yeah, an attacker could move between them because I'm allowing that inter-app communication. Now, the last step in this is where we get to microsec. And so this is the intra-app communication. So we take our app, right? We'll say app 3. And what we want to do with app 3 is I want to know how all of these different parts communicate with one another. And is that legit? And how do I build rules off of that? And so that's where we run into a tool, or we want a tool called NSX Intelligence. And NSX Intelligence is going to give us that deep look into the application, the way that things are communicating inside and between the different components. And NSX Intelligence will return to us a list of all of the flows within the app, and multiple apps, right? So I let it run 30, 60 days, whatever I need to feel confident that I've captured all the potential flows. And now I get this list, and this list can actually then be translated into policy suggestions, or I'll call them policy recs, recommendations. And I can then just push a button and say, okay, make these into policy. Here's the problem before you get too excited. If there's an attacker already in my environment, already moving laterally, NSX Intelligence is just picking it up and saying, oh, here's a flow. And if I just apply the policy recommendations, I'm just applying a policy that's going to allow an attacker to continue doing the things they've been doing, which doesn't make any sense. So again, this isn't an AI ML thing, right? We're not ready to hand this over to the robots just yet. There's a human or a set of humans that have to look at this information here and determine, is that correct? And this is why you don't start with microsegmentation, because this is tough. This is hard to do because sometimes you have old applications. You don't even know who owns the application. And so who do you ask? Who do you go to determine, if these things are actually correct. And so what happens is customers, they actually do this analysis. They get the information back. They stare at it. They go, I don't know. I don't know if it's right or wrong. So what do? They do nothing. They don't push the button, because ultimately a human has to push that button. And that human is going to have a pit in their stomach, like, oh my God, I'm about to hit this button. Please, let this application continue to function, right? Please don't let me be opening ports and protocols for an attacker to continue doing what they're doing. So that's a tough amount of accountability to take on for a person. But if we start easy, we start with infrastructure, we buy down risk with infrastructure rules, right? High risk, low complexity, and then work our way through high level environment rules, legacy operating systems, into some app segmentation. At least we have a foundation for controlling lateral movement within the data center. And now we can turn our attention little by little, going through and figuring out what the micro-segmentation offering looks like. But the key here is you don't have to protect against every little thing. Realistically, what you need is enough to hopefully mitigate an attacker's first set of attempts so that they just leave, go somewhere else. Time is money for an attacker. And if I attack somebody and I go to Hacking 101 book and it says, oh, use RDP to do X, and I try and do that and I can't. And then it says, oh, try and use SSH, and I can't. Find a domain controller and do this. Oh, I can't. Okay, well, I'm gonna go find somebody else because my Hacking 101 notebook is leading me down the wrong path for this customer here. So that, and you want to have enough that if your company was attacked and there was a data breach or a leak or whatever, and there was some class action lawsuit, that if you end up in a position where somebody says, well, you were negligent, did you do nothing? Or what were you doing? You can say, no, we were doing stuff. We were trying to control, right? Now, how much is enough? I'm not sure, right? All of these class action lawsuits is new to the whole cybersecurity space. So it's going to take some time to feel it out and figure out, how deep do you need to go in order to be legally covered against being negligent in your cybersecurity practices. But ultimately, when it comes to the VMware security offering, this is a critical part for every enterprise. Every enterprise who's invested in VMware now has a capability built into the hypervisor to be able to control lateral movement. And on top of the firewalling, because that's what we talked about today, distributed firewalling, we could also go deeper into IDS, IPS, also built into the hypervisor. We can go into network detection response and network traffic analysis, also built into the hypervisor. So there's a very, very strong portfolio of security products that can help prevent and detect ransomware in your environment. So I think we're running on time here. I haven't seen any questions pop in. Maybe you were a little too enthralled with my lightboard drawings. I'm trying to avoid the drawing here, but
yeah, Chris, actually the question box is kind of covered by the screen share, so people were probably not inclined to ask questions because they were watching you. Yeah, so you know what? Let's go ahead and stop the screen share and put up the poll, and then we can do some questions there too.
Yeah, let me get over here to this little button I need to hit and screen share. It doesn't seem to want to stop.
I can hit it from this side.
Yeah, go ahead and you hit it because it does. All I see is screen share start, not stop.
Yep, we got it. Okay, yeah, and so we've got the poll up about additional information you'd like about the VMware solution. So we'll just leave that up for everybody to fill out as many things as they'd like to get. But Chris, that was awesome. Those lightboard presentations are always fantastic and really nice job. Even though you wrote all over your face, as you said.
Yeah, no. Usually I have this one little circle right here around my face, and then everything else you can see. But yeah, I kind of disregarded that rule today. So.
All right. So we do have a couple of questions here. Here's one: who do most organizations task with controlling lateral movements inside the network?
That's a really good question, actually. Look, when I talk to customers, I try and impress upon them the idea that cybersecurity is from here on out, because of the evolution of attacks, because of how sophisticated attackers are getting, This is never going to be the job of one particular entity in the organization. So if I look at my drawing here, right, at the physical network level, what is the networking team going to do from a security perspective? And using their tools, whatever they want to do, they should be doing something for security. Then in the hypervisor, what are they doing for security? So this is a situation where, and this is what I've been working on for the past, probably year, and what I call security mindset. And security mindset is this idea that every silo within the organization should be prioritizing security. It shouldn't be one particular group that says, oh, we are security. Networking should be thinking, what can we do? vSphere should be thinking, what can we do? On top of that, we've got the firewall team. On top of that, we got application developers trying to understand, how do I write secure code? How do I build security into the app? The only place where I can see kind of a single organization is maybe in security operations, because security operations needs visibility into everything. So the way I look at it, operations and visibility should be centralized, but enforcement should be decentralized. And that means the vSphere team should be doing something, the networking team, the storage team, the firewall team, the endpoint team, everybody should have their hands in security.
Awesome. We've got a couple of other comments here. Doug says this was fun. Paul really liked the presentation style and the info. Peter's got a question that he says the value of this platform in the LAN is obvious. Do you see a place for this in the DMZ, protecting directly against intrusions, or is it more appropriate to be placed inside behind a standard firewall?
That's a great question. The answer to that is, if it's running on VMware infrastructure, if it's running on vSphere, this should be utilized. Now, I would think in a DMZ, a DMZ is one of those areas where if I'm exposing that to the outside, now I might not just do DFW, but I'm also going to add IDS IPS because I want to be able to protect against known bad threats. So what you have to keep in mind with this is not an all or nothing proposition. I don't have to do every app. I don't have to do, every cluster. I can pick and choose where I want this. And so you might think, okay, well, I'm going to put it on my production. I'm going to put it on my DMZ, because those are the two areas where I have high risk. My risk profile says this is where I have the most to lose. But in a DMZ specifically, I could definitely see at least some basic firewalling, right, to close off the ports. Principle of least privilege. You're going to have access to only the ports you need. And then at the same time, if it's web servers, I'm going to use IDS IPS to determine, hey, let me look for any malicious web signatures that are known bad. So I actually see the DMZ as a really, really good use case for the firewalling and the IDS IPS.
Awesome. All right. Well, Chris, this has been fun and really interesting and informative. Thank you so much for presenting with the Lightboard. This was great.
No problem. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. And so we do have another prize drawing here. The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card. This one that we're giving away every 30 minutes. This one goes to David McAllister from Texas. So congratulations to David. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. All right, and now it is time for our next presentation in the MegaCast on battling the ransomware scourge. And this session comes from Clumio. And presenting for Clumio is Ari Paul, Director of Product Marketing. So I'm going to turn things over to Ari.
Excellent. Thank you, and it's great to be here. Hi, everybody, and thanks for joining. As mentioned, my name is Ari, and I lead the product marketing team at Clumio. Clumio, we specialize in ransomware recovery for public cloud environments. So, if you are responsible for data protection, resilience, backups, DR, or business continuity, and you have a public cloud environment, you've come to the right session. So here's what I plan to cover today. As part of this ransomware recovery megacast, I want to specifically cover details of ransomware in the public cloud. First, I'd like to dig into the commonly held notion that public cloud is somehow immune from ransomware, or that ransomware attacks predominantly happen on-prem. And then after we talk about that, I can share some insights around what the big public cloud providers recommend to their customers to improve their ransomware recovery or ransomware resilience posture. And then throughout this presentation, I will make sure to share real-life examples and customer stories around ransomware recovery in the public cloud. All right, so speaking of real-world examples, right? Let me start by sharing a few recent cases of ransomware attacks in the public cloud, and this should dispel any myths that your data in public cloud is somehow immune from ransomware. Now, looking at the slide, one might ask, hey, if ransomware is so common in the public cloud, how come we don't hear about it as often? Right? Well, the reason is, publicly disclosing the details of your cloud environment after a ransomware attack actually leaves you vulnerable to even more attacks. So it's not necessarily in the victim's best interest to announce that their AWS or Azure environment was breached. Now, if they're compelled to do so by a regulatory agency, they might. If there's investigative journalism, some of which I've picked up here, then it comes out in the public domain. But in most cases, yeah, we don't hear about it too often, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, right? So let's talk about two specific examples. I think that kind of represent the state of ransomware in public cloud. So the first example on the right of your screen, you'll see Twilio, the world leader in customer engagement platforms. Their environment was recently breached through a misconfigured S3 bucket. And routing data that was stored in that bucket was maliciously modified. The attackers injected a traffic redirector that was associated with a malvertising campaign. And then just last year, Uber, one of their third-party providers' AWS environment was hit, and many driver records and details were stolen. Interestingly, it was their backup environment that was exposed, which is usually expected to be encrypted and unreadable by external actors. So things still happen in the public cloud, and the point of sharing this with you is to convey that if this can happen to extremely well-funded and capable IT teams, it can probably happen to any one of our companies, and we better be prepared for that, right? I do want to make it clear that rarely, if ever, is it the cloud provider's fault when stuff like this happen. Why? It's because of the shared responsibility model. Now, the shared responsibility model is the iron law of data protection and recovery in the public cloud. It states that the cloud provider is responsible for the uptime of their services, which includes physical security of their data centers and availability zones, the uptime of their compute servers, the resilience of their storage hardware, networking equipment, and so on. So one way to put this would be that the cloud provider is responsible for the security of the cloud, which means that you, as the cloud provider's customer, are responsible for security in the cloud. This means that securing your applications and data from things like ransomware is your responsibility. The safety, security, and availability of your data are always under your purview, even in the public cloud. Now, what this means is that you need to put the right cybersecurity safeguards in place to prevent attacks in the first place, but also making sure that your data is backed up, encrypted, safely access controlled, immutable, and preferably air-gapped. All right, so all this is to say that please, if there's one thing that you want to take away from this presentation is that don't confuse infrastructure durability with data resilience in the cloud. Just because your S3 environment is naturally triple replicated across availability zones and has 11 nines of durability does not mean that your data on S3 is safe from ransomware by default. You are the owner of your data, and you have to put the appropriate safeguards in place. Okay, so now that we have kind of established the basic principles of the shared responsibility model, let's take a look at what the cloud providers themselves recommend. So if you just type in ransomware AWS or ransomware Azure on Google or whatever search engine, you will find some really high quality guidelines and frameworks that these cloud providers have put together. And most of them actually align very well with the 5 pillars of the NIST cybersecurity framework as shown in this screenshot. Now, we've had some great presenters on today's MegaCast on how to identify and prevent ransomware. But as I mentioned earlier, our focus at Clumio is all about recovery. So if your prevention safeguards have failed and your systems have been compromised in the public cloud, then what is your last line of defense? So from here on, my presentation will be focused exclusively on that. Okay, so when it comes to ransomware recovery, there are basically just 3 key principles that you need to keep in mind. Your ransomware recovery toolchain has to be fast, safe, and simple. Remember, when a ransomware attack happens, every second matters. And by ensuring your recovery strategy is designed to cater to these 3 principles, regardless of your workloads, you give yourself more than a fair shot at getting back up and running quickly. So let's explore these principles in detail. Number 1 is fast, right? Your recovery toolchain needs to get your data and systems back to a normal operational state as soon as possible. End of story. Now, this means that application consistent recoveries and fast data rehydration are paramount. The recovery time for your critical data needs to be measured in minutes, not days. And while automated application level restores are great, the tool chain needs to also be intuitive enough for the human operator as well. So the data recovery process not only needs to be automated, but fast to kick off and easy to manage or supervise should it come to that. The second principle is safe, right? The safety of your data. Now, this should go without saying, but your backups need to always be encrypted and immutable. Your backups are your last safe haven. And if they are compromised, there is very little you can do to avoid permanent data deletion or corruption. So logical air gapping is another good practice for public cloud. And some might ask, like, why logical and not physical, right? So in the context of public cloud, physical air gapping can actually get in the way of recovery times, and physical air gaps sometimes expose your data to the public internet during a backup or restore process because it's being taken out of the backbone of your primary cloud provider. Logical air gaps, on the other hand, reside within the backbone of the cloud provider, but in a separate security sphere. So outside of your enterprise security controls and credentials and encryption. And logical air gaps generally strike a good balance between data isolation and recovery times. And finally, your access controls obviously need to be fine-grained and based on zero trust. The final pillar or principle of ransomware recovery in public cloud is simplicity. This is one of the most overlooked elements of ransomware recovery. And you need to remember that when your company's future is on the line, you cannot afford to be spending time going through user manuals. Rollbacks need to be simple. Restore policies need to be baked into your CI/CD pipelines, and your restore defaults should be implemented to be deployment ready at any time. All right. So, now that I've talked about the key principles of ransomware recovery for the public cloud, let me just spend like a couple of minutes introducing you to Clumio, which is the world's most advanced ransomware recovery platform for public cloud. You see, Clumio was built on the same exact architectural principles that I laid out in the last slide, which is the speed of recovery, the safety of your data, and the simplicity of operation. So let's just talk about these. First comes speed. So Clumio not only sets the benchmark in terms of restore speeds in the public cloud, but it also generally performs 10x better than its nearest competitor for any public cloud workload that we support. Now, obviously, these are tall claims. So let me take you into kind of the back end of how we do it. The thing is, while most backup and recovery products for public cloud are built on EC2 or Azure VM or server-based architectures, Clumio is built as a serverless data processing pipeline that scales dynamically with demand. So the core innovation at Clumio is a proprietary serverless orchestration engine, which is essentially the equivalent of Kubernetes, but for Lambda functions. which can spin up and orchestrate hundreds of these decoupled functions to restore your data in a massively parallel fashion. So that's about the speed. So next comes safety. Data on Clumio is undeletable. There's literally no delete button on the platform, and at the back end also there are no delete functions unless with the explicit written DocuSign permissions from the customer. So if you have a legal requirement to delete something, we'll delete it. But if there is a malicious actor that's in the unthinkable situation where they've hacked into your environment and ours, they still can't delete your data. Data backed up by Clumio is air-gapped by design. It's fully immutable. It's always encrypted with both your keys, as in our customers' keys and Clumio keys, and multi-factor access controlled. Each action is audited and authenticated, and all of these actions are consolidated into a ransomware recovery posture report that you can consume on demand or on schedule. And finally, Clumio is radically simple when it comes to ransomware resilience, with no complex licensing, installations, software licensing, or hardware deployments. Customers usually start backing up their data in about 10 to 15 minutes. During a recovery, customers can either search, directly SQL query, or simply browse a calendar to the last safe point in time and restore exactly the data that they need for their application to recover. Clumio also has this unique capability called instant access that helps customers' applications establish a secure connection to backed up data during an outage, so that these applications can stay up and running even in the face of a ransomware attack. While meanwhile, a full restore and a full rehydration to a secondary safe environment takes place in parallel. So you don't have to wait for a full restore to take place. Applications can connect directly to your backup data and stay alive, so to speak. So those are, again, the architectural principles of Clumio. But this presentation was more about ransomware recovery in public cloud, not necessarily a Clumio pitch. So if you need to check out the product, I think it's best you try it for yourself. Just head over to the AWS Marketplace or clumio.com/try to give it a spin. Or if you need references, Clumio is proud to have some of the world's leading enterprises as our customers. So whether you're an IT leader at a Fortune 500 company, or you're just building out the IT infrastructure at a startup, you will find a peer in Clumio's customer list. So just head over to clumio.com/customers, and you'll find an equivalent there. So to round this out, let me just share 3 real-life examples around ransomware recovery to make all of this kind of more relatable. And again, I've organized this by the 3 principles we talked about: the speed of data recovery, the safety of data residence, and the simplicity of operations. All right. So first, let's start with there's a company called LexisNexis. They are the world's leading legal services company, and they keep critical court cases, legal verdicts, and intelligence in a petabyte scale S3 data lake, right, on AWS. Now, obviously, this data is not just critical to protect, but RTO, the recovery time of this data in case of a disruption, is essential because this data powers customer-facing applications for this company. Now, question is, how long does it take for to recover a data lake that is like 800 TB to a petabyte? Well, if you used traditional backup and recovery tools like they were using, it would take about 4 to 5 days, right? Best case scenario. But when they switched over to Clumio's instant access solution, they were able to reduce this recovery time to a few hours, which was over a 90% improvement. The world's largest automotive commerce company, they're called Cox Automotive, and they have a bunch of subsidiaries like Mannheim Auto. They integrated Clumio into their CI/CD pipeline. So now, every new AWS account or application that writes data to their, RDS or S3 environment is automatically backed up in an air-gapped and immutable fashion, completely isolated from their primary and therefore isolated from the risks of ransomware. And finally, there's an edtech upstart called Parchment in the US. And they used Clumio to simplify their ransomware resilience posture, wherein they consolidated all of their backups onto a single air-gapped platform. and they used it to pass their DR audit and essentially prove SOC 2 compliance. So that kind of rounds up, the things that I had to share about ransomware recovery with respect to public cloud. So I'll definitely hang out for a few minutes to answer any questions, but I'm also available at this email ID, demo@clumio.com. Clumio also has a ransomware recovery checklist that we provide to our strategic customers, but I'm happy to give it away for free today. Just scan this QR code to get your copy. Thanks once again for your time, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Ari. Thanks. That was a clear architectural overview and strong case studies there. Appreciate it. Are you ready for some questions?
Can you hear me okay still?
Yeah. Yep, I hear you.
All right.
Yep. While we see what questions are coming in here, I'll just put up. We're gonna have 2 poll questions during this Q&A portion. This one about which cloud are you using for your production applications, and then there will be another question after that. So I'll just leave this up for a bit. But Ari, our first question here is: I already do out-of-account snapshots to air gap my data. What's the advantage with Clumio?
Yeah, we actually get this question often from our customer base when we start talking to them. So out of account is always a good idea, but remember, out of account is still within your overall enterprise security sphere. So if someone has, spearphished their way into your systems, they can still get to your backups. Like we heard about the Okta breach, last week? So if they have found a way into your security sphere, your out of account, so-called air-gapped backups are still at risk. So that's one reason why you probably want to logically air-gap your data. Secondly, there are certain compliance regulations that actually require you to do air-gap backups, wherein backups and production environments need to reside in separate security domains altogether. So once again, like logical air gaps in those situations is a nice medium between like out of account versus like physical air gaps. And finally, even with like trying to do air gaps with out of account, you have to manage your own snapshots and operate your own encryption keys. You have to manage immutability. You have to do your own data lifecycling and essentially manage multiple compliance postures across these multiple accounts, which is never fun. So, all of these reasons, out of account is a good first step, but it's not an equivalent to the security that a logical air gap provides.
Gotcha. And I'm about to close up this poll, but I'll just note that if you look at the percentages there, Ari, I can't share this with the audience, but I can talk through it. It lines up, with the audience pretty clearly. Right along with the market share numbers. AWS is number 1, Azure is number 2, and GCP is number 3. But we did have a question coming in from the audience. There was about does Clumio back up Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365?
We do back up Microsoft 365 actually, and you'll hear about like we're adding more and more resources. Our product roadmap is actually super active. So over the next 6 months, we will expand our coverage in Microsoft significantly.
Oh, cool. Great. I think you're breaking news for a lot of the audience, so that's awesome. Rhonda has a question. If data is stored, and I should mention, I've put up the next poll. So if this one is about additional information that you'd like from the Clumio solution. But Ari, Rhonda's question is: if data is stored on-prem in a NAS and in AWS, in your opinion, which one is more vulnerable?
Well, so prior to Clumio, I've actually spent some time working at a backup company that did on-prem backups very well, as well as VMware. My perspective is that there are a lot of let's just say there are fewer things that generally go wrong when your data is in public cloud, because there's just like less of it for you to manage. As I laid out in the shared responsibility slide earlier, things like physical security, things like uptime of storage hardware, uptime of core software services, infrastructure software services. These belong in the cloud provider's responsibility domain, so they take care of a lot of that for you. So in general, Clumio recommends that regardless of whether it's file systems or scale out object storage or block storage, we generally recommend that if you have a choice, you run it in the public cloud. Obviously, not all customers can do that because they have data sovereignty, data residency requirements. But if you have a choice, we do recommend public cloud environments.
Okay. Hey, we've got another great question here. They're asking, if you're built on AWS, how can you be cheaper than using AWS's own backup tools?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I touched upon this in the slides, but Clumio is architected very differently from standard backup and recovery tools, including AWS Backup's own tools. Now, we do not have many stateful functions in our data path. So, given we're completely our data processing pipeline is completely stateless based on Lambda functions, we only spin up these functions when needed. This essentially leads to a lot of savings for us on the compute side of things, because we don't have these heavy file systems that we need to run on EC2 servers that are deployed in customers' accounts, and we essentially pass on those savings to the customer. Moreover, at the back end, we use only scale-out object storage. So regardless of what the protected workload is, it resides in default immutable scale-out object storage, which is generally cheaper than file storage or block storage. And on top of that, we run a bunch of storage optimizations as well at the back end to ensure that backups, snapshots, files, objects, they're all sort of compressed, tarballed, deduplicated in certain instances, and essentially compacted. And then once again, we pass on those savings back to the customer. So both from the compute side and the storage side, given we're architected pretty differently, we're able to pass on a lot of savings to the customers.
Gotcha. Hey, you mentioned Clumio is serverless. We've got somebody here wondering, can you describe what exactly you mean by that?
Yeah. So, if you have ever deployed a backup tool in the public cloud, whether it's native or third party, you'll be familiar with having to deploy clusters or software agents in your own account, right? And that essentially includes configuring VPCs and essentially paying for the compute and storage out of your own pocket, and then paying a license fee to the third party. But Clumio is serverless in the sense that there's no installation of any kind of server clusters on your side. Clumio only requires IAM permissions, which are obviously auditable and authenticated, and all the backup functions, right, such as ingestion, indexing, crawling, partitioning, compression, rehydration, all of this is handled by Clumio on Clumio servers, completely isolated from the customer. So not only the cost, but we also take the burden of managing these backup servers away from the customers, hence the term serverless.
Okay. All right. Super. Well, Ari, I think we're going to have to leave it there, but what was that URL again to try Clumio?
It's just clumio.com/try.
Super. That's simple and easy. Love it. And then there was the demo at clumio.com email as well. And also, don't forget, everybody, there's a handout in your handout section from Clumio, which is a paper on recovering from ransomware attacks. So a bunch of great resources there. Ari, thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on Clumio. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and now I've got a pleasant surprise for everybody, and that's that I'm going to be backing away and bringing on my colleague Keith Ward to handle the moderation for the rest of the event. Keith, welcome.
Thank you, Scott. And I think that really depends on your definition of pleasant. Okay, to whether this will truly be pleasant or not. But thank you very much. I am really glad to be here.
All right, take it away.
Sure. Thanks, Scott. Thanks you to everyone who has presented today, to our amazing moderators who were here ahead of me. It is just great to be here with you to kind of take this thing down the home stretch is kind of how I look at it. And what I get to do first is a lot of fun. I get to give away a $300 Amazon gift card. And I'm going to do that right now. The winner of the latest $300 Amazon gift card, we're doing it every 30 minutes, is, drumroll please, Brennan Hartung from Ohio. Congrats, Brennan. And sit tight. We'll be getting hold of you real soon. Okay, so now I am hoping that it's my turn. Let's hope most of the tech gremlins that are full after the earlier meals they had and won't bother me that much. It's been kind of an interesting event that way. But we are now ready for our next presentation in the MegaCast. And this presentation comes from Commvault. Presenting for Commvault today is Steve Preston, the VP of Security Services. Steve, welcome. It's great to have you here today. I am going to turn this one over to you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining this session. My name's Steve Preston. I'm the Vice President of Security Services at Commvault, and today I want to talk about defending data from sophisticated threats and doing it sooner. There's a good story I like to open up with. It has to do with a CISO I just met with, a CISO of a large enterprise. And of course, we're talking about business drivers. Ransomware came up almost immediately as a board level concern. But before we got into solutioning it, she pointed out right away and set the record straight that she had to understand where the data was. And then she went on to explain where she thinks the data was in her environment. And she described a hybrid environment, multiple clouds, on-premise, and so forth. The reason I bring that up is it's so typical, right? I think it's over 90% of enterprises have data in a hybrid environment. Not to mention manufacturing, research labs, healthcare organizations that not only have their data in a hybrid IT environment, but they also mix in OT technology like manufacturing technology or critical infrastructure or medical devices or lab equipment in a converged network. That's important, right? It's all data, it's all an attack surface, and it's all fair play for ransomware. So when we think about the attack landscape, and we think about attacker techniques and what they're doing, they're going into these environments through the most vulnerable ports, if you will, and they assume that you have the ability to recover your data. And so they're going after your backup infrastructure early, and they're moving very, very quickly. Look, time is not on their side either. So time is of the essence on the attacker side and on the defender side. So we're finding more and more metrics that support the fact that attackers are getting faster and faster and more stealth. Breakout time is one of them. So breakout time, CrowdStrike keeps that metric as the time between the entry point when an attacker gets in the environment and the time they achieve lateral movement. And that's when it's kind of game over, when they can move about in the network with impunity, if you will. So that time continues to shrink. And you have to know that the first thing they're going to do likely is take away your ability to recover your data. So that kind of makes this notion of production environment, backup environment being separated kind of obsolete, because impact happens on everything all at once. So think about a modern ransomware attack is encryption, exfiltration, distributed denial of service attack. So really, when you think about your responsibility to protect the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of your systems and data, all that gets hit all at once. So that brings these two ends together. So it's not about just moving left. It's about thinking about the problem as a holistic problem in your environment, which includes the production environment and the backup environment all at once. Because frankly, the attackers don't care about production environment and backup environment and how you're organized as your IT organization. They want to get to the crown jewels. They want to gain as much leverage as they can, which means they're going to take over your network. They're going to take your data, they're going to exfiltrate the sensitive stuff, but they'll have control over your network, because at the end of the day, a ransomware attack is an advanced persistent threat that's made generally available. These advanced techniques are made generally available as a service through ransomware as a service. So when you think about how you're going to defend against that, you hear a lot of talk about resilience, and that's important. The ability to fight through an attack versus prevention and try to stop every, plug every hole in your environment. How do you fight through the attack? Well, first, know where your data is, know where your most precious data is, know whether or not it's out of bounds. In other words, in an asset that isn't protected and delivering the SLAs and the protection that's required for that data. So that takes the ability that requires you to have the ability to discover data, classify it, understand the risk associated with it, and be assured that the information isn't exposing you to risk and isn't in an environment where it shouldn't be. You have to know, not just have zero trust architecture and zero trust principles, but you have to have the ability to audit against that and to ensure and to see to monitor your security posture in your environment to be sure that these principles, zero trust principles, are being enforced in your environment. You have to make sure your data is secure and trusted. That requires immutability. And like I said, the ability to identify information risk and manage it. You have to anticipate threats early. And by early, we mean, within 72 minutes or so, within 90 minutes, identify that and protect the data, protect your backup environment before an attack starts to unfold. And then if you should get hit, you have to have the ability to recover. And that could mean a lot because encryption algorithms are incredibly fast and they're incredibly lightweight. Some of them will encrypt 100,000 files a minute. I've done the math. That gets to be around 19 terabytes a day. And that adds up, particularly if you cast that across a nine-day dwell time. So you need to have the ability to recover at scale across that hybrid environment and do it quickly and do it with confidence, knowing that you're not reinfecting the environment with malware that could be in your backup environment. So you have to have the ability to scan your backup environment and trust the data to assure that you have a clean backup. But let's focus for a minute on early warning and what that means to protecting data. The reason early warning is important because attackers get to the crown jewels very quickly. And they get to enjoy more time in your network. So that's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Number one, the ransomware attack in itself unfolds in less than 4 minutes. 4 hours, but they have actually 9 days in the environment to plan their attack. So that's a lot of free time to gain control over your network. And what's interesting is dwell time. By the way, dwell time is the time between an attack, when an attacker gets in and the time that they're caught. For ransomware, dwell time's gone up. Now, generally speaking, for cyber attacks, dwell time has gone down because we have better tooling, we have better instrumentation, better detection technology, but not true for ransomware. It used to, we used to believe, I think, and rightly so, that ransomware is noisy. And that's why dwell time was relatively short compared to double-digit days of, dwell time. It's actually gone up because their techniques are stealthier, and the encryption itself is stealthier. So the next stat is related to the first stat. Attackers are getting into the network, getting a foothold, and moving around freely without writing any malware. So they're really issuing a huge challenge for tools that collect data on endpoints and collect evidence to try to discern what's going on, because they're leaving no evidence behind. And like I said, the attacks look more and more like advanced persistent threats, which means that by the time a ransom note comes across someone's desktop, it's very likely that they've exfiltrated the data, they've taken down your ability to recover the data, they have control of your network. And not only will they leak the data to extort you, but potentially hit you with a distributed denial of service attack if you don't comply. Again, they're looking for all the leverage they can get. So this brings us to early warning. There is that window, right? It's really about a 71-minute window, call it, that that when an attacker's in your environment, they're getting a lay of the land. They're discovering and planning their attack. That's when you need to spot them and see it and defend data sooner. Spot alerts sooner. But that requires you to uncover some of these stealth attacks, because those are the techniques they're using. One of those techniques is coined LOL bin. So an LOL bin is living off the land binary. So these are binaries that come with the operating system, Microsoft Windows, for example, and they're built in intentionally to run the operating system. So one example is run DLL32. Run DLL32 is used to run DLLs. You need dynamic link libraries to run Windows. You can't run Windows without them. So what's happening is attackers know that, and they're using these tools to get information that they need. So for example, run DLL could be used on comm services DLL. And you can run a script that'll dump privileged credentials that you can use in an attack. There's nothing illegal about it. So an attacker, you can see in the screenshot, is running run DLL on a different DLL, shell 32, but they're running a DLL, and the endpoint protection tool, all of them, frankly, they collect the data, but they don't alert on them. You can't alert on LOL bins. Print.exe is an LOL bin. Explorer.exe is an LOL bin. Can you imagine alerting on those at every endpoint? You would be overwhelmed with false positives. So it's a real challenge for these kinds of tools, but not for us, because what we do is we introduce fakes into the environment. What we mean by that is, rather than collecting data on real endpoints, we introduce fake endpoints into the environment, fake servers, fake desktops, fake printers, cameras, routers, switches, websites, you name it. They're not real. Real people, right? Legitimate people, legitimate systems that belong in your environment, can't see them, don't interact with them. They can only be seen and interacted with by bad actors who are skulking around in your network trying to cause damage. And we do this now. You might hear honeypots. These are honeypots. Well, in a way they are, right? We are using deception, but honeypots have been around for a long, long time. We take this concept and we've made it very modern. And the way we've done that is, rather than putting a real fake asset in, what we do is we deploy a virtual appliance through our hosted command control plane. We call it the ThreatWise Security Operations Console. We deploy these fake, we deploy appliances in your network, and we configure services like a Windows, say Windows 2000 R12 server. We'd configure that service. It has an IP address, it has a MAC address, it could be discovered, you can log into it, you can interact with it, but it's not a real server. Think of it as a microservice, but it's native. What's cool about this, you're not consuming a license, you're not consuming compute or storage, it's an emulation of a real server. And it scales like crazy. And it'll work in every kind of network and every kind of environment. So if you're a manufacturing, you could emulate a manufacturing control system and so on and so forth, as well as a server or an endpoint. Anything with an IP address. Now, what we've done around this is our core. What we've done is we've enhanced it with some really interesting capability. One is we do allow you to create a full system through the same platform. And that would be a virtualized full system. And what we'll also do is allow the sensors to proxy to them. So let's say in a network segment, we could add 50 fake assets. 49 of them would be sensors, and one of them would be a full system. They work together. So it actually makes 50 discoverable assets that have the interaction of a full system. So that gives you the ability to scale. So now you have 50 fake assets in that segment. Now for the other assets in that segment, there might be 200 other assets in that segment, let's say. You can add these things called lures. These are artifacts. So think files with links, cache credentials, bookmarks, and so forth that lead you to these sensors. So with these three tools, we create a fabric, a deceptive fabric in your network around your production assets and your backup infrastructure, your media servers and so forth, to give you early warning and also buy you time, right? Because while an actor is playing with these things, they're not attacking a real asset. And these behave very differently because if you interact with one of these things, this is an alert. So while you're playing with this fake server, let's say, in this case, it is a Windows server, I believe. Yep, it's a Microsoft 2012 R2, right? So it's this fake server. This is the actor. This is their IP address. This is their MAC address. This is where they're coming from. And here's a timeline of everything they've been doing during this interaction, including the run DLL 32, but also including when they connected to that asset. So they're in the network at some point during this time of day, in this date. This not only gives you insight that you can hunt on, because now you know the technique, now you know the whereabouts of the attacker. You can pivot on that and look and find where the IP address 1.145 is lurking around trying to run these commands on real assets, and you can contain it. You also get the timeline where you can get your recovery point in that segment of any other asset that might be affected by this malicious event. Okay, this brings us to the data integration. This is a really powerful new feature that we have, that we combine this power of knowing the data environment with the backup and recovery environment, and the ability to create a fake environment around it to give you early warning. What we do is when we scan a network segment, right, and we find an asset that we're going to back up and we classify it, we also get all the information about that asset, how it's configured, and so on and so forth. And that gives us a template, and based on the value of the asset, we deliver recommendations to the deception console. The deception console now has everything they need to deploy not only the clones, but the number of clones recommended by ThreatWise Advisor. So that sends advice and say, please deploy these, and then you deploy them. So that makes deployment very scalable and very easy for security. It also makes alerts relevant to not just the security operations, but to backup operations, meaning that if any fake asset, right, decoy, gets hit in that segment, any asset that's like it you'll get alerted on. So this will start a run book for not just for security operations to contain this incident, but for data protection to stop aging, stop deletion, and stop manipulation of the backups during that time. Because remember, time is of the essence. So in short, that's how it's integrated. And we also, we obviously integrate with SIM and with SOAR. So we push this information into your environment, and this is what we hunt on. But we also give you the ability to visualize where these attacks from, because an attacker might move from one IP address to the next, and then you can drill down into those incidents and visualize it. So I hope that provided a good overview of what this kind of capability is. It's not only just discovering data, classifying data, making sure that data is protected, that it's stored in a safe, immutable place, to make sure your backup environment is secure, the ability to audit it, the ability to recover at scale and not reinfect your environment, but also integrate early warning so you can see threats early and protect your environment before a single line of encrypted code gets written. So thank you for your time. If you'd like more information, obviously visit our website at www.commvault.com. You can look at our solutions section in cybersecurity and see more detail. If you're really interested in ThreatWise, obviously you can go to our ThreatWise page on our product section of the website.
Okay, thank you so much, Steve. Love to see what ThreatWise is all about and the visualizations to see how it's protecting us. Really, really good stuff. So we've got the next poll question up for you right now. Tell us what resources you'd like to get from Commvault. While you answer that question, I wanted to mention that Steve and the Commvault team will do their best to respond to all the questions that came in during their session. I'd also like to remind all of you about the handouts again. We've got a data sheet from Commvault that you should check out for more detail. Keep voting in that poll for another few seconds here, letting us know. We love the audience participation and the feedback. Really important to us and to our sponsors today. So keep letting us know. And thank you again, Steve, for that presentation. And thank you for educating us on ThreatWise and Commvault overall. All right. So moving along in this long day, right? It is time for our next prize drawing. The winner of the Amazon gift card of $300 is Craig Brungard from South Carolina. And we've got another Microsoft Surface Pro 9 to give away right now. And the winner of the latest grand prize is Jessica Hupp from Tennessee. Congratulations to you, Craig and Jessica. We will be in touch about getting you your prizes. Wish I was winning that Surface. My son could use one right now. His laptop broke recently, but unfortunately, as a member of Extra Tech Media, I am not eligible. Oh well. It is now time for our next to last presentation. In fact, in this MegaCast. So let's move on to that and let us introduce Zerto and Anthony Dutra. Anthony is a technical marketing engineer with Zerto, and he is here to drop some more knowledge on us. Anthony, welcome and thanks for being here today. I'm going to turn this over to you right now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Dutra, and I am a technical marketing engineer here at Zerto. And I am very excited today to be discussing with you all of ransomware resilience in a multi-cloud world with Zerto. So there is a growing sort of problem that we are all facing. By 2031, there is an expectation that every 2 seconds, a business can be, a consumer or just some device can be expected to be attacked by some sort of malicious actor, costing overall around $265 billion. So ransomware, malware, whatever sort of malicious intent is out there is costing the world quite a bit of money and is now becoming a frequent conversation within C-level boards across all businesses across the globe today. So why ransomware is such a disaster, right? Not only do you have your information encrypted or locked up, for those who don't know what necessarily ransomware is, but when you do it, well, what it means is you get your data, your applications, everything is encrypted. You cannot use it or gain access to it until you are forced to pay a ransom itself. So even if you do end up paying the ransom, only 4% of organizations who do pay to get that data unlocked of theirs is actually given back to them. So it's not actually guaranteed that if you are attacked by a ransomware software and you do pay the ransom that you will get the data back. There isn't necessarily a strict run book in order to solve any of particular ransomware threats or attacks because they are such evolving softwares and services over time that each incident is extremely unique in how it's handled. And again, it's a global problem. So we saw by 2031 the dollar impact, but it's obviously affecting just one single attack can affect multiple countries all at once. So the threat is evolving, right? Ransomware is a very costly problem and it is increasing in sophistication for those who are looking to be or like getting into hacking or looking to be malicious themselves. The learning curve is decreasing because there are now software and tools out there where you can almost as a service spin up some software that will encrypt files and force somebody to pay a ransom for you. And it is even obviously going at the government level as well, right? There are new threat actors from a geopolitical standpoint that is also a problem. And in order to be secure against all of these many different vulnerabilities, right? In order to secure yourself from all these different vulnerabilities, you need a solution that is like in depth. So there is quite a rise of these problems, and there isn't one necessarily single solution that is going to fix it across the board, right? To fix all these evolving threats. So when a ransomware attack does strike, what happens, right? The business suffers from downtime, data loss, loss of productivity, reputation, brand damage, right? It doesn't show that their IT infrastructure is secure. Therefore, well, how can I even trust to use their app anymore? So a lot of statistics that we're seeing when it is centered around a disaster in the IT environment is around ransomware, and it's costing billions and billions of dollars. Let's quickly go over the anatomy of attack, because I think, even though I explained it very simply from a high level, what a ransomware attack is, right? You basically just get all of your VMs, files encrypted until you pay something. It isn't necessarily instant to when it happens. So this is a sort of timeline of an anatomy of an attack when you think about it at a more sort of deeper level. The malicious actor doesn't, right, again, get in there, encrypt everything at once, and start asking you for your money. They'll initially get in some sort of they'll get in some sort of format. This is usually in like a phishing attempt, an email to, let's say, a lazy intern that clicked on a bad link, and now they have access to that person's administrative access, right? They were able to get them to download a file, and now that file has some malicious scripts in there that is doing some stuff on the back end that you can't see. Now, there is a lot of softwares out there that do this sort of threat analysis, and it is very good. But as we mentioned before, these threats and softwares are evolving. So they are finding ways to go around and obfuscating much of these sort of detection platforms themselves. So they're getting in mainly through phishing attempts. They're sitting in your infrastructure for quite some time, the ransomware, and then once they extort, let's say they'll maybe encrypt one single file system in the beginning, try to extort you for that one, and then laterally move throughout the rest of the environment so that you're pretty much not necessarily brought down to your knees, maybe all at once, but it slowly starts to creep into your infrastructure, which then starts to impact your business overall. So it isn't, boom, right? You're attacked with a ransomware, pay me, okay, we're all set. There are stages to an attack, and it requires, again, sort of defense in-depth strategy in order to recover from such a problem. And that's really where data protection and where Zerto fits into this, to sort of solving this problem, is that kind of right of boom. So where a lot of tools I mentioned before do threat detection, analysis, might even go in and try to remediate the area where there is malware or ransomware, those are more to the left. And where Zerto kind of fits nicely into the sort of full disaster recovery or data protection story is to that right side there, of being able to recover pretty much instantly from that attack and not having to pay the ransom itself, or being able to recover and do some sort of sandboxing and analysis on top of that previously infected environment with a copy of it. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of recoverability and response that Zerto offers when you are looking to combat ransomware overall in your IT environment. And this is what we at Zerto, as a sort of multi-purpose DR solution, offer from our technical advantages overall. So I'll dive into a little bit more detail as to how Zerto works, but you can see pretty much here from this slide here that we are quite open with how we operate our continuous data protection. We're very lightweight in how it operates. We offer analytics suites, the ability to replicate one-to-many places. So when you are looking for a recoverability strategy for ransomware, being able to recover right from that DVR function at multiple points in multiple spots at once is very good for a much more layer recovered approach. So as you can see, Zerto offers quite a bit when it comes to combating ransomware and offering that data protection in order to help solve that problem. this is actually a real case scenario and a customer that has used us for that problem. And it's great to read that quote down there from their senior systems engineer there, who was literally laughing when he had a ransomware attack and used Zerto in order to recover from it. So our disaster recovery solution is very not only secure in itself, but is used in real life in order to combat ransomware, almost as if it were a joke, right? You can see the minimal amount of data loss and time to recover from this example, and how effective Zerto actually is. So let's talk about how we do it. I'm a technical marketing engineer. I like talking about this part because this is really what makes Zerto unique, and how our new sort of encryption detection within our replication technology makes it sort of resilient to ransomware itself. So how do we do it? For those who know Zerto itself, know that we are unique in the fact that we are hypervisor-based replication solution. So we operate at the block level, and we aren't using any snapshots or scheduling or anything at the storage layer or anything aside from the hypervisor itself in order to protect your virtual machines or virtual instances. We do so in a simple, scalable fashion, as we're software only, and we're able to protect to multiple sites, whether it's on-premise to on-premise or on-premise to a public cloud provider, if you so choose. Makes us, again, very secure in how we are able to recover from a ransomware attack, let's say, is that we group our virtual machines that you're looking to protect in what are called virtual protection groups, or VPGs. So when you do bring the application back online, which as we know is made up of multiple virtual instances, you can do so to a single point in time that is exactly the same. So when you are looking to, again, resume operations, you're not having to stagger one virtual machine to come up before the other. When Zerto protects virtual instances, it does so in an application-centric manner. And then what really, really makes us unique, and where a lot of the value add of a disaster recovery solution is within the Zerto journal itself. So that near synchronous hypervisor block level based replication that we can provide for your virtual instances is tracked through what is called a journal. So as we protect your virtual machines in virtual protection groups, we do an initial replication to a secondary site, as I mentioned before, another ESXi site or the public cloud. And within that data stream, we're only tracking the delta changes that are happening within the virtual machines themselves. So what this means after that initial sync, from then on out, we're only tracking the changes. This gives you a DVR-like functionality for your within this DR solution in order to roll back in case something happens. So as I mentioned before, right, it's now time after they've sat for quite some time within your infrastructure. They have encrypted, let's say, a file server. You can roll back that file server 5 seconds before it happened while it was protected with Zerto. So it's very easy to use, very unique in how it is built and operated, and it helps minimize and sort of neutralize that threat, almost like it never even happened with that sort of rewind function that the journal provides. All right, I hopped on that quite a bit, but why I really did talk about that is because the stream of sort of IO or whatever that Zerto is replicating has this sort of encryption detection algorithm built with inside of it that helps you and alerts you in case of an anomalous attack, right? So every 10 to 15 seconds, we get a Zerto checkpoint, and now you can see the detect, or you'll get some flags within each of the checkpoints that say, hey, this is a suspicious checkpoint. this is a clean checkpoint. Make sure you roll back to this point in time and not this one. So it has become a new feature within Zerto 10 itself, and it is being used to date as a layer of defense against ransomware in order to provide that sort of right of boom recovery with a sort of detection feature added on top of it. So why Zerto for ransomware resilience? As I mentioned before, what makes Zerto unique is that ability to not only be a software-only replication solution, but the fact that we are using our journal application consistency with our virtual protection groups. We're able to resume operations in the event of a ransomware attack within minutes or seconds, and you can do so at scale, right? So you're not disrupting anything from the failover and failback perspective. You can actually do a lot of testing when it comes to seeing if a failover, how quick it will actually work between multiple sites. There's a lot in terms of recoverability functionality that Zerto offers that we'll actually dive into as to what makes us very good for being ransomware resilient overall. Right, that core of continuous data protection, keeping your businesses and applications always on, and being able to recover quickly from ransomware is what we are focused around today. So the key benefits of Zerto itself, right? We are able to, at the earliest time, detect ransomware and roll back from it using our encryption detection. As I've shown before, there is a specific checkpoint that is suspicious. Zerto will now mark it when you do roll back or commit or start to initiate a failover, and you are basically guaranteed, just like the customer example we showed before, to not pay the ransom itself and pretty much laugh it off. Again, as I mentioned, you're able to identify also the blast radius or infected VMs with our replication technology in order to do maybe some sort of sandboxing functionality, right? Replicate or fail over the instance that you believe is infected, and then run some threat detection or analysis on top of it, right? Zerto allows for that ease of ease of use of sandboxing. It makes that aspect of troubleshooting for your security teams a lot easier. I'll dive into Zerto Analytics as well as the observation console itself, but with our open APIs as well as a whole bunch of other integrations that Zerto does have today, you are able to build into your security platforms Zerto's recoverability with just a few simple lines of code. So again, Zerto is a software-only solution, and it does not impact your production, does not interrupt anything from a testing perspective. If you are looking to test this DR solution, it is quite flexible and easy to use overall. What I would suggest everybody to do, just as a quick little interim break here within the presentation, check out after this some of our ransomware recovery scenarios and how Zerto can recover from each of those in a little bit more detail. There are quite a bit of content that you can watch and see in real time how Zerto does combat ransomware itself. But now I want to move over to the cloud aspect of this presentation, right? So we talked about security and how ransomware resilience with Zerto does happen. Well, how does this, from a disaster recovery perspective, happen to the cloud, right? Since the cloud has been a majority of the conversation for a large part of this year, no matter really what trade show you go to. So again, Zerto from a traditional perspective, on-prem replication from site to site. You have that continuous data protection, leveraging that Zerto journal from one site to another. Again, now with Zerto 10, that real-time encryption detection. So as that changes are being sent to the other site, we're making sure that, hey, if there's some anomalous behavior from an encryption standpoint happening in the virtual machine, we're going to tag that checkpoint and make sure it's clean. Well, what happens if all these sites go down and you don't have another physical site to replicate to? Well, luckily, Zerto can also help you replicate to the public cloud, and I'll dive into which two in particular you can natively replicate to in the next slide. But again, when you do replicate to these public cloud instances, you still have that real-time encryption detection happening to the instances that you are protecting. So again, this isn't any extra overhead. This isn't an extra cost. This is all built into the platform. And while you're able to do so, is mainly and thanks to a lot in part of the Zerto's one-to-many feature and functionality. So in this case, right, let's say you were just replicating from one site to another. You don't necessarily have to. You can replicate from the production site to the DR site and to the public cloud, all with multiple VPGs. So this again, using real-time encryption detection as it does the replication process and recovery process, you're able to leverage Zerto at a much more scalable fashion and up to the public cloud. And then Zerto enables you to leverage the public cloud and private cloud, hybrid cloud, at any format that you see, because again, it's a software only solution. So we're taking our continuous data protection, and what we're allowing you to do is pretty much replicate from on-premise to the public cloud, in between public cloud regions with a couple of our solutions, or even migrate to the public cloud from on-premise to it or back, just for maybe pre-warming a site, or just having some instances living up in the public cloud to test. There's a lot of ways that we can leverage Zerto CDP in order to unlock the cloud, and again, we're now being able to do so with that encryption detection always happening on the back end. I'm going to dive into a little bit here as to what the architecture looks like if you are deploying in the public cloud with Zerto. Again, these are available natively within these two public cloud providers, AWS and Azure, and anything that is built in the cloud is built for the cloud as well. So when we are thinking about setting up these instances, you obviously should have some familiarity, be familiar with these two services or the services that these solutions make up. But setting up Zerto in these public cloud providers is quite simple. And again, we're replicating to these public cloud providers with that encryption detection always on. So this is what a simple setup to replicating to AWS looks like. Again, we're using native AWS services, and this is an actual EC2 instance that your virtual machine is now being spun up into. We're leveraging S3 as well as EBS snapshots in order to maintain, the disk consistency as we replicate between both on-premise as well as AWS. So there's a lot going on, from from an operation standpoint that you don't see, that is really all behind the covers. But again, you're protected throughout when you are replicating to AWS or when you are replicating to Azure itself. Again, using native Azure services, having that real-time encryption detection happening while you're replicating between your on-prem site as well as Azure itself. Lastly, I want to touch on just Zerto Analytics because I feel it does play such a critical role when it comes to not only giving you power as a sort of IT administrator into seeing everything in terms of what your DR strategy looks like from on-premise to the cloud itself, but does help in regards to making sure that everything is compliant and up to stuff, particularly when you are or really having to show the C-level executives that you are ready to be ransomware resilient itself. So with all of the replication technology that I showed you that Zerto provides, we do offer free as part of the solution full visibility with Zerto Analytics. So you are able to basically fully manage fully monitor your DR environment, where no matter if Zerto's living in cloud with Zerto and Cloud for AWS, Zerto for Azure or on-premise with Zerto itself, you're able to see in real time RPOs, SLAs, get reports on usage, on storage usage, network usage, etc. And you're also able to accurately plan out and forecast a lot with this, the capacity requirements that your DR strategy will need in the future, and how you can be a little bit more proactive when it comes to thinking about ransomware itself. So it's a really nice tool for those who are trying to show the dollar value, sort of the statistical value back to the business and how your full DR operation is performing and how ransomware resilient you are, because all of this real-time alerting, usage, and just tools available to you makes it very easy to use. There is another awesome free to download from the GitHub repository tool here called the Zerto Resilience Observation Console. Basically, this uses open source tools from Prometheus and Grafana to provide an extra layer of monitoring, so you can actually visualize and see a lot of the data that is within your Zerto environment and streaming directly from it. So you can now take these, the encryption detection metrics, for example, and stream them into some of your security tools, and even maybe apply some machine learning of your own to the Zerto data that you collect from this console in order to detect ransomware a lot easier and at a much more rapid pace. All right, so go out there and experience Zerto for yourself firsthand, right? One of the things that we see there is the cost calculator. Go see what and estimate what a downtime would be for your business in case of a disaster did strike. We have the hands-on labs, which has a full sort of ransomware walkthrough and demo. We actually encrypt the file server within the demo itself, and you use Zerto to roll back or recover the file system itself from a lab environment, completely free to use and totally hands-on. So I would highly suggest going to use those. And what I also would encourage you to do is hear from your peers. Go to PeerSpot reviews, Google Zerto reviews, go hear what people are saying, hear the effectiveness, go listen to other customer examples like Tinkara showed earlier. It's true, it's used out there today, and I highly encourage you to go check that out. So I thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and you have a great rest of your day.
Okay, great presentation today, Anthony. Always love hearing from Zerto and what they're doing, such a forward-thinking company. And we're going to put up the poll question here. You've heard from Zerto. Let them know what additional resources you would like to see from them. And for all those who've been asking questions, know that the Zerto team is going to be doing their best to respond to all of your questions that come in. So sit tight, you will be hearing from them. I'd also like to remind everyone about the handouts, and we've got a data sheet from Zerto on ransomware resilience. Be sure to check that one out as well. Keep voting here in the poll for another minute. Got a few more seconds here. We appreciate your feedback as always. You folks are great with that. And while we get ready for our next presentation, I want to thank you once again, Anthony and Zerto, for being here today and for all the knowledge that you have imparted. While we do that, you know what I'm going to do here? I am going to move on and I'm going to give away some more good stuff here. Time for our next prize drawing, everyone. We have got a $300 Amazon gift card to give away right now. And we have a winner. And that winner is Caleb Carson from Texas. Great name, Caleb Carson from Texas. Congratulations to you, Caleb. You will be hearing from us to get that gift card. And with that, folks, we are down to our final presentation in today's MegaCast. This session is from Haiku, and presenting for Haiku is Dave Byers, Senior Field Technologist. Dave, you are up to bat. Thanks so much for being here today. Are you ready to go?
Ready to go.
Outstanding. Well, I am giving you the virtual mic now. You have the floor, sir.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for taking your time with MegaCast and Actual Tech Media for watching all these presentations. I've got about 20 minutes worth, I think, your time, so let's begin. My name is Dave Byers, Senior Field Technologist at Haiku. I've been with Haiku 2 years, lots of experience. I used to work for a hedge fund early in the 2000s. Some of you may know who Citadel Investment Group is, but I was one of their senior sysadmins. I was part of their data management team, data backup team. We also did automation. Now, as you can imagine, a finance institution like Citadel, they manage billions of dollars worth of people's money. So our goal was to make sure we had the absolute minimum amount of downtime possible, because every single minute of downtime cost them a lot of money. So we wanted to make sure that we had the most robust systems, best disaster recovery plans that we'd practice every quarter. We'd drive 28 miles away, shut down production, and bring everything back up in another data center. So we were very crisp at practicing disaster recovery just because we knew how much money it would cost the organization for any amount of downtime. So now, as you know, ransomware has been a really big problem. Now, when I was doing this for Citadel, we were just really worried about any kind of blips that might occur that might cause some kind of downtime with a application, servers, or portions of the business. Everything was centrally managed. It was also mostly on-prem. Nothing was really in the cloud. And we had pretty much one application to protect our data sets and nothing more than that. And our focus was really to prevent any kind of glitches that might cause any kind of issues. However, today, not only do we have to worry about disasters. So I live in the Houston, Texas area. Everybody here in the Houston, Texas area has to be prepared for hurricanes. So when summertime hits, we are very alert. We have to make sure that we practice our disaster recovery plans for planned or unplanned outages. However, you look at today's environment, and now we have to focus on cyber resilience. We really need to take a look at what is going on. Now, with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is really helpful for most organizations to utilize artificial intelligence. However, if you look at what cyber criminals are doing, there's something new. I don't know if you've ever even heard of it. It's called Evil GPT. And someone has actually developed this Python code to actually be able to create any kind of hacking tool that you might want. It's all written in Python, but I can actually come in and actually type out commands looking to actually do something nefarious and be able to generate this code very easily, very quickly. So to me, it's very scary. And at most organizations, we're trying to make sure that we're doing anything we can to prevent any kind of interruptions in our business due to cyber threats. So the landscape, and I know that we've had many presenters today, and we're probably all talking the same language also. So if you look at ransomware attack, the average downtime is going to be 21 days. The average cost is $4.45 million. So nothing that I'm going to say is new to you guys. The one thing I want to point out is some organizations do think that, hey, if I pay the ransom, that's all there is to it. That's not the case. There's lots of soft costs, hard costs that go into this on the recovery of your information. It requires a lot of people within the organization to actually recover that data. So it's going to be your cybersecurity team taking a look to see where that threat actually came in from. It's going to be your backup administrators trying to recover data, your application owners trying to make sure the applications are up and running, your virtual server team, your physical server teams. There's many people who have to get involved in that case to actually recover that data. So how does it feel to be under attack by a ransomware threat? The first thing people do, obviously, is you panic and you are worried. What do I do from here? Now, this is where Haiku comes in. Like the other presenters, what we're trying to do is to give you robust tools to actually do recovery. And I actually had someone who thought they were very well protected because they had a disaster recovery plan. So between the time that I worked for Citadel, I also worked for Como, I also worked for Veeam, I also worked for Data Domain, and also, who else? There was another organization, small, and I wasn't there very long. But I was a senior system admin, and all of those focused on large enterprise accounts. And we had, with this other organization I had worked for, they had a downtime, and it was a cyber threat that had come in. And they thought they were very well protected because they had disaster recovery plans. Well, DR plans are written for disasters. They don't necessarily work when it comes time to do recovery. And that is what I try to make people aware of, is that you have to have not just disaster recovery plans, we also have to have incident response plans. because the two are totally different. They kind of work the same, but then they don't. So how can you fight ransomware? What I think about is that there's 6 main ways. There's detection prevention. So you're going to have some kind of autonomous tools that are going to look for any kind of threats and scanning your networks, scanning servers, scanning your backups, and actually looking for those things. You're going to have firewalls you're going to put in place. You might have third-party tools. You might have custom scripts that you've written. You might have artificial intelligence looking for these things, or the backup applications themselves are doing some of the work for you also on the backups. And then we also want to make sure that we do like secure simplicity. I'll talk about that, multi-layered protection, air gap and mutability, processes, and restoration. So let's go into the first one, which is the multi-layer ransomware protection layer 1. So this is where Haiku comes in. We've got proactive alerts for any kind of backup anomalies that might occur within the environment. We also have very strong role-based security within Haiku. So we want to make sure that only those people who have access to Haiku actually have access to Haiku. We also do expiration prevention. There's another story too. When I was a system engineer back in the days, I actually was working for one of the companies I had mentioned. They'd called me up and they said, "Hey Dave, I can't get to any of my backups from like 2 weeks ago." And he goes, "As a matter of fact, even from 3 days ago, my backups are gone." I said, "Well, what's your retention policy?" He said, "Well, it's 30 days. Well, I went on site, took a look at what they were doing, and I found out that one of the junior admins was getting used to playing with this backup application. They actually made a policy change from 30 days down to 1 day. Instead of hitting cancel, they accidentally hit OK. Well, it just wiped out all their backups. They had nothing. So the application that we were actually using for this organization, when you made a change, it didn't take effect from then on moving forward. It also destroyed any data sets that you had in the past. And I think they probably resolved that issue. However, what I want to point out is that what we do at Haiku is that we also have expiration prevention. So we want to make sure that we lock down the application itself. We lock down Haiku so there's no one who can come into it and accidentally make accidental changes like that. So when the policies do get locked down, they do get locked down. Now you can change those things, but like any good enterprise organization, they do have change control windows. So you pretty much will follow a change control process to make changes to those policies. However, we want to make sure we have some kind of accidental expiration prevention that takes place so we don't have people who accidentally make mistakes like that. The second layer is that Haiku is a software-only SaaS solution. It's a very lightweight lockdown kernel that sits in a virtual machine. It can also reside inside the cloud. The other thing we also offer up is fast and risk-free upgrades. I know that when users are trying to upgrade systems, whether it be an application, a database, a server, or a backup application, the one big concern is that, well, what happens if I do an upgrade and it destroys or it's not working properly? And so now I'm left with trying to recover back to another point in time for my backup application because a patch that was installed had broken something else. The one thing that we also do is that we eat our own dog food. So obviously we're going to use our own software. We actually do penetration testing within our own organization. We also make sure that we're checking any of the binaries before we actually roll them out to production. And also the users have an option to deploy the updates by themselves. So as we get an update, we actually push it out into the SaaS server itself and update our software. So it's risk-free and it's very fast and it doesn't require any intervention by the end user if they don't want to. The other third layer is I've talked to some organizations that said, "Oh yeah, I'm using that app and I've got snapshots, so I'm good to go. So I don't need to do anything else." Well, back in the days of disaster recovery, or if I lose a VM or I lose a physical server, or if I delete data or I need to roll back to a certain point in time, snapshots are really a great solution. Now, I'm not saying snapshots are bad. I'm saying snapshots with backups, with archives, with moving data off into the cloud. Those 3 or 4 things are actually the things that most organizations need to do, especially when we're talking about cyber threats. So we need to leverage all of these technologies to get back to that point in time before that cyber threat had hit. So snapshots, backups, archives, and then moving data off, either to an off-site local storage like we did 28 miles away, or it can be in the cloud. So your popular cloud providers, we can move that data. And then layer 4, we want to make sure that we have air gap built into our tool as well. So we can leverage any kind of hardware appliances, and we're pretty much agnostic. So we don't have to rely upon a specific hardware appliance or hardware device or certain hardware servers or even the cloud. So we're pretty much agnostic at that point. So if a hardware appliance actually has the ability to save data in object-based S3 compatible storage, then certainly we can leverage that hardware appliance itself. Or if someone wants to actually take their data and write it directly into S3 storage, we can do that as well. Now there's remote sites. Once again, I live here in Houston. I deal with a lot of oil and gas companies. One of the questions that we had come through with one of the oil and gas companies here in Houston, they said, well, we have oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't want to have an appliance out in one of those rigs because we really don't have any kind of support team on those oil rigs. What they want to do is to take that data directly from the oil rig platform and send it directly into S3 compatible storage. And so that is one nice thing about Haiku, is that I can move that data from remote locations either to an on-prem storage location, or I can move it into the cloud very easily and directly right into immutable storage. And also we want to make sure that we can have dedicated storage network credentials. What I think a lot of people that I do, and I'll show you with these assessments that I'm going to show you a little bit later, but when I ask organizations, do you have your production network and your backup network on the same network? I mean, do you have your backups and your production stuff on the same network? Most of the time I hear people say, yes, we do. One of the things I encourage people to do is to take your backups, not just the backup application, but the storage that we're writing to, and have it in a separate, segregated network away from your production network. We want to make sure that we built in more air gaps between you and the hacker as possible, because when a hacker does come through, the first thing they're going to do is go after your backups. They want to make it much more difficult for you to actually do a recovery at all costs. So they will try and damage, they'll try to encrypt, they'll try and delete, they'll extort. So we want to make sure that we take the backups, your backup server, your storage, and move it off into a segregated, separated network. And then also we want to, with Haiku, provide self-sufficient backups. So the one thing I like about Haiku is that we also have a lot of automation built into it. So when I tie myself into Active Directory or Okta, I automatically do a discovery, and I can recognize all of the servers within my environment from physical to virtual servers, and I can actually see those within Haiku. The other nice thing about Haiku is that I automatically detect if I have an application. So if it's an application like SQL, Oracle, DB2, I already know that those are databases. The other thing is if I apply tags to any of my environment, that Haiku can actually bring those in and drop them directly into the policy that you choose. So out of the box, we have gold, silver, bronze policies, and then you can also define your own policies based upon what your RTOs and RPOs for the business. With Haiku, the total installation from start until I do my first backup is about 30 minutes. So it's very quick, very lightweight. We do the automatic discovery of all of that. The other nice thing I like about Haiku too is that we don't require agents on physical servers. We don't require them on virtual servers, on-prem, in the cloud. And we also don't require any kind of agents on application servers. So we're completely agentless when we talk about Haiku. And a lot of people are very impressed that we can actually do that even on a physical server. Layer 5, I am very strict. So when I was working for the hedge fund, testing, validation. We want to make sure we're testing very rigorously. If I'm making any kind of major changes within my infrastructure, I need to test and validate after those changes. I also do scheduled testing and scheduled validation. Along with that goes documentation. And then I talked about disaster recovery. And a lot of people are familiar with, I've got disaster recovery. I do have the DR drills. I do practice my disaster recovery. The next question I ask is, well, what about incident response? Well, this is where I'd say 7 out of 10 people say, I don't know what incident response is. And if I do know what it is, they might not even have it documented, or they don't even practice incident response. So DR is great for, hey, I've deleted a file. I need to get it back from the latest snapshot, or I've lost a server. I need to restore back to the last known backup or the last back snapshot. And then with incident response, you really can't fall back onto the latest snapshot or backup because it might be already encrypted. So I have to do the due diligence to find out when that hacker had actually gained access to my systems and find out when the last known restore point is that I can actually go back to. So incident response is going to be different. They are somewhat similar, but yes, they are different. And we need to practice really good testing validation with both DR and incident response. It needs to be on a scheduled basis. And then finally, layer 6. With Haiku, we also have built-in RTOs and RPOs. And when a backup kicks off, we want to make sure that we're also talking to the business units to find out, well, what are the requirements to do recovery? How much recovery time do I need to pull the application back? And then what policy does it fall into? My gold, silver, bronze, or is it one of my custom policies? So we want to make sure that when I am looking within my application, I can actually see what backup jobs, what policies are either meeting those RTOs that the business units have assigned to us, or which ones I am not following. And then also we're doing automated backup validation. So the automated backup validation goes beyond saying, oh yeah, my server is up and running, it's powered on, and I can see it on the network. Well, yes, that's a test to see that the server actually exists, but I'm talking about a little bit deeper than that. I'm talking about validation of the application itself. So if I have, say, a sales application that requires a database that is up and running, that is on a specific VM, part of that validation is to make sure the database is up and running and alive, and that the application can actually talk to that database and it's up and living. You also want to get people engaged to actually test that out. So your backup teams might not be familiar with the applications, but it's the application owner that needs to also validate that, yes, I can actually see that database and talk to it and everything is working as normal. Multi-cloud disaster recovery. So the one nice thing I like about Haiku 2 is that I can actually take a VM or a physical server and move it directly into the cloud just by a few clicks. And it's pretty impressive on how we can actually move that into a cloud. The other thing we do too is multi-cloud disaster recovery. So I can go from cloud to cloud. I can go from cloud back on a prem into the cloud, and cloud to cloud. So I've got many different ways that I can move my data around based upon the organization's needs. So wouldn't it be great to know if you are fit to fight ransomware? One of the first things that my boss, who's our CTO of Haiku, asked me to do was to develop some way in which we can actually find out how prepared people are to recover from a ransomware event. Now, there are prevention tools and detection tools. What I think a lot of people don't focus on is the recovery aspect. When we built RScore is an assessment. And if you would look on your screen where it says getarscore.org, if you type that in, you'll see it's a real quick 23 question assessment, and that's going to give you a FICO-like score. Now, what we'd want to do is to provide an easy way for people to actually see, how protected am I and can I actually recover if I was hit with a ransomware threat. So, like I said, it's great to have prevention detection tools. That's great, but if a hacker does access your systems, they access your backups, and they actually do have gotten into your backups and they start doing some kind of encryption, we want to make sure that you are actually able to do a restoration. RScore can help you answer that question. So I talked to large enterprises and I said, well, can you actually do a recovery and from a ransomware event? And they said, well, I've got to talk to my cybersecurity team, my auditors, my backup team, my physical server team, my virtual team, and my cloud team. I've got to ask a lot of people to find out how prepared they are. Now, this is where documentation comes in, process control comes in, your auditing. There's a lot of questions that I ask. There's there's the free web version, which you're looking at right there, getarscore.org. But I also offer up another larger in-depth consultation, which is well over 100 questions over 5 categories. This was also validated by Boston College, Mandiant, FireEye, SADA, and Carahsoft. So I did not do this in a bubble by myself. I was actually leveraging all 4 of these. And then I also am basing a lot of this on the NIST standards and also the NIST framework. So I want to make sure that I'm going above and beyond to make sure that when we do these assessments, that we actually know where you stand when it comes to a cyber threat. So though you think you're protected, we want to make sure that we actually have a good understanding of how prepared we are. I even have an insurance company in Southern California who likes it so much, they're actually doing cybersecurity insurance policies. And by those policies, they're going to look at the score. The higher the score, they're going to lower the premium for cybersecurity insurance. And then the higher the score, well, obviously they're going to have to pay more. The higher the score, lower the premium, but the lower the score, the higher the premium. So they're actually using our score to base their premiums based upon the end user scores. So that's how much traction we're getting with this, and it's really nice. I'm going to put my my email in the chat. If you guys want to, just hook up with me. Let me know that you guys would like to have an in-depth consultation. I can certainly do that with you. It takes about 2 hours, and then it takes me another 6 to 8 hours to actually generate a document for you that shows you where the weaknesses or even where your strengths are. So I'm going to do this right now. There you go. So it's in the chat. And then lastly, this is one of the last things that I'll talk about is Haiku. So I talked a little bit about this as we went along, but this is a organization that's been around for 6 years. We primarily got started with Nutanix. We wanted to build a very robust backup tool specifically for Nutanix that kind of morphed into, well, let's protect data, which is on-prem workloads. But then we then morphed into one more thing, which is SaaS protection. This is something new just as about 2 months ago. When I talk about SaaS applications, one of our auto discovery tools we can do is we can actually discover all of your SaaS applications that run in the cloud. So if you guys are using things like Amazon DynamoDB, it could be Atlassian Confluence, it might be Atlassian Jira, Google Workspace, Microsoft 365, and others. With these applications, we now not only can discover those, but we can actually do granular restoration across the board for all of those. Now, SaaS applications, I think the last count was like 17,000 plus applications. Now, there's not one backup organization that can actually write code to protect all those 17,000. So we created an API which we can have backup vendors, the SaaS vendors attached to, and it's a low code, no code environment. And then that is where they can actually attach into our API to actually do data protection at a granular level. So Okta is one of those that I think a lot of people are using today. And we have granular restoration for Okta objects. And then when people see the restoration of that within the SaaS environment, they're blown away by it. And also, you know, we are built for disaster recovery. That's one of our strengths. And just like any other backup vendor, backup and recovery, ransomware protection, data mobility. Like I said, we can easily take data from an on-prem physical server and easily move it into the cloud just with a couple of mouse. And then also going from cloud to cloud or cloud back home again. And then with the RTOs and RPOs that are built into it, we have security and compliance. We can actually see if we're falling in or outside of compliance at any point in time. And with that, that is the end of the presentation. I want to thank you for your time. And I know that you guys are happy this is over because you've been with us for a long time today. I do appreciate it. Once again, my email is in the chat. If you guys need to see anything about RScore or learn more about Haiku, I'd be more than willing to have a conversation with you. That's it. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dave. Great presentation. Love seeing what you're doing here. Are you ready for a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Sorry, I think we may be talking across each other. I put the poll question up so everybody can see it. We'd like to hear what additional information you want from Haiku after that presentation. I imagine there's a lot of interest now. We've got some good questions. We're ready to go here. So let's get to these quickly. Someone asked, I have a good disaster recovery plan. So then why do I also need an incident response plan?
That's a good question. So as I said, when I did disaster recovery a long time ago, that was even before we had ransomware threats. Disaster recovery plans are really good for minor outages, major outages. They can be used for like a deletion of a server or a VM goes offline and I need to get that back. I can have a site go offline, a remote location go offsite. And I just simply follow that disaster recovery plan to bring that data back. Now, if you think about cyber threats, well, the first thing we're going to do is try to encrypt, delete, change your file names, whatever it might be. But when I'm in a disaster recovery, typically I'm going to go to my last known good backup or last known good snapshot and do recovery. Incident response is going to be different because I might not have the availability to go after that last snapshot because it might be encrypted. Same with my backups. So I now have to fall back on a different plan, which is called incident response. So I'm going to be proactive to find out where that entry point had occurred with that cyber threat and what time it occurred, what date it occurred, what systems are affected. And then that documentation, that whole process with incident response is somewhat similar to DR, but it's different. And it has to be different dealing with cyber threats because the way in which the data might exist or may not exist, or it might be encrypted is going to be different from DR. Good question.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, next up, someone wants to know. I understand that Haiku now protects SaaS workloads, and wanted a few details on that.
So, as I said, with Haiku, we have a marketplace, and inside the marketplace, you have availability to numerous SaaS applications that we can protect. And I mentioned a few of those, but there's quite a few that were in here. We also have some that we're committing to, like AWS Lambda, AWS CloudFormation, DocuSign. So some of these are very SaaS applications that a lot of organizations are using today. So these are coming up soon. Some of the other ones that we're planning for, which might be maybe Q1 next year, which would be like ServiceNow, Workday, GitHub, HubSpot, Atlassian, Bitbucket. Those are ones that are coming up as well. I want to let people know too, when we're talking about SaaS applications, just like Microsoft 365, I don't want organizations to think just because I have a SaaS application, my SaaS vendor protects me. No, the SaaS vendor will protect the application. It's up to the end user to protect that SaaS data yourself. And a lot of people don't realize that. Now, there might be some SaaS vendors that say, yeah, I can protect your data, but it's like an all or nothing shot. If I do recovery, I'm recovering everything. The nice thing I like about Haiku, once again, is that when we do recovery, I can recover at a very granular level for a lot of these applications. And right now, I think, on a clip right now to add like 10 new SaaS applications per month. And then we also have some of our partners who are also using our API to co-develop with us to push out more of these SaaS applications. But right now, we're trying to get the most used ones that we see out in the enterprise today.
And that selective recovery also means faster recovery, of course. So, okay, I'm going to try to squeeze in one more question before we let you go and let everyone else go. So, Jeffrey wants to know, does Haiku protect Microsoft Dynamics 365 data?
I'm glad you asked that, because that is on our list. We do not do it today, but that is on our list to be protected. That is one of our, so we've got three areas. One is which is general availability, one is committed, one is in planning. That one is on the committed list. So we're looking at probably Q1, Q2 next year.
Oh, really? So very soon. All right. Glad to see that on the roadmap. All right, David, thank you so much for your presentation today. Loved what you were showing, and it is great to have you on. Thanks for educating us on Haiku.
You got it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Wow, I'm going to leave this poll question here for one more second, and then we're going to move into the very end of our event, if you can believe it. What a day we have had. And there we go, folks. It is time for our final prize drawings for today's event. Okay, we got two things to give away, another $300 Amazon gift card and the last grand prize. So the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Keith Berman from Missouri. I dig that first name of yours, Keith. And the winner of our final grand prize of the day, that last Microsoft Surface Pro 9, is Benjamin Scott from Utah. Congratulations to you, Benjamin. We will be in touch ASAP about getting you your prizes. Well, everyone, you made it. Congrats. It's been an amazing day, hasn't it? And even with all the issues we had today, you stuck it out, and I think we all had a great time. Now, were you watching the event today minus the tech gremlins and thinking that this type of thing would be great for your company to put on so you can similarly show people what your platform or solution can do? If that's the case, please reach out to us. The email is connect@actualtechmedia.com. We will hook you up with someone who can do that for you. And for those of you on today who stayed here through the whole thing, you might be really interested in something coming up on Halloween next week. Enforcing Zero Trust in Your Organization, the Market Landscape is the name of that event. That is happening at noon Eastern on Halloween, 9 a.m. Pacific. That means you will have plenty of time to get back. In most places, you'll have plenty of time to get back and do your trick-or-treating, since that event is happening early. Again, sign up for that if it's something that looks intriguing for you.